and you have to guess where we're at. Crazy
Chat, hello. Sorry, I'm still a bit late.
Okay, chat, of course, feel free to play along. Let's head to our first
How's everyone doing?
It's like a picture of the bears in a circle somewhere.
Yeti always cooks me with these.
Fracture.
Oh, you're right.
It's Fracture.
Yes.
It's like Southside Fracture, A main. Outside A main. I think.
Am I trolling?
I need confirmation of the ruling here from production as well. Do they just need to give us the map or the exact location of the map? Just map.
Oh, it's
okay,
just
map. Just
it's
the map.
Fracture. If this isn't Fracture,
we go Fracture.
I quit.
Okay. Locking in with
I mean,
ice
damn.
sticks. Is it Fracture?
What?
Well, goodbye, Wyatt. You
I was
had
gonna
a
say
really
they're all
good
over
run
Haven,
here.
these guys.
Enjoy doing the desk alone.
I told you. Yeti's about to cook us right now.
Goodbye.
You just overcommitted. There was no reason. There was no reason for those stakes.
No, he's
All right,
actually
Sean,
gone.
It's all on you now.
No.
Let's take a look at our
Please.
second map. Where do we find ourselves here?
Oh, this is looking like Icebox. This is where we gave Sam his Employee of the Month, no?
It's on that board. we
Production
put
told me I'm
some space onto
contractually
the...
obligated to come back. So
Dang.
I'm here.
You tried.
What did you go for on this?
I went Icebox.
He said Icebox. I'm not feeling Icebox.
Okay, so we got dude Loud 2G. Oh boy, I mean Loud should be so
maybe like
fine.
back
This
of
isn't
A.
a kitchen. This no, that's not a kitchen.
That's not
This
no,
one
this
could,
is clearly not a kitchen.
Could be our Fracture, by the
Okay,
way.
I'll give you like 5 seconds.
Could be.
This one
Are we
could be-
excited?
I'm either thinking Fracture or Icebox. I'm going Icebox.
2.
I'm excited to watch Loud.
This is crazy.
I don't think 2G
Just shoot for
gonna
Fracture
be
every time.
looking
What do we
great
do?
after losing their
Lock in
IGL.
Icebox?
What? I mean that. Oh, that's just okay. It's fine. The only way we would know that is because the free game observer.
2G is a
wants to
mess
do the
right
little
now.
shot
Yeah, I
where
think
they go
Loud
through
kind
the
of
little-
facing them.
We're not doing too hot
Maybe
on
even
the
the best
desk.
time.
I've been told, as per my contract, that I will be working with professionals on this desk so far.
Why did you guess
You're
this
the
Fracture
only
every
one who
time?
got that.
Well,
You told me to go with
Take a
Fracture.
look. Let's take a look.
I got pure
The last
Fracture.
one's the winner. 3 times the
This
charm.
is Fracture, right?
Where are we at? Them arcades. Where are they at?
That's Fracture. That's actually Fracture. Arcade, bro.
Fracture.
It's Arcade of Fracture.
Oh, yeah,
This
it's
is
gotta be.
split?
Yeah, okay,
Is it
okay,
actually
yeah,
split?
you're right.
This guy gets this Fracture every
It's
time.
Fracture.
It's an arcade. You're right. I mean, what else could it be? It's
no.
literally called arcade.
Yes! He's done it!
Come on, guys.
That was actually monkeys on a
Shady
typewriter.
McCheeks with the Prime, thank you, and YDC did it with the Prime as well. Thank you so much.
Man, yeah, okay, we might be a bit confused as per our locations, but surely we
Is
can
the same thing as
predict
that
the
on
right
Split?
team to
Oh,
win.
really?
Yeah,
Right?
surely the talent.
K-Spots, 25 months. Thank you with the tier 1 as well, bro.
Surely
Appreciate
that
that.
never happened. Let's take a look at the
Thank you.
predictions for this one. Okay, I mean,
Yeah,
the
I
first
can't really
one
blame
feels
anyone
like-
for like not going out there and going for
that would have
2G.
been an
Yeah.
insane cook.
I think I'm the only member of talent who has predicted 2G to win a game.
I thought
Ender
we were
went
gonna roll with
for
the narrative, too. I
Lev
thought you
and
hard
Riv went
committed
for
for the
Lev.
rest
They
of the
turned
season.
me into a. I was flattened to the status of a loose leaf sheet after watching Haven
Dramatic,
against
okay.
EG.
But for
That
a hot minute, you had some hope.
Oh yeah,
When they were
that's
down
that's
on
why I was
8,
so
you were like,
flat.
And the new guys gonna actually make a
Game
difference
2?
today
I
for
think a little bit
2G.
more of a mix-up, though.
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't know, man. It's like a last-minute thing.
I
It's
can't
not
wait
like
to
it's
see
a planned
Demon
thing.
One. I think he's gonna
They just
evolve a
needed
lot
to find
through the
someone
week in
that
the Smokes role.
was
I
in
think that's how
America
Demon
that could
Fire.
speak
I think
Portuguese.
so. Well,
Yeah,
we'll find out very
Not,
soon. That's the good news. And then we can
I imagine
go
they
back
were
to our
very
hot
limited
takes
for
here on
options.
this. Our teams are ready to take to the stage. So let's get this day started. It's Loud versus 2G and Cloud9 versus Leviathan. VCT America starts right now.
What game did Wyatt come before Valor? Like Overwatch, right? I think most of these guys came from Overwatch apart from Sean. Did he? I don't know, I'm just guessing. You lot know better than me.
Vai ser um jogo bem pegado. A gente se conhece muito bem, somos 2 times brasileiros. Então, no geral, vai ser uma partida que vai ser decidida mais no tático. Acredito que o time que se adaptar melhor vai conseguir fazer uma partida melhor.
Chad, did TF2 have like a
E daí
pro
vai ser
scene?
o vitorioso.
Sensacional!
Eu acredito que esse próximo jogo contra a Loud vai ser um jogo bem interessante, porque são 2 times que, além de ser brasileiros, eles acabaram perdendo o primeiro jogo, então vai valer bastante pra gente. Eu acredito que o fator emoção assim faz parte de todo time brasileiro, mas eu acredito que o time que for mais racional e conseguir fazer o melhor jogo possível vai ser vitorioso.
But it'll be the
Então,
same as like the CS
acredito que não vai
source
ser muito
scene
pra
back
esse
then,
lado.
right? Those
Somos um
games
time
were
muito
popular at the
melhor
same
no
time.
kart
It'll be
em
like
termos de
max money for a
tática e de
tournament
mira,
will be
então acredito que vai ser um jogo bem legal pra quem
2k,
vai for assistir
maybe 1000.
e que vença o melhor.
It'll be like there's nothing to play for, I would imagine.
And it's time to
Sachi
meet
played
our
TF2
two teams as
with
they're
Nuke,
taking
yeah.
to this
Wait,
stage
really?
for the first match of the day. Loud getting an opportunity for revenge after 2G took them down in an off-season tournament. This time, of course, the 2G prodigy Spike isn't in the mix to put them in their place. Now, on the other side, 2G, unfortunately, you know, they're coming off of a quality loss from last week, but they're not able to build on what went right for them just then.
Is that true? I don't know, man. We're either getting one guide, but it sounds like it could be true. They both played the same game. Can't imagine there was many people good at that game.
They shouldn't be coming out today feeling any pressure about having to get this win. Now on the other side of things,
I feel like this guy didn't have anyone to fist
bump.
bump.
Like a must-win in their schedule.
What went on there?
Yeah,
They need to get back to 1-1.
This is frankly,
Loud have
when
to
you're looking at the
26-0?
group,
I mean,
every
no,
team's like, this is our
but
free win at
a
this point.
2-0 should be on the
I don't
cards.
wanna be too disparaging against 2G. This team has 3 different players from the run that they got to this league with, which is so unfortunate for them. But that being said, Gobera, their initial sub, he's been pretty fantastic. I think he's been their best player so far in 2025, matter of fact. Oskia wasn't too bad against EG last week, so these guys have stepped up. Now we can see if their third new player is going to step up today as well.
No, they're definitely underdog, but the way they've
definitely underdog, they're like
the new lineup,
heavy underdog.
So they could definitely bite.
I don't think anyone expects them to get over 10 rounds on a map.
First bloods to open up these rounds.
Apart from them.
Play loose, and honestly, they can get Loud on the back foot really quickly. And Malal said mental will play a factor if 2G take the lead early here.
Yeah, I absolutely.
Do you think G can make masters?
If they
When will you start believing? Dude, I'm already believing.
Please, for the love of
I'm
God,
believing in 2 teams at the moment. I believe MIBR before yesterday as well, so I'm not like late on the train. And then I believe GE. They're the 2 that I think are going to be like maybe taking the 3rd spot, maybe 2nd spot for Toronto. I'll tell you what, the GE one is definitely the boldest.
We should be winning this already. That's when it really begins to spiral out of control.
The GE one is definitely the boldest. But I saw good stuff. So I'm like in for it.
Let's take a look at our maps.
2 convincing maps, I'm like, sure.
On either Lotus
Atticus
or
Kodiak
on
with the Prime, thank you
Pearl
for the 4
or
months. Thank you.
maybe
Am I coming to Toronto? I don't know. If they ask me, I'll go. If not, I'll stay at home.
Right now, Loud's
As simple as that.
And you can see 2G wanting to start on attack right there. I think this is a decent map, and we've seen some underdogs really start off swinging on this attack half of Lotus.
That said, though, 2G, when they played it just literally last week against UG, they played that double duelist comp on it, which was not the most common sight.
I like that comp, though, honestly, for a game like this, too. And on attack, when you're cycling the duelist ultimates, getting kill contract after kill contract.
Crazy to think that NRG wins against G2 next week. Probably a little bit crazy, yeah.
Other comps on attack. And they could get off
From what
to
we've
a
seen
nice
at the moment,
early
I think so.
selling
But
the
they are
group.
improving
This
week
is
by week.
possible. Hey, they get a pistol round. Silence gets a few kills if he's continuing to play ISO. All of a sudden, we might be cooking.
Have I got tomorrow GE or Boom? I think I'm the only one that's gone for GE out of the plat chat.
Before I get the cope
Yeah,
out.
exactly. That's honestly my main
gives
thing.
me the cope.
Yeah, that is a fact.
I read
On
YouTube
Loud's
chat,
side,
of course.
What composition do we expect to see
Tell me
here?
this is going to be a
We've
good
seen,
match.
plenty of footage,
As in
of
this
course,
match
from them
here,
on
I
Lotus.
can't say that.
Oh,
I don't want to lie to
They're
you.
probably going to go with like Fade Cypher.
Loud are going to look
And
good.
with the neon, which has been really strong on. I like that they pivoted to this look actually, with him being more neon focused.
Sleep, we got an alright amount of sleep.
Quick to go into the breach Teo in kickoff, but they like stepped away from it really quickly as well.
First team's playing it.
Yeah. Meanwhile,
we've switched it up. We have Silence on the Vice. PXS just 1-for-1 picking up the role of Zap. Again, was, you know, PXS traditionally playing Duelist or Sentinel, so we'll see how he can perform on a new role.
105 stream watch streak. Damn, dude. It's impressive.
They're playing straight up. Difficult comp.
Wait, we've had some little streams in there as well.
2G get it done against
You guys are not
Loud.
ready
Let's
for
head
the
to our
2G
first map and
masterclass?
Send it over to your casters for this
I'm
one.
in
We
for it.
have the duo of Uber and Ender standing by.
Thank you very much, Zoe and the desk. We see 2 Brazilian teams at a bit of an inflection
Damn,
point
Prodigy's
here.
is out here
One has come
flexing
off
as
their
well.
third game against Crew in 4 officials, trying to find out where they sit in the grand scheme of things. And I think it's safe to say that our 2G team got some soul searching to do.
Yeah, well, the other team,
Mr. Sorry, thank you for saying that, bro.
Year, right?
Thank you.
All losses for them. They're coming in after the loss of their IGL, after bringing in
I don't know why the
PXS.
Fossilbot timed you out. Maybe because of the spam of the emotes, but I appreciate you saying that, dude. Thank you.
Start, load up
Hope
fast
you're
for Samsung
okay.
SSDs as we head into Lotus. And this 2G team only have 2 of the players remaining that they ascended with now. They're looking completely different. PXS
Okay, we got Loud on defense, we got 2G on attack. Let's see if they can get off to a good start.
Change for 2G.
It's a comp change, but in theory, maybe an easier comp to play. PXS picking up Breach. Not the hardest agent to go ahead and implement. Right
Who's
now,
the new
just working
player?
that
This
front
guy.
B space next to the Tejo. The rest of his team works into sand, potentially looking to open this door and pinch into front B.
A lot of progress towards the
What an opportunity for this guy. Let's get to the random call-up.
Chunk of the map carved out by Loud as slowly we start to tend in that direction. There's of course the chance for Loud to descend upon them, or at least for DJZine to do so through door.
Sound can go up a little bit, right? I think. Let me put it here. Should be a bit better.
Ready from Loud's defense. They can look to open this door and really catch out 2G in the
Pancada, no Omen Flash. That incredible stun from Vinny. Hit all 5.
Still want to make this way in. KalenZine though, able to take his pound of flesh before he ducks back to cover.
Speaking of good stuns, DJZine had a nice one.
Still no plant yet. A little bit awkward as 2G trying to make their way out towards Waterfall, and now once they get to the fight, they're able.
Yeah, the HPs are just too low, huh?
LT and Gabera though, low, clinging to life is Loud, want to close the net.
There's no comfortability to plant the spike. 2G have to fight their way out of this. Vinny is low, but the lurk is coming in with the Cypher on the other side. That's 3 now for DJZine. But Vinny is just trying to stall out as long as possible. We're down to 20 seconds. That flank comes in. It's all over for 2G.
Yeah.
And the setup's there for the defenders.
I guess a good start.
Vinny's just
Timing's a little bit unlucky with the drone there.
2G is trying to hit this C site. There's a fault line that immediately throws their plans into disarray. And again, everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face.
Exactly, right? And I think importantly,
Is a new guy playing assistant coach? No, he's an actual player.
Coming in from the attacking side.
Lives in America, speaks Portuguese.
And do a lot of damage while the rest of his team came rotating in off the stun.
No idea in terms of like what team he used to play for.
Trying to get your breach util lined up with your Teo setup. Now with the player just coming in, it's tough to have a just add water solution for this comp. Now towards Mound, DJZine wants to try and assert himself a little bit here.
Yeah, he can one-shot everyone.
Does throw that relay bolt out, but wants to hang around towards Mound still.
Fight scene on the A side of the map too. So far, 2G have been effectively stalled out towards sand.
They said he used to play with Shannon. Oh, okay.
On PXS either, they'd have to swing into the line of DJZine's outlaw. So I think good news from them is they're just going to grab the orb, maybe rotate back into A, see if they can play for that. Pretty sure Kawa took it on the other side, but
oh, not too bad at the moment. A little bit of pressure over towards C. Obviously, we've got the one person spawning over towards A. Spots 1. Let's see what the 3 do. Do they push? Do they rotate?
It's really about layering that util together.
Yeah, layering the
oh boy, look. Even though the one's been pushed back, like the one is still holding this.
Get some info at times.
Big Jewel goes in. Okay, Teo jump spotted. And they smoke themselves up. Honestly, it's kind of nice what they did. Still gonna lose the round, but there's definitely teams that might have rotated a little bit more than Loud did.
2 years here wants to wait though for a little bit of reinforcement as Pancada provides it. Paranoia thrown out. Still no plant of the spike. Gabera helps himself to the outlaw.
Only 10 seconds coming in. Players on every single line, but Outlaw's doing some work. Time to get the spike down. It's a 2-on-2.
They have better guns. They got
it's pretty big, but you're still gonna get this plant.
It's doable.
Now Gabera stuck in a 1v2. 2 years and Pancada. Only Ghosts to work with here. But in a position to double face on this, but the spacing's not quite there. 2 years has to challenge. Then he bails Loud out of what could have been a bit of an embarrassing situation.
That was super winnable. At one point, it was a 2v2 and they had Ghost against Outlaw
take
Bucky.
That from 2G. The spike plant too, because one of the things, if they had fallen there before getting the spike down, that's 2 rounds in a row. You don't have the spike. You don't have any kills on any of your big players. So the ultimates would have been looking bad. But as it stands, a big round 2 from Gobera. Now you've got the tail to work with.
And they were already
he touches the grass most out of the mobs.
So clearly that Armageddon has a part to play in their overall strategy now heading into this first gun round.
I feel like it's not Prodigy and Fio. And it's not
the
bacon.
Outlaw was saved over, but 2G knowing
That's what
that
I'd say.
full heavy themselves.
Anyone else can
Shouldn't be
take
too
it.
many issues, but keep your eyes on Vinny playing over in tree right now.
I think
Big
that's accurate.
sunline if 2G try to fight into that rebel space.
Play off the haunt things as well, but so far 2G not caught out by that.
Cooper?
Got a lot of passive
Nah.
info gain here. Cypher Cam to spot any push up in this 2G's direction.
What's the bonus
By the
like?
way, Vinny has a sheriff
Bonus is
in
okay.
tree behind door.
Everyone
Off
gets
of the
heavy armor
Cypher
for the
cam, he is
Outlaw.
going to be trying to wallbang, get a headshot kill off of the camera.
Augusto,
then
thank you
spotting
so
it
much.
through
Hold
that
on, let me
little choke point.
Might not be needed here. Benkata just takes
so
the lane.
let me watch the round and then I'll
Follow
read
up there
this,
on the
but
fault
looks
line
like the round isn't going to last too long.
Digizine, it's been a
There's
little
an open C
haphazard
site.
over
We'll
on
see
this
if they
side
can
of
do
the
a
map, but he'll
2v4.
take his one.
EXS is a
LZ
Brazilian
silence now,
American.
no.
Played
Path
for
is clear,
Villa.
mostly to hit this seaside.
I'm going to butcher
Remember,
this.
Gobert falling
Villa
early
do
means no tail ult in this
Zanatsu.
round.
Right?
This is
This
a
last bit.
bonus
Played
for
with
Loud
Shannon.
that 2G find themselves severely outnumbered in.
He also played in Zelos
So far,
with the
Latin only
2G
surprised
coach.
as to where 2G
Oh,
opted
okay,
to
so
go
that's probably
here.
how he got the
camera
gig
in
as well.
Baby door. There's a trip on B. So they
Augusto, thank you for
want to
the...
narrow down the possibilities pretty quickly, and Picada's
that.
playing more passively towards this whole side, seeing
for the
that heat will
knowledge.
come his way. And
Just trying to knife it.
Locked up by the wall is
They're kind
not
of
good
late
news.
here.
But if you look at 2G, they've actually separated down numbers. They need some hero plays out of these individuals. Silent's going to take the first fight into Link, but it's not going to be there.
quite a round for Pancata so far. LC just has to stay tucked and try and stop any potential defuse, but he's up against a veritable horde of interlopers, and here they come. Cowan's in around the corner. Not bad for LC,
That's
but running out of
unlucky.
bullets.
Is
3 kills
LZ
for
the
him
guy
on
that had the
round.
clip on
But Lad
Abyss?
will have their third.
The sheriff one?
That fight over
This
towards
guy can
main
shoot,
was just
though.
crazy.
I think it's the same
fault
guy.
line came in delayed into the
It
rounds.
is, yeah. This guy can
I'm not
definitely
even
aim.
sure if that came off of information
bit of
or
a
was just
beast.
a timing look from them, but resulted in 2 kills nonetheless.
I mean, if it was just a timing look, that was perfect, considering that 2 players look at this out
Oh, it
in
was
the
off
open.
contact. There you go.
Digizine just goes 1 for 1 there. And again,
Spike comes back. I mean, Spike will come back.
Mound part of the map.
I have no idea what will happen.
LZ almost bailing out again. First Cabrera, then LZ almost.
You would
just not enough to get
imagine.
2G. 3Ks for
Honestly,
both
I
those
actually,
players.
mate,
Still sees them with a
wouldn't be
fat
able to
goose
tell
egg.
you.
And time for a timeout here after that first gun round goes awry.
Yeah, this is a tough calling a timeout this early. Like, you don't have really anything to work on. You know, 2G themselves have been playing a few
There's
slow
no way they don't
rounds.
put him
They've
in?
seen
Yeah,
the
they put him in.
Breach
It's just
Sun
like, who do they...
held all the way until
they
their
change?
exec in the pistol. Then they see it on that A main fight there in the last one. Not too sure what the coach is.
The second game is C9 against
Maybe
Lev.
exploiting Loud's play.
Yeah,
Are you
again,
already
you're
thinking
probably
about the
trying
second
to
game?
Identify some trends, but 3 rounds is not a
Telling
lot
me
of
this
data,
game's
especially
over?
when only one of them was a full gun round. But Coach Faith saw here, obviously led this team through a very tumultuous ascension process.
Hear it in my
Despite the
voice.
fact
Look
that
for
they now
2G
are
to win
two
good
of those
rounds and not
remaining
the match.
individuals.
Yeah, I don't give him high
Whereas
percentage,
Loud,
man.
I mean, like I said,
I give him really low percentage.
The last 4 officials, they've played crew 3 times. The most recently,
silliness.
it's a competitive series, I suppose, but they end up beating each other on each other's maps, and it's really one-sided both ways.
If an event
Split
was
is
to
a
come
bit
to
of a
Iceland, would you
grind,
step
so there's
outside of the house or stay in
we
and
have a
go
lot of
stream?
questions
I mean,
still
I would
about
go
what this
to it.
Loud team is capable of.
Would be like
outside of their
20 minutes
individual
away
level,
from
which we
me.
know is there.
Yeah, and outside of them against Brazilian teams, they typically farm those 4-1. Also, Digizin making the pivot in kickoff. He was playing the Rays on this map, but I think people.
I think those days are over, though.
overreacted maybe a bit
The only
to
reason
the
Iceland
nerfs
was
initially.
so often was because of
Pretty
COVID
effective on
stuff.
this agent, using it now to catch the timing, dodge away from the breach.
No
data
champs this
utility.
year? Again,
Okay, so
If Riot
that
asks
might
me,
be
I'll go.
Part of the conversation. Hey, we know Digizin's playing pretty aggressively towards Mound.
I know that there's like,
even if
I know
you
there's a
take
lot
that
of streamers
space,
that
he
like
will
ask
find a way
Riot to
punish
go.
you. LZ's able to push
I'm
up,
not
get
that guy.
tucked here. Find that one, and this is going to force Pancata right back onto this A site. Well, not too far back, as he's always looking for a bit of a fight. Silence might look to try and fill this space. Wants to imply a move up here, but Pancata is unrattled.
Everyone right now from 2G on a solo mission, it's falling apart, right? The spacing towards A main. You've got LZ trying to take the timing before Silence is quite there. Now using the missiles to break open the door. They're finally doubled up, and that's going to be a good look for them.
It's very
That's what we
doable,
plan now into B.
2v4.
Again, some
Gonna
trips
get
here
a
over
good
the side,
plant.
they should be cleared
Still has
easily
drone,
enough,
never gonna
but
have a chance to use it,
Frank's
but
not
has
able to be
ult.
put down now just to
Door
prepare for
opens,
this.
so they're gonna...
Theft. Everyone's seeing.
Ooh, okay.
Again, one towards upper.
Ah, it's a shame.
Here's Digizine now finding his third in the round. He got busy over at C yet again and will finish off the job. With that Neon ultimate, there's a huge pick he finds on Askia there. Able to find a kill over towards the player, I think trying to flank him at C. He does a lot of work, even though we don't see it in this round.
Honestly, I think round 5 is going to be the do or die for 2G, right? You're on the attack side of Lotus. This side massively
Imagine how different the league would be if M81.
Yeah. Dropping 4-0 after losing
big fumble by them.
The anti-bonus. It is show up now or
Spike was also a huge factor.
And that's that sort of Taeho ultimate that's been held since like round 3 or so now. This is what's happening behind the scenes. Digizine just tearing things open after LZ. Spikes, rather Silence try to make something happen in the A side.
Looks to me like 2G are going to try a more committed A lobby fight. They've done a lot of the slower play, but Loud are sort of calling their bluff, drawing out a wall, a stun, seizing the space back immediately.
Yeah, a ton of early util here from the defenders.
Okay, big buy rounds.
Despite that
Let's
Prowler
see.
needed to be cleared, Relay Bolt will catch onto the Aura, but it's not a line that Digizine can capitalize on.
PXS just stunned Dasky.
Not great.
It's all good. They got the space anyways.
Yeah.
Smoke goes down onto stairs, but I
Okay,
still
they
like
take
Loud's
A.
positioning. They're leaning 4 players on this
Question
side
mark
of the map.
created. They got a
Pancada, by the way,
smoke,
has
yeah.
the ultimate, so as the C anchor, he can quickly rotate into
Stay
A
around.
for the fight.
They haven't really done too much.
DG need to figure out how they
Waiting
tease Loud out
for
of
recharge
formation on this
util,
A side.
maybe?
It's just a flashpoint deployed there. 2G still hiding in Baby Door, so 2G are no closer to satisfying their win condition in this round than they were a minute ago.
Yeah, you can kind of expect with Gobera moving back in towards C to use the drone into that space, maybe try to fake some kind of hit. They threw out the Vise flash too, so that's 2 players seen, but you can see
They don't like what they've seen
at all.
There's nothing to be gotten. Maybe a last-minute pivot over towards the B side. They've got to get through a couple of these plays.
Big
It's
Joe.
going better over on the A side at least. Get down. Digizine eventually caught out here. PXS able to try and
they
make
take
his
that
way
one.
through tree. But
Spike goes over towards B. Damn, dude, we're on the board. Pancada's been good, but this is too much.
And Pancada, after having ulted away, is it a one
I mean,
versus four?
they just want individual duels. Digizine messed up a little bit.
Really tough spot to play this round. It's good post-plant utility for 2G, so I don't really think Pancada's going to try for anything here. Maybe play for some exit frags, take some guns away. Money's not too great from 2G.
It just looks like a muddy around. That push up into tree. Got a bit messy. Pancada seems inclined to attempt something here, at least maybe look to keep a lid on the economy as some of 2G want to filter out of this B side back to safety, but they have taken the safe routes away. And there will be nothing for Pancada to see. Trying to go for a tickle here. 2G have time. He's going to harvest a util for the Taeho on the side. Quick double back for 2G, and they will.
Hey, you got one.
Could have been scary, but give up a gun.
You got one.
I'm glad 2G were in range to hear that spike defuse because he
Taeho, yeah,
absolutely
dude,
had
it's
time
so
to
annoying
pull
sometimes.
any util to stall it out.
I said I
You're right, this
thought
trade
that
fight was a little bit muddy
I said I thought the
from
nerf
Loud,
would come
for sure
in
slipping up on the
for
micro, but I like the
Toronto.
macro
I mean
idea
for
from
champs,
2G,
but
right? The fake
honestly,
was obvious,
I think
right?
maybe
Loud
for
weren't
stage
fooled by
2.
that, but then those 2 C players ended up
Like
walking
when I'm
front
visually
B
watching,
to
if
set
I
up
if
full
I
open
are visually
into the
watching these
site for the
games as
boost.
well,
That
even
was
if it's
very
like
well
10%
called
of the
from
games that
2G's
we
side.
watch,
After
you
finding
can
very
just
little on
see
the
that
A side
it's.
that round and dealing with all the
First of all,
util to block them
it's
out.
not good.
And
It's not
that's
fun.
LZ stepping into the
It's not fun
IGL
to
role for
watch.
the first time for this
It's
team.
awful. Second of all, it's super strong.
Commits
And
the
then,
Prowler.
third of all,
And
if you
the
don't
rest
watch
of
anything, you
Taeho
just look at the
utils coming in. He
numbers.
might look to try and get
It's got like a
ahead of this
70%
and
pick
ends up
rate.
being riddled with bullets inside the dark cover.
Still big ultimates for
So
2G to play with.
I think I'm going to change my Taeho nerf date to
Cleared away.
beginning of stage 2.
I think after the success of the last
Like
round,
right
looking
after
for this,
Toronto.
slow pace,
Or they like
re-hit
announce it
into
during
angle
Toronto.
is going to be the move. They just show the paranoia actually and are moving back into C. Only Pancada there to hold them.
It's a pretty big commitment on the A side of the map. Here comes that dimensional drift though. Gate crash and Pancada will be spotted out here. He has to know exactly what the game plan is from here on out. Trapwise spotted. Clone is going to trigger it. Askia likely going to emerge here up towards the side and try and make the play. Loud are getting ready though. Set up towards halls.
Yeah, Vinny's got a stun ready to go as well. So as soon as the spike goes down, I think Loud are going to get moving.
Pancada has a swing, doesn't see a whole lot, and
Oh,
that's a
no,
paranoia
flash.
that does
Neon
connect with the
sends
player
it.
over towards the side.
Ooh.
Digizine is first up. 2 is going to try and
Flash
work it
didn't
from
really
waterfall, but
do
Digizine falls.
much.
Fault line connecting onto
Oh,
the
it's a
side
great
for now.
tail.
And there's that Armageddon that's been held onto for the longest time. Clears that space and puts time pressure on Loud.
Tons of pressure, yeah. With
Yeah,
Pancada
very
getting
nice.
shot out too.
2 in a
Loud
row,
getting
5
called to
surviving,
safe.
money's
They're 3
here.
on 4. They've just taken way too much damage. Look at Tui's and
They're,
Pancada.
they're
down
in
to
this,
so little
chat.
HP.
They're in this.
That'll be that. 2G going to be able to get their second on the round, and it was really up to Digizine and 2 years, right? One on the site, one by that waterfall area. Neither really able to find anything to speak of. So 2G exiting around, chance to build some economy, to get a spike plant. They keep all their
Reduce the
rifles,
distance.
all
I
good
think
sides.
Very good signs. Whether it's
they normally go for like easy fix.
At the start, finding the first blood.
Easy fixes has always been what normally goes down. So I do just think they up the.
I think that tail ult was really effective too at dividing
how long
up
it takes to
ladder.
regen.
One player running back into spawn, 2 other players trying to run in and take the fight. Completely separated the actual side players.
They were so OP. Is it excusable for teams to not play him? I mean, yeah, you can still win. You can still win games without playing him. There's other broken agents at the moment. That's the issue. It's just the fact that this is the easiest to use.
And we go once more. Fight for Mound.
It's the easiest to use and it combos insanely well.
Pretty far forward trap wire.
Bloyton, thank you so much for the prime. Appreciate the 9 months. Thank you for that. Thanks for the prime.
Doesn't even look like Tooz has placed the camera yet either. Some options to work around with that is they tap the front B door to put a lot more pressure on that solo anchor of Kawa. He falls back.
It's just the fact that you can make, you can do theory with a Teo. Like you could literally do the theory and be good with this comp in a day. That's all the practice you would need, in my opinion.
Shoot that thing.
All right, Gatecrash dealt with. Here comes the stealth drone as well. Everything including
like 4 scrims.
Sync now.
Server time for an hour before. Server time midway through. I think you can get pretty good with this comp.
The defenders back onto the A side, but 2G not committed yet.
Whole bunch of util spent to clear that
so
out.
simple and easy to learn everything.
Onto the fault line. So getting into tree could be big. He's just going to face it with the stun. Turning around the corners, Dudges in. Doesn't even care. Gets the opener and
pivot over towards B is actually kind of nice here.
Yeah, again, it's a contingency of heading over
Does Tui stay? Oh my god, he pushes forward. That is not the reaction, my guy.
Can't play from upper, it's smoked out anyway. So again, 2G with a late round pivot to B.
Pixel, thank you so much. Thank you. Appreciate that.
4 players need to work through upper and Lincoln, and Nightfall will herald their arrival.
Ult goes in. In reaction, Visal goes in. There's a really important jewel at door. Bro. Chat, this is... Especially if... so Loud definitely need a timeout. If Loud are gonna make individual mistakes like this, they honestly will struggle on this map.
Have a good old college try. He'll find absolutely nothing. So 2G again, like it's such a huge dump of util early in these rounds. Just
the mid-rounding was good. No, the mid-round for 2G here was really nice. In the 4v5, it's like the best thing they could possibly do.
And they just duel well.
Yeah, Tui's kind of disrespected the ability for players to just be up in the front.
Mr. DRX game is freeing good on Sentinel. Oh, bro. His Vice looks really nice. His aim just looks insanely good.
The coin did not come up heads for him and is punished for it.
This is that deft little sidestep by Digizine. And that's 2 years, yeah, again, with 2 angles to cover, essentially.
I could be trolling. I'm not sure if Tui's ever put down his camera that round.
This round was just Loud making mistakes. Oh, for sure. This is like the best example of like the domino effect. Got one person. There was one earlier today on Pacific as well from PaperX, I think. Well, I say one. There's honestly about 10 from PaperX, but this is like one of the better examples. One person makes a mistake and everything just goes wrong. Then you end up like using an ult, and then they can use an ult back, and then it just becomes so costly all because of one mistake.
Good delay on that camera, trying to see if it was going to be fake pressure into rotating A or that pause into a re.
Okay, force them down to an eco. Money is outrageous, by the way. So 7K, we got a lot of people that are 5K, so they can all get relatively close to 8-9K. They create pressure over towards C, isolate the one over towards A. You'd argue that maybe he played a little bit too aggro as well, but still nice.
Get a little active there on the eco round. Yeah, maybe Vinny can do some damage here, stall out with a stun to rotate players in, and that Stinger backside we've seen teams really struggle to deal with.
That Teo util hits pit and back A. Vinny, those had time to get to upper. They're off the side entirely allowed. These Stingers, though, they do want to try and dive in and get their feet a little wet. Cowanzine only able to find LZ for his trouble, and it's up to Pancata, who, again, hailing public transport to get to A still.
Yeah, I feel sorry for Pancata.
How about that?
A lot of time he's just left 1vx.
4 rounds in a
okay,
row?
incredibly rough start for 2G. When they started getting their guns, they just look better, which is worrying.
Over for me. But no, TUG have brought
This
it
is the
all the way
first time
back.
PXS
Now it's
has ever
Loud
played
calling a
Breach.
timeout on the other
He mostly
side
plays Jet,
after
Rage, Chamber.
Delayed, you know, refights over into A.
I mean, yeah, it's gonna be a hard one for him, but
it's pretty clear to see that Loud are trying to be assertive to gain control of Rubble. But there's one round where they like lose a player through smoke.
when you get the
There's
call
another
up,
where
you
they
gotta
end up
do
just
it.
having to get that space and allow 2G to pivot over towards the B side and punish
Yeah,
TUGs on his own.
this literally is going to be a timeout of
just
just, guys, we can't make individual mistakes like this. Like, we keep
passively
giving
towards
away a
C, the
kill.
fade, scouting front
And
B,
then on a
and
map
then
with
Breach
3
Neon
sites where the
hand in
rotates
hand
are so
into A,
important,
but
you just
because
get
they're
so
spreading
wrecked.
their resources so thin in these
It doesn't even need to
mid-round
be anything
fights,
tactically,
they're
like, they're
getting
tactically playing
outnumbered. And
fine.
unless they're catching a great timing
They're
off
just making
utility,
unnecessary
it's pretty hard
risks.
to punish, and their B side also becomes a problem without Cypher utility to keep it covered in the mid-round. So I'd expect Loud to make a big pivot coming into a round like this, maybe change the location of Cypher, maybe fight more aggressively with a stack of 3 or 4 players instead of spreading out so much.
How would you fix Paper
There's
X?
a sense that even though they're quite thinly
I think it's too
distributed,
late, man.
Loud don't want to play for these retake scenarios if
I think
they
it's
can
too
help it,
late.
right? Like 2 years is smoked in upper on B and he still wants to push
The thing is that
towards Link. He wants to,
there's
you know,
so many
Loud
different
don't
routes.
really
We were
want
speaking
to
about it
allow
earlier. There's so many
2G into
different
the A side of
routes.
the map, lest they, you know, go be late in the round and
They've like
force the
gone with a
defenders to be on
route
the outside looking
which
in. But that
is going to
4
take a
rounds
good
in
amount
row
of
for
time,
2G,
and they
whichever
don't
way you
have
slice it.
time.
The bank has been built up beautifully. They're still got a rolling thunder to work with.
And again, they're doing the 2-on-2.
If I was to
and
join the
it's pretty
team now,
consistently been 2 players into tree, opening the
I
door early,
would-
maybe using the stun if they see someone. Feels a little passive for me.
Honestly, I would go heavy double duelist.
Cam a bit further out.
I would scrap the rolls at the
Calls that
moment.
one way to play
I
off
would
of.
make sure something
Respected by
plays
2G. For now.
Prac and then plays about
Carter, though, back
8
hand
hours of
pretty darn
ranked on
full, and
Euro a
you've got
day.
to win those in that
And
position,
just
but
tell him he's got to play
completely
Euro every
overwhelmed
map,
there by
basically.
2G.
That's what
Euro
I'm
or
talking
Chamber
about.
every map.
Loud are overextending themselves.
Just
going
double
for fights on
duelist.
multiple fronts without much utility to play off of on C. That's an ego fight from Pancata.
But I think he could get good in a week.
Not easy for him to get out of that spot either.
No.
Jing ISO,
Really
yeah.
not when he's taking the fight. You gotta
Jing
take it out
ISO,
immediately, but
Jing
Callus
raise.
sort of trying to take this fight with teleport coming up on high. 2G are into the sight.
Here we go, rolling thunder thrown out by the defenders. Is there a chance here for Loud to
It's a
capitalize?
good ult
No,
back.
Counter fire coming back.
I definitely think that
Vinny
DG's in
almost
to
caught out there.
clean this
Not
one up,
punished
though.
quite yet, but it's going to be a trade on the site. Loud down to 3, and they're still very much at the extremity
Just got
of
the
this, but look
spike
where
out in the
spike
open.
is.
How do these two
It's dropped
handle it?
there
They
in
have
C main.
salvos.
DGZ has
That's
a
the
line
only
on
bit of util they have to get this back a set.
3 players facing him.
Shot.
Oh, he's gonna fall. And that's just too early. Kalanzine is gonna be
Ooh.
late to the party, so Digizin getting it active here
Oh,
with
gosh.
the Zappy hands. 1 kill up from back in CT. Kalanzine now puts the pressure as Digizin falls back, but it allows the spike to go into the hands of Askia.
Telegraph, though, Digizine obviously makes a hell of a lot of song and dance about the
But
fact that he
Paper X
wanted
probably
to
shouldn't
fight
do
there.
that because they put so much time into trying
Under the cover
to have
of
like
that
normalized
smoke.
roles that
Extract the spike.
it would be probably a waste to
Expires. And now,
stop on the
DGZ and
path.
Kalanzine have got to
I
put
think
it
once
together.
you've chosen a
By
path in
starting
that team, you
CT
have to
with a
100%
very
it.
good read the players. At least one is going to be coming in from water.
Time of the essence, of course. There is a haunt here for Kalanzine that has just come
Would you
back
say that
online.
ISO is viable in every map? Almost every
2G
map, yeah.
Grouped up, LZ and Askia. LZ, one of the original
The only map that
ascended
probably it
of
doesn't
2G.
work on
And
is
Askia just doesn't have an opportunity to have backup from LZ. He's sat back
Right.
to spot. It's
Well,
doable,
honestly,
though.
no, I think every map.
The tap. Shots come in and DGZ exits with 4.
Okay, very nice. We
LZ
said
just loses
DG would
his
clean
nerve.
this one up. I didn't really think it would go
Hero
exactly
round.
like this.
I
If
mean,
we're just going to
look,
kind of
that was
speed
a
up, but obviously at the
4v5
spike.
round, no smokes for Loud, and he just gets 4 kills there fighting into sand.
It's funny
Yeah,
how
no, I think you
you
can
know,
play
Omen
ISO on every
dying
map.
early on defense like really changes the complexion of the round. You
Yeah.
don't have that stall
And it would
utility
look good.
whatsoever. No
The
paranoia,
ISO
work
win
with,
rate,
no
by the way, is
nothing.
very high at the moment.
Look where the spike gets dropped. It's the rolling thunders that come from both sides that throw things into utter chaos.
I think it's one of the reasons why they're going for that flank there, because they don't have smoke, so you can't let the other team play off site. That's not going to work. They're just going to be able to shoot you down.
Double duelist? Yeah,
coverage
double
against the
duelist. You
spike.
can't play
DGZ
solo
almost
ISO.
has the frag total of his team combined.
You would get wrecked
16
more than
to,
they're getting wrecked at the moment.
15.
Not too bad.
All right, here's DGZ on the swing. Oh, okay.
Everyone's
Well, 1
flashed.
for 1 allows Pancata at least to fill that space here towards Mount.
No
Finally
idea
shifted how
about
they're playing, but
Askia.
Twiz is playing so active, way in front of his utility towards A. It's
Everyone's
1-for-1
like,
sure. And
especially
also Askia is
Tui's,
punishing these
like he's
walk-ups
playing
from
really
Loud. This
aggro.
contact play that the defenders are trying to do on the extremities. Now
Nice
in
shot.
3v3, Vinny just quickly pops in there, and that is such a crucial kill. The spike loose towards the A side now, and time bought for Loud to get their ducks in a row.
Even Askia getting scouted out on site, and up in hand is uncomfortable. Doesn't have a gun to switch into. Loud tripled up in stairs.
Scary prospects. Oh, buddy. Now this little 3-piece from Loud makes short work of Gobera.
Oh, it's unlucky,
Askia
man.
now has a bite taken out of him, caught inside this util. It's a matter of time. The vultures are circling it. Okay, yep, all right, fair enough.
Oh, he only had one bullet with it.
Vinny, but eventually,
dude, when the no-scope hit, it's like, hold up.
I promise you, STK was calling for this sort of counter default, this different opening to round in the timeout, right? Didn't want to make it obvious the round immediately after the timeout, but here we come in, Cypher's playing to the seaside, it's an aggro piece into sand. I really like that look with the deep fault line too.
I mean, you called for this, you said one of the options for Loud is to like you go really aggressive and push very hard on one of those extremities, just like overload a side of the map.
In fact, now they win the default round, can run the aggro round again. Now 2G are wondering, well, is it a different kind of aggro round? Could they go back in the default? I would choose to go back to, honestly, what hadn't been working for them too well. In the default.
Okay, 6 defense side rounds here for Loud, nothing to scoff at. TP for LZ. Doesn't stick up, it doesn't see anything in.
Yeah, but it kind of gets the info though, so they know they don't have to use much heat.
Here for Loud on this B side. Comes in, want to find that initial timing. It won't be served up to him now. Vinny, well, in for a penny, in for a pound. He is trapped in that position and teaches in with it off, has to peer in.
Eyes on C right now, opening
It's
the
a
door.
nice fast B, yeah.
It's 2G on that
To be
fight.
honest.
It goes around and Tui's gets the first kill.
I think people
Louder
could,
trying to fight out through main,
people
but
could
the
steal
positioning
this
is
more with the
terrible for them.
Omen. Especially when people are playing like a Breach, Omen, or for knowing like exact info on where to Util is good. Normally can't really do it because it's like, what would you combo it with? But when people are playing Breach comps, this is actually a very nice strat on B.
These B hits have been very successful for them.
And this time too, LZ sticking back in B main, right? Sort of reading that that fight was going to
you
come
never
in
put
through
Scream
the
on
open door.
Senti?
That late dagger in the back
on
of Loud's
E1 is
flank
like
works
every round on
wonders for
Duelist.
Who
Who do you want me to put on Duelist instead? Yampy?
For sure. It seems like 2G in these B post plants have done a lot of sort of solo
Also, he wants to
plays in a way.
rotate,
They fight for a
so
lot
Senti
of these
doesn't
different
really
ways.
work for him.
There's 4 ways to attack into the B site. Usually teams will fight for 2 of them and they'll group up. 2G are playing 3 lanes, very individual, but it's working for them.
Okay, Cypher over at A site. This time it's going to be Digizin and Pancada once again, but again the weaponry not great. Neither of them. Lots to work with, but the Vandal in Digizin's hands will account for the Oru.
50-50
now to
Joe.
push out of C. A lot of control on this part of the map, and it's going to
They can definitely speed up as they see that ult go in though. 2 kill trips, and I like this from Tui's though. Much as he's been making some questionable plays, he goes to the area, leaves the site, and actually plays off of his trips to try to get some kills.
Not going to be relevant whatsoever this round.
Yeah, but the trips kind of give him a good amount of info. They know that at least pushing through this smoke is no one's close.
Much noise is ahead of
They could smoke here and push through.
Pancada sets up in that really
Oh, this was
nasty
nice though.
position towards Mount.
Another Visor, only hit the 2 here.
Secondaries only, time ticking down. They've got to start to make way towards this site. Still 4 players up here for 2G. A lot of that stall, that post line into the work with, but they're going to try and overload in a tree. Gobera finds himself just the 1. Still ticking away. 2G have to work with this now as PXS in upper is going to send that fault line in. As C's comes in, LZ can't be involved in this fight, but he's stuck inside the dark cover and finds his. Picard dives in. Just a 1-for-1. PXS has to stop this. But
yeah, pretty much after the timeout, right? They looked a lot better.
Exiting the half with that 7 defense side rounds.
Very successful
Protocol,
half there for Loud. 7 on
retakes,
defense
Util look good.
and recovering after losing 4
Still
in a
think
row
2G
in the
did
middle
great,
of
to be
that
honest
half.
with you.
Put up a
Like
really
4-0
strong
down
performance
to get
after that
5.
timeout.
Yeah, the adjustment is subtle, I think, at times here for Loud, but really quite effective. Making sure they converge and do play.
Where do we think Chet is signed to? Wait, did Chet get signed?
The first half of this defense side, where they kind of wanted to get ahead of it a lot of the time and served up a lot of free kills for players looking to clear angles on their own.
In Valorant or
Well,
CS?
folks, that is a pretty
I guess you guys are talking about
frenetic,
Valorant.
I'd say,
You
first
posted on
half of
Twitter.
Lotus. We'll be back after this break with round number 13 to see if Loud with this 2-round lead can keep it going.
Oof, stuck paying for that old phone? Don't be. You know, at Verizon, we'll pay off your phone. And you'll get iPhone 16 on us. That's a value of up to $1,600 only on Verizon.
Any coaches having a rough time? Anyone need assistant coach? GG. Could be tier 2. Could be tier 2. Could be like what Wait, who's the Sentinels Academy coach at the moment? Envy? Do they have a coach? Dapper? But they only have one coach, right? So it could be helping them out, and they could double head coach it or something. I'm just trying to think who has like money. They have 2 already, as in Sentinels Academy. It'll be M80. Yeah, I reckon you guys are right. It sounds like a tier 2 team.
It's quite clear that the individual
Cupid
quality
signed him,
is there,
okay.
and they've been able to leverage that. And some
I
messy
see. Liquid
rounds
chat.
to get 5 on the board. But for Loud, there's one individual
And
that
the Academy
stands
team.
above the others. It's Digizine with a 17-kill first half. He's been looking electric, and that pun is entirely intended.
Yeah, he's kind of a monster there on the Neon, especially that round he had the ultimate, pulling the 4K, getting the course corrected up against 2G. But now 2G moving on the defense, the harder half, they're trailing. And
We have no conflict. We got it checked.
See what PXS is able to do in the breach slot. 3 days ago, he was playing in Brazil Challengers. Now he's on the stage here.
Right. Yep, life comes at you fast. For better or for worse, as it may be. Paranoia here off the fault line timing. Ask you really.
Okay, must-win pistol for 2G.
Ultimately decides to gate crash out as he realizes that this has just been.
They insert the Neon, so they're obviously going back over towards C. They got the deep camera, they gave him full info here. They open the door, they pop the vines. Show pressure. Can they find the wall? It's the deeper wall than normal.
The spike is moving back
Yeah,
into
this is
C.
the play, mate. Perfect. Now they can go back over towards C. The lovely pistol.
Absolutely going to be catnip to LG.
It's good re-clear of the pressure, though.
You just want to stick around here.
I love this too, leaving Tui's in this space outside of
It says already
B&A,
been signed by...
hear the footsteps rotating out.
Wait, you guys are saying M8 isn't M80, yeah?
Okay, just chill for the time being. You're stunned up
You guys
inside
are
that
kind
dark
of saying
cover.
gentlemates right
Very
now.
quickly,
I don't
2G,
think
the
that's the
swarm of them
thing.
going to try and make their way over towards halls, but so much info gain. Cowan's in with the big C's that catches on the multiple, and LZ's forced to turn tail. Still whips around and finds the headshots. Unreal.
And this flank isn't coming in fast enough with how 2G are getting back onto the site. 2 players, Pancata and Vinny, pushed away from the site using the blast to try and stall out.
Smoke goes.
It's 1 kill for him. That might not be enough.
So many low HPs. Oh no, they gotta win some duels. Together, boys, together. Smoke. Let him spam a little bit. Tap it. Yeah. Nice. It's on. It's actually on.
2G though, great pivot into a defuse.
1-1 pistol.
That's great. How is LZ getting 2 kills there with the classic? Full stunned.
This is where
I know
someone
how.
says something.
It's a right click.
pithy.
It's just that simple. Like, what is this? Bro's full. Okay, the first one he wasn't stunned.
Dude, what is that second right click though? Look how bottom
connecting
right
on both of
is.
his right clicks.
Oh my
Hello?
goodness. All the right clicks went top left.
I mean, this is that individual quality we've got to talk about. LZ, 15 and 8.
Dude, Loud call like a near perfect round. Fully bait 2G into A. They've got a flank going on a fast timing with 2. He's hearing the footsteps. Nah, it doesn't matter. LZ's just going to kill everyone. It's on 15 kills.
A wise man once said, you get shot, you die. Loud definitely could be frustrating after that one because they did everything right, it felt, until the rubber hit the road. This time, actually a bit of a thrust in that B side direction. We'll draw out the Omen util. Smoked out, and Digizine will cross and embed himself.
Sheriff, Ghost,
Door side,
2G, not wanting to get eco'd, everyone buys a gun and double stingers.
Bait anyone to walk out of the smoke when he taps the door, but they're about to run into
LZ saved him? Yeah, he's got a couple of rounds.
PXS stun should be back up soon, so this is not going to look good in the moment.
Man, okay, Outlaw starting to sing. And it's a funeral dirge for Loud, at least for 2 years. And this is going to provoke them to pull right on back. And frankly, LZ hasn't taken a ton of real estate here towards A. Very disciplined, but surely an attempt for Loud here with 45 seconds on the clock to challenge for rubble control.
Again, hearing the footsteps come on through, though. Should be pretty
Okay, mate, you can get out of there.
No ball
Smoke
line actually
close,
being charged.
TP away.
Help this guy out!
How is LZ out of there? And he still has a TP as well, just in case he gets a bit messy. Loud path entirely through tree though. LZ can catch a nasty paranoia and bleed more clock. Now he can get embedded on the site with his stinger.
God, he really might farm this.
LZ playing all on his own right now. Look at moving around the map. That's one kill for him. Tracks into the second floor, pulling out the ghost. That's some help from up above. 2G make quick work Loud on this round.
They only lost the stinger and 1 armor.
And I was worried maybe without Zap that this 2G team might be a bit muted, maybe a little bit quiet, maybe a little meek, demure even. Yeah. No, they're definitely making some noise out there on the stage, and after a round like that, you can't blame them. They have evened up the game after a conversion on the pistol.
I'm not gonna lie, that fault line came in way too late from PXS, but it didn't matter somehow. I don't know how LZ's able to survive there. Then he's getting the perfect paranoia, sprinting into backside. Look, he's getting the kills, he's getting the util down, he's calling the game. There's a far cry from the teleport into the Cypher trip against
Oh, the nasty, nasty Haven map. All right, little cam action there.
Hope. For sure. There's 2 people that can get 1 shot right now.
Can't connect there. I mean,
whoa, it's a great start, and they picked up the orb over towards A. They're thinking ahead. They're gonna try to get ults early.
What's going on here? This is 2G's
Wait, they have a really good shot. They have a really good shot at this.
The kiss of the outlaw. There's only that half armor.
Important that Digizin on the Neon, who's taking first contact, does have the heavy armor, so not as punishing in theory if they do exec into the Oru.
Oh, we're really going back to the raid boss. Okay.
I don't know.
He is the raid boss. More close, TP to site.
Cover himself away, so he'll give up a little bit of the A side, but
the drone's incredible. They lose A control. They insta drone to see if the plan was to pivot. Sorry, was to go into a B split.
Still got full util. There's options now if LZ wants to fight up against the opening of the door.
Go over towards A. LZ is a little bit in trouble though.
Complete rat angle in the
yeah, they gamble a little bit over towards C. LZ's got to do a lot here.
No. What is this positioning?
That's unlucky. Probably should have left side, but kind of almost got one.
Oh, PXS! Pancada able to abuse that 10 spot there to find an easy one, and Silence will swing into this line. Pancada's able to get away just in time.
Okay, it's about damage now.
25 in a second.
DG's in up here, can tank a shot, so.
Saskia trying to make so much noise coming in from heaven. The rest of his team working out from main side, but as he falls, it all goes down on these 2 players outside stairs. Good fight from Vinny, the swing from Kalanzine.
Okay, look kind of convincing from Loud here. They just, first of all, 2G gambled because they didn't have info over towards C. Right, so they gambled heavier over towards C, and then the one played a little bit individual over towards A. Maybe the numbers you want to get out of there.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like 2G got every insane timing possible and then didn't make it happen. Whether it was this fight here, Pancada turning around, PXS can't quite get the kill. The fight that LZ took backside too.
Vice forms are so busted right now. Oh, for sure.
But can't get
Chat,
the
on
shot
the contract
either.
sign
Like,
gift, to stamp the contract, it shows the Gentlemates logo. Yeah, but I mean, that could be bait. I just don't think it would be Gentlemates. I really don't.
Once again, assertive play towards Rubble, even more so than previous rounds from 2G. That does mean that Mound is going to be a little easy to conquer.
Yeah, and Silence put his wall over on B this round, so doesn't have that extra layer of defense. Yeah, it's really just his gun against the world on C.
Launching thorns.
That smoke coming in, Digizine does clear the Razor Vine for essentially free. Camera also thrown down for 2 years, and Silence doesn't really have the backup.
It doesn't really make sense.
Through that. Finally, Askia joins him.
And the tier 2 teams that you guys were mentioning earlier makes way more sense.
He broke the camp from back CT, so Silence position might be less predictable.
Okay.
It's still getting cleared with the utility. That is brutal.
Yeah, Seas and that aftershock combined perfectly to guaranteed elimination. What is LZ looking for? Just to try and reinforce here from back halls. Pancada. Stealth now completely dispensed with.
Yeah, let's see it. Omen flow, Omen flash breach damage.
Oh, but it's messy. They can't be able to get forward though, and 2G just rushed themselves.
Yeah, I think they run away with it now as well. They push him down to an eco.
That teleport over into the quick retake with
I think we lost the belief, chat.
Paranoia. Loud got up in their faces though. Nice post plant from them, not trying to risk it and back off play time off site. Just putting bodies into the mix.
Maybe an inflection point that round though. 2G's economy essentially broken. Just a really awkward retake attempt from them there. Got to feel like a lot of weight off your shoulders for Loud. Feel like you may
Ride
start
did not
to get
announce the
clearer
map
things here
rotation
on
for
this
the
attack
next
side
act yet.
after losing the pistol.
Probably because they're adding a new map in, right? So they'll wait a little bit later.
Like a fight over towards Rubble. fault line comboed with the blast, but Digizin is up in front of this.
We're overdue a map at the moment.
A side is open.
Yeah, no need to waste any time here. Loud definitely know they've got a huge economic edge. This time an A site that's pretty open might likely see Loud path 4 through tree once more. They're a little concerned about what could be waiting for them, Baby Door.
Yeah, sometimes you see on these egos full stack over towards the sites. Instead, they freeze it out and they wait. Now in a 4v5, expect 2G to go on some walks. So yeah, front B, we're getting a little bit active, seeing what we can find.
There's a camera there though for 2 years. There's actually so much to spot this out early. Vinny, they didn't have anyone to play off the fault line, but at least is able to waylay LZ.
Here. Yeah, as soon as this guy checks the camera, he's going to go, well,
for the defense into an area that is
2 pushed aggro.
Well, cordoned off essentially by
I don't know
these
if
trap wires.
The cam. Like,
wait,
are we aware of the step up? We're not.
Oh, okay. Golden opportunity goes begging for LZ. He kind of gives it up as well. And Loud don't look back. They realize they can probably still pressure this A side of the map here.
What is going on the map? We're teleporting into C because our Cypher's in there. There's still players in front B. 2G are up here, but not taking the fight.
They saw the Dink Sparks as well.
But at least the spike is on a site.
Right? It's still a good reaction from 2G in the 4v5.
We never clicked the camera front B. Doesn't matter. Knew he was there
LZ,
anyways.
I mean, they both missed a shot. It's not like it's a 50-50. 50-50 blame for it.
But they're so meticulous.
Sometimes it happens.
Almost schizophrenic about where they end up on the map. Silence brought down. It's coming up to PXS here.
Oh, no, make it stop, man. That's just not okay.
Make it stop.
Another 4K for Digizin. I would say 30 bomb not out of the question here. He is farming.
You think there's a chance for all the 4 champs APAC teams to be Korean?
I was
for
trying
sure.
to get some real fake stats
I would say there's a good chance for that.
For this event.
I like fake
was
stats.
like, PXS is coming out. I wonder if he's played against any of these guys before. Last year, he played against Digizin and Oskia, actually, on Hero Base. And he farmed Digizin. He was playing in the duelist slot. That's not happening this game. It has no bearing on this game.
I'm pretty sure you got someone impersonating me on Facebook. Yeah, someone else said this before. I don't know what I can do about it, mate.
Last year, I think like one of the criticisms was we're not seeing a lot of like the depth in the sort of LATAM and Brazilian region. Like, where are the tier 2 players, right? Everyone was saying it's so hard for them to get the experience to play unless they're already in America or can get, you know, somehow a shot onto some of these teams. But, you know, it started with MIBR. I think like scouting real homegrown talent from Brazil. Now a Brazilian team ascending. We are starting to have these conversations. We start to see what this region is able to churn out. And in 2G's case...
Report him? Yeah, report him for me.
It's been a little bit ill-fated, right? I think they're still trying to find themselves. I feel like
every time we see people comment on it, we just get them to report
the Brazilian community, whereas, you know, MIBR is doing it with some of those new, younger faces. So we get much more this year, I feel like, than we ever have.
Yeah, Loud was almost the opposite in a way, going back to Digizin, and that kind of raised a lot of eyebrows in the offseason. Like, oh, is he the guy? Are we going for him? Give him another
26
shot.
to
He's
12.
been lights out his jet every time he's played Haven apart from
absolutely loving
last
it.
time. But during kickoff was elite. This map, he's definitely farming.
I think they went back to well with Pancata as well, right?
Yeah.
So far, not so bad. Definitely looking very good. I'll put him in the top 4 after kickoff, happily.
Steak and egg, thank you so much for the prime. Appreciate the 6 months.
Okay, these cameras for 2 is getting a pretty large amount of value in these early rounds. Okay, well. Spot the Omen up there. LZ going to be spotted. Probably the player you're trying to steer clear of here, and that's just clean shooting across Mound. But there is more where that came from. Cowanzine has friends and they are mad. PXS gets picked off. That's on B side. That's Pancata just finding your timing there.
Yeah, go for the swing. You lost a player, it's my time to shine. Now Loud can sort of reset the round. Unclear how they want to make this move just yet, but I think they're leaving Digizin over towards C in case there was someone stepping out of that smoke. Shut that one down, then could quickly rotate back into the A space.
That, of course, is a concession for potential LZ playing up on Rubble, that paranoia thrown out. That will now be cleared. 43 seconds in the round. Note that Digizin is still inserted over at C, like we've seen in the past.
Yeah, Schizo, just report him.
This team is definitely going back into C. I was wondering if maybe it could be a B split later,
we'll see if it does anything.
No, instead, leaving 2Es for full audio into A, taking his timing, but
big
great
play.
walk-up from LZ.
Big
Again,
play. He
risky
cleared over
moves,
towards
but
A. Here comes the rotate. They get 2 over towards C.
Rotate quickly into A, into C.
Yori just dodged it. He's sending it.
He's pretty close there on Waterfall. Through the smoke. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah,
now you go your own ult.
With that ultimate. Vinny though on the side. There's going to be a plant here for Loud. 2 players left. Time getting
Salvos to stop the plant. No, they can't plant no matter what here.
by the player emerging from the dimensional drift. Askia tries for it. He stops the plant.
Very
That's
nice.
what matters. That's what keeps 2G in the game.
Sure, you're gonna do like what, 4 more of these though before you break the econ, and then at that point this 10-12.
Without a win there, they can't buy into this next round, and without LZ stepping out of tree, right? That's a risky play, but it's very high reward when it works. Even if you don't find anyone, it allows your team to start leaning to C already. To get the lurk is just the icing on the cake.
Unreal early warning. Yeah, like
You've been the easiest maps to learn as a new team. Icebox.
Sees that it's a fake. Just 2 years left over on the A side of the map.
Icebox
Flow,
Abyss.
so crucial, so 2G can make informed decisions about how to distribute their defenders on such a big map.
Ones where you don't really have to think too much.
So far, double teleports. Askia is getting Pancata somehow top root, and LZ is up above. 2G continues
Ascent,
to win
yeah,
out
probably
in their
Ascent.
fights
Well,
until Kawa equalizes.
yeah, probably Ascent just because everyone
still
should know
creeping.
like all the basic
And
strats.
Powder out of the space.
Jeez, what do you say after that? Not much more to be done here at all, especially with 2 years falling there to Askia.
Chat, when do we start believing? Because
Rubble, apparently.
they just got a lot of money.
On Vinny. 2G get within
Are we
striking
back to
distance
believing?
Loud. I know I just keep I'm
we're back
hyping
to
up
believing.
LZ, and I can't believe this is happening, but the thing is,
They got
every other
Vice
round, his
ult.
default
They're up
utility
against a
in
Fade
Trouble has
ult.
been doing a smoke
They're 1 away
on
from
his
a
side of Rebel
breach
on the
ult,
ground,
so they
and
could
he's
go
teleporting
aggro A
into that. So
again.
he's dodging away from flashes, but he's playing on the ground. This is the first time he's teleported up on high, so Loud are not expecting it. That's what ruins them here, the extra angles and the extra bodies.
Or at least it was a trend that we saw earlier on, because 2 years does cam that A main area the previous round.
It's
sees
nice
him
to
on
see the
Rubble,
coach
but it's
smiling.
later, like
Hasn't
it
had much to
transitions
smile about.
afterwards. So I would even think that would condition Loud to check there, but that's definitely not the plan. Very messy stuff. SDK with a timeout here, as you probably would expect. Loud have conceded 2 rounds now, and 4 in total of the 7 that we've seen on this second half. They string that nice little run of rounds together, and they're heading into a round now where they do have a Nightfall Neural Theft available, so plenty to work with, but it's been a little shaky for this team who we were filled with confidence from. A scrappy game against Crew.
Flash
He
is
was
a
like,
low
match
value on
finished after only
Lotus.
15 rounds. A bit of a head scratcher there, but we're really trying to find where we should put this team in our internal rankings here for Loud. They're thinking, of course,
Yeah, I
about
kind of get
Masters.
where he's coming from.
They're thinking about Masters, but the fact they're only 1 round up against a 2G team.
Depends.
that just
If you
lost
play
their
against
IGL,
double
their
smokes,
best player in the opening game,
I think
and
it makes
lost
it
in,
easier.
like, 2 days
It's very hard to like
before
burst
this
into
match.
areas with
Like, kids
flashes
that just
anyway.
got here and are putting up this kind of a fight versus Loud, that makes you ask a whole lot of questions.
Pretty impressive stat there for Digizine as well. Usually, low
They're a
first
black
death
chat
per
this
rounds
week?
means
Tomorrow.
high first kill per rounds if you're a duelist. So
Tomorrow.
definitely a good stat to have. And this game in 26 and 14, you can't argue with it. They've got to keep him on the boil though.
What do you think about
This
Tui's?
is what I'm talking
He's
about,
definitely,
teleport into the
he's
smoke
definitely
over
very,
trouble.
very good.
What
I do
LZ's
think
been
that
doing a whole lot, but the
he.
C-site, a little bit worse for wear. Quick
Okay,
teleport
I'm making
from
a
Askia
lot of
puts them on
assumptions
this
right
side.
now, but I think he thinks they're gonna win this game no matter
These
what,
players on
and so
site
he's
double
made
up.
about 3 plays that have lost him
B-Main
rounds so
gets checked
far.
here by Gabera.
So I think he
And
just
that should
thinks
tell you all you need to
we're
know if
better.
you're an
This
A
is
player.
easy. It's
You know,
fine.
Omen spotted towards B. The rates of iron being triggered on towards C. You just leave LZ where he is. And you've got a Steel Garden in case like you can find a cadence here for trying to interrupt the attack.
Either that or he's struggling with the roll slightly,
but it might be another insertion of
I
deep
don't
scene
think
here.
that's a thing.
They're milling about
Is
a
he
little
better
bit
on smokes?
Mana.
Who's better on
They're trying to
smokes?
see
Yeah.
if they can maybe pull some rotates between B and C by
But
threatening the
Pancata
door,
is
working into B
one
after
of the best.
the sole
so.
scouting tool of 2G's had been used so early in the round.
48 seconds here. Loud. It's such an important round. Money-wise, context of the game, it's all
Okay,
crucial.
we're gonna
But
see
I'm
that
get
big
on towards the
retake.
C-side here. A nice paranoia
Is
there
that big
after.
retake and 2G went aggro towards A? They picked up the breach ults. They have breach ults to retake
That's going to be a
with.
problem for Loud. They've struggled in these
Loud
retakes
kind of know
already.
it's
being
going to
forced
happen, so they go for the good plant. They get the
That's
good. Wait, they
brutal
didn't
for
get it
Vinny.
down.
Now,
No
the
way, they
space
didn't
is
get the
retaken
plant
by
down.
2G.
It's actually
They
so
got
done.
possession of the spike at that.
Oh god,
Loud's over.
dude, it was so
It's
close.
over.
I thought it was done.
Loud
It
don't
was
have the
literally like
spike.
right
They're
at the
forced off
end.
the site. 3 players alive on full HP and they can't do anything.
There it is, a terrible
Dude, they gotta
place
save.
for the spike to be dropped as it clattered down to the ground from that high
It's
area.
another insane
Again,
round
it
for
did cost
2G's
2G
money.
what you would expect it to,
They
right?
get
have
3K.
to use both the Bison
Sure.
breach ultimates,
Everyone
but a round
surviving
win's a
gets an
round win. It's
extra
a tied game.
1.
And if you are checking the other ults in the game, right? Vinny and Kawa, they don't have ults charged up. There's
No,
no
they're
big ults
they're
coming
really
up
far
anytime
away
soon,
from
really,
ults.
for
It's
Loud.
insanely
Whereas
doable
2G,
to the
they're
point
two
of
away
where
from
you would say the
Gobert,
2G
from Askia's your ult as well. We are now in dire straits
are in a better
almost
spot.
for Loud as their money's getting challenged and so are their ults.
And here's, of course, the follow-up. And Spike Plant attempted here. The shots came
Yeah, it
through.
was close.
Ah, I mean, I guess silver lining that the spike falls to the low ground, but Loud were not in
And
a
they
position
use
to pick
fade
that up.
ult.
That is savage. 26 kills for Digizine and still a question mark over whether they're going to be able to win the game. That's tough stuff.
Well, Loud moving quickly over towards Sand. They know Fall Line was used on the other side, so accelerating into C is possible. Not the easiest thing in the world versus the Vi still, and LZ has a paranoia, so the stall pretty effective for the time being.
And what we normally, oh my goodness, okay,
Dude,
LZ just...
LZ is out-aiming a lot of people.
Again, he finds a moment, it's almost reminiscent of that lurk he made out of Tree off that sort of very aggressive timing, but again, it's so impactful.
He's loved playing on that high angle when the door's rotating around. This time
He's just fighting. Every time he's fighting over towards C, he's getting one.
Might have put 2G into the lead.
He's either fighting over towards C or he's fighting early here.
Now with the drone spotting
he's
the
having a
front B,
lot of
there's still
success.
a wall here too, so Loud can't quickly
Yeah, dude, they're going to pivot
They
over
might think
towards
the
B
wall is
and they
on
got a
C
wall.
and try to make something happen here, but no, they're just going to get stalled.
And now, Plan C, the A side.
Okay,
As it may
TP.
be, Askia has to pull back, so this is at least going to be one of the
Nice. You
softer
need to
parts
go
of the
get
map for
info.
now. It's
Oh, they
Loud,
rotated wrong a bit.
tentatively ambling in.
But there's 35 seconds.
they rotated a little bit
flashes
wrong.
on the breach. LZ can ultimate
Okay,
over into the
still not
site.
too
Like,
bad.
Loud are in serious
Oh my
time
god, he's just
trouble.
going to sit in the smoke the whole
They just
time.
want to go quickly here. That's why PXS rather is getting flashed off here, caught inside the smoke.
Oh my god, they're
Carnage!
standing.
PXS is able to find two. It's up to Vinny now.
The boys.
For Loud.
The boys are actually doing it.
Situation.
2-9 loss
get in the lead.
bonus.
The bank is well and truly
Karen's
broken.
in, can't
What
buy.
is going on? This doesn't
He's
make
going to have
any
to take
sense.
the hit.
2G are supposed to be the bottom of the league. They're supposed to have a new player coming in, and now up against Loud after last week very nearly toppling EG in that opening map.
Oh, stand-in replacement? Yeah, it is true.
They made there as well. Now, just need to see it through versus Loud to go up 1-0.
These are the most treacherous of trap games.
He's like, what
For a team
the
like
hell?
Loud who, I lost
Something
here.
to cheer about.
They're thinking about their overall placement in the state. They lost their first game to Crew, right? Being 0-2 heading into week 3, it's just unconscionable for a team that has global aspirations.
And they're going for a half buy on this round. Shockingly. Couple of hero rifles, a Guardian. Digis in. Hand in hand with a couple of teammates front B. LZ, who's been so good
The
throughout this
contact
round.
walk in is a great shot from Pancada. Let's see what the reaction's like.
He's at neural theft. Information.
It's such a hard retake. Askia has to win Jules, that's it.
Interruption there as Tears has to try again.
Digis going on
11-11, but 2G have so much money, so it's okay.
This post-plant position
Let's look at the ult. Should they be hunting Pancada, Omen, ult? They would maybe give them Gobera. It's okay. If I'm honestly, Gobera can just go on everyone else.
So crucial that it pays off for them. PXS going to be down. Silence wants to take the fight, but he sees Decade down. Still can find the headshot though.
A death here is worth for Gobera. If he gets a kill, it's incredible. Okay, just go die. All that.
Nice fight to
Go win the
here.
round.
Surely has to start to think about it, but Silence being dealt with now. Gobera's going to commit
No,
this
don't put the ult.
Armageddon.
No,
Picaro
not the
misses
ult, my guy.
timing
That
and
was.
crossing.
Oh.
Tail ultimate committed there to no value. Loud on a half buy, able to triumph and take the rifles out.
Yeah, getting the opener there versus LZ, massive. The walk from Digizin too, taking that timing. After Askia failed to get the kill in B main. That's really what I think made this round slip apart.
This is all after the damage is done, these moments.
Oh, and losing the ult there is so brutal. Like, Gobert finds a couple of kills, he feels like he can be the hero for the team, but now, whereas 2G, their ultimates were feeling really good cycling in towards the end.
No,
They'll have
dude.
that breach ult for Vinny to work with here
It's
to go
such
to
a
12.
good ult.
4-round win
As
streak
in like a big
snapped
ult.
by Loud.
Oh no,
Again,
guys.
again, it's another massive
It
opener
was
for
yours.
Digizine.
Back to back, LZ falls.
And he avoids any reprisal as well. The fault line timing rather is just not there. Cyber Cage will help him get out scot-free.
Has to call from the grave, no smokes to help stall out the site hits too. So Loud have plenty of time to try and work the map here. And eventually gear up for a breach ult hit into a site.
Goes LZ.
Yeah, working to see. They've got to drop down this the smoke on top site to make it easier to break the wall.
This time, of course, that sheer wall is going to be there. Can step through it together, but that Vice util is highly relevant. There is some action, getting active.
Two
over
people
towards
are going
this
to get
side
here
of
in
the
time.
map, but Pancada is poking around
Did they
there.
trigger the wall?
Yeah, it's a little fake C to B, looks like to me. Maybe even sending
I haven't
Digis
heard the
in
wall
past
yet.
this wall while the rest of the team rotates B.
Rolling thunder from the attackers. They're going to commit.
Okay, good little fake, but they completely cleared it. Oh, they over-rotate from B, though. But that is an absolute play.
And that's PXS finding a timing and opportunity there. Vinny caught out as Loud commit their last remaining resources to the B site. We've got the spike down.
Askia with this operator towards A. Needs someone to step into his crosshair. Here comes Tui's. The Scalder is seen, but Tui's wins the fight.
Such a seasoned veteran moment there from 2 years. Refuses to serve himself up on a platter. Holding the line though is Kawanzine, and now into 2. Gabera has to fight, and Loud still keep the possibility of a map take alive.
It's a shame, dudes. It's a shame.
Good hit called there from Loud.
Okay, one chance for Loud to end it.
That vacant to see no one home on the B side. Still,
I can't believe they made this.
Close.
I had no hope for them coming into this.
This from 2 years, the shoulder peek is so astute.
That's gross.
Dude, it looked like a jump bug, to be honest.
Nicely done.
Like a mouse bug.
Important. 2G here, still in quite a position to buy in a dimensional drift here.
Oh, they got loads of money.
Really got to
They got loads of money, and they got the breach all out of them.
For the defenders,
like, they actually have better ults.
C start for the attackers.
Yeah, pretty quickly already seeing the Yoru path back into the C side. After LC gets posted up on A. It's been a lot of this C open from Loud, pause, re-hit.
Yeah, it's a very nice.
One more time.
To get set up to play off his own cam.
Very nice trigger of the wall
LC
early.
A lot of action, and that's a terrible start. That's 3
Wait.
consecutive rounds. DJZ's found a clean opener ender.
Dude,
Now they're going to hit the C
just
side.
didn't
I
want to
don't think
lose,
there's much
really.
can be said about it. A key kill for PXS here. But now it is smoke towards.
Oh,
that's beautiful. Okay,
wait, and that would have been the fatal.
Silence can get involved.
And PXS has Rolling Thunder now for the retake off of the kill. Loud are not committing
Insta clear
into the
of this
site.
as well.
Instead, DJZ to play slow on this lurk, see if he can catch anyone while his teammates work back into A.
This is going to take a moment though, and already 2G are suspicious. PXS also ready for a potential push.
Still kind of hard for
In that
2G. They just got no info anywhere.
How can DJZ be relevant here? So far from that spike, so far from his teammates.
He's calling them back over
They're
towards C.
bullets, and they're gonna come back
30
into C because
seconds.
DJZ hasn't found anyone. He might have even heard a couple of footsteps rotating out of the site as well. Loud calling a masterclass round right here, completely snapping 2G's ankles.
On a map point of anything, and now DJZ gets tucked in such a dangerous location. 2G
He cleared
all over the rise
waterfall.
entirely. Not a
He
clue
can
as to
face
what's going
heaven.
on.
They don't go for the good plant.
Spectators in the round. Time for them to get
Ooh,
involved.
they got
that
breach all
rolling
for
thunder
retake.
for the retake. You mentioned that earlier. But can they get close enough to use it? DJZ is getting ahead.
Force back, good flash. Louder still fighting up on these angles. So active. Vinny inside of a smoke towards water. This 1v1 is massive. The shorty takes him down.
Vinny's out of the picture now. DJZ has to hold from the low ground. Sees the Vice push up, and Picardo's able to find one. Now, surely. Caution thrown to the wind. Has to push up into this now. LZ gives it a tap. Takes him down. It's a 1-for-1.
Damn, bro.
6 health,
Overtime?
not enough. We're going to overtime.
They managed to get to overtime.
You're telling me Loud 2G is going OT in
Very
map
nice.
1? Are you kidding
Leaving.
me? 2G showing up big here. In a crazy round, Loud working them around the map. But after 23 rounds of 2G playing hyper-individualistic, the last round, when it's all in the wire, they group up Deathball and it works.
I mean, the macro is so intricate.
Why did they
Over these
plant
last
safe?
couple
I
of
think
rounds.
they thought they might be close with like a... I think they thought they might be heaven with a breach or to get them off the spike.
Great opener.
I think he wanted to get into a position where they were going to breach ult, and then he could just tank the breach ult and then go for a plant. He's here and they breach ult, he probably has to
But now we have
go
that side swap
round
coming
here and
back.
then plant
2G on
safe.
attack. They
And then
face
at that
this
point there's not too
2-1-2
much
setup
time left.
virtually
So I think the pressure of the
every
breach ult
round
made him
played,
go for the
except
safe
a couple of
plant.
C aggros
I'm pretty sure.
later in the
They cleared
half.
waterfall, and then they were going to go clear over towards
Very
heaven, but
successful with mid-round fights,
if
punishing
the guy's here with a
especially
breach
smoke
ult,
aggression on the C side.
like you kind of do have to just plant safe. There wasn't
Loud
much
here
time.
have that set up with the breach
2G now
inside
back
tree.
on attack,
Fault line deployed here is Vinny realizing that some of
but
that
they
scrutiny
still create pressure
headed
over
in his
towards A.
direction. 2G far from committed, hoping to tease something out of Loud, who, in fairness, were giving them a lot of early action on the defense side.
Yeah, Loud with a big shift onto the A side. They liked leaving Pancata over here alone with the Cypher Trip and Cannon.
Prowler
now
goes
to
in,
play
but
off
it
of,
doesn't clear
which makes
back a
their A
rubble.
side very strong.
They haven't really cleared
Loud
the
are trying to
question
re-clear
mark, so
rubble.
it's still 3
There's still
passing
a
over
good
towards
presence here
A.
from 2G, so that could be a little bit
In
volatile.
the meantime, LZ's managed to clear the
Good
camera
work
and the
from
trip
2G, though.
close
All
here,
that
so
side
that
neutral
creates pressure
gone
here as
in the
well.
first 40 seconds
And
of the
Loud
round.
don't really
Let's
have
do
much
that.
info on anything.
Still unclear really what 2G's true intention is, but they've got Askia pretty far forward. Gate crash though is there, so it's not a commitment.
A fake into a C hit looks like.
Yep. What can Askia do? How can he sell this flash?
Okay, you've done enough. You've done enough though. You've done enough. You've got the info that there's 3 people there. They get a free site for what? Well, I say free site. They get a site for a death. That's a bold plan.
In the retake.
Damn, dude.
Some of these retakes on defense, a little bit awkward for Loud at
Good
times.
plan for Mounds.
3 front B from Loud, looking to open up this
B
door
pass and going door.
He is the key player right now. He's going to hear, of course, this door open. LZ can also
Dude,
follow the
LZ
line
always
for
gets a
him.
kill from there, no
1
matter
for
what.
Vera.
Do they
So
check
Askia
this?
hidden, undetected.
Oh boy.
Vinny
Oh
knows he's
boy.
gonna be looking for it. Sees, comes in,
No
but
way,
the
they
eyes.
tethered and then didn't look on the
Jones
floor
able
to
to
see if
find
there was
out
going to be a
now. Player
tether.
advantage for Loud to leverage
Okay, if it actually
silence.
attached or
And
not.
PXS here, sat on bend, trying to hold on, trying to huddle together. It's the newcomer PXS. In a 1 versus 1. Over the top goes 2G's, but he
Oh, 2G's
makes too
messing
much
up the jump
sound.
there as well.
The new blood. Get 2G to map points.
The new guy's playing well though. He's having some impact.
PXS winning out down numbers in the post.
Valin with the 2 months. Thank you, the prime.
Gobert getting the 1 there, even after the tether had grabbed
He's
him.
he's doing his role, man. He's doing his role. He's winning the big rounds.
The second. And then that trade from PXS into the quick reposition. Beautiful seeing the new guy work it out on the stage.
Therese just gives away the game. But that's such a huge moment. Weight off the shoulders for a debut. Giving 2G a real shot at this. Did you see they might
Oh
have something
god,
to say?
it's
Is
7-person duel here. Oh, they didn't really have the Yoru to go for it, so I feel like 2G just wasted a lot of util. It's a big win for Loud right now.
Scaling off this part of the map, that's the question.
They'll probably smoke this off and then fight.
Push up.
Loud ran a lot of these A hits into pinching back into B in the mid rounds.
This is one way of doing it as well.
I think 2G are
It's the more traditional way of doing it. Everyone smokes this these days and fight like out here with util here.
Down the road. But it does leave their C-side very
Brian 1321, thank you so much for the tier 1.
But he doesn't have the wall to play.
Thank you for saying that, Brian. Thank you. I appreciate the 9 months.
Yeah. Rather than grouped up at C. So in theory, Loud do have a decent way in. 49 seconds left.
Brilliant.
There's another clean open.
Dude, this guy is lurking every round. They leave him inserted after the early aggro. He's been so effective finding these picks.
Not enough to sell it
Okay,
though,
the
really.
call
to
is
G,
to
of
go
course,
back
they keep
over
Askia
towards
here at
A.
C.
2-person holds.
2 years also will remain.
And they have
There's not a lot of real estate
they go
taken
B?
by Loud despite
Okay,
that
honestly,
first pick
B's
still.
Not
the
much
one.
from 2G either. They've got zero
B's the one, and they're gonna
anywhere
split
on
it.
the map. Look how passively they're playing. 2 players back towards their spawn outside B.
LZ
Ball line, the big
maybe?
sheer wall will be activated. Oh,
Okay.
Vinny's on the outside looking in.
Problem is they...
No, there's a player in baby door. DJ's been able to get there. Through the smoke,
Why?
though, desperately silenced, able to find one of there. Goes DG. You're running out of time.
Yeah, the rest of your
Loud,
team's
don't have any other
isolated. You
options.
push into a
With 3
smoke.
players left to stay in the map, they've got to go for the plant, but
Damn,
Vinny
no
will
plan.
be
They actually did
interrupted.
it. They
And
actually
that's all
did
she
it.
wrote, folks.
They
2G
actually won the map.
limping into the game.
Oh
Will
my
take
god,
it in
okay.
overtime.
Well, I wasn't expecting
What are we
that.
doing here?
You're telling me 2G are winning their first map in 2025 without their IGL, without their leader from the Ascension run, with a new guy jumping into the
actually done
server
this.
on the stage for the first time.
It's not their
and
map
taking
pick.
that
Yeah, they
Loud-
still got their map pick coming up.
Unbelievable.
It's not even their map pick.
If I'm the Loud coach right now, I'm going wild at them, by the way. The amount of individual mistakes is through the roof.
Cohesive, quite solid, good lower bracket run, ending 4th place, very decent in general. Door returning to the world for some of these, you know, tried and tested names, but 2G, who look nothing like the team that ascended in fairness, have put it together on a dime. PXS on the breach of all things, and then made it work in a slugfest, admittedly, but a win is a win.
Yeah, PXS had a couple of big rounds towards the end, and LZ was a monster all game. Called some really good rounds once they came back from the 4-0 deficit on their attacking side early, and then the classic double kill is just ridiculous. He had so many consistent, high-impact rounds, regardless of
Slug
his gun.
mentioned.
Yeah, you can see, I get so many of these fights being had over rubble were crucial, and also,
Dude,
I mean,
if
Loud
Loud
trying to
lose
get to the
this,
C-side really struggled with it there.
kinda
Just
think
great
that their
showing in general.
playoff
We'll talk about
hopes are
LZ.
done as
I mean,
well.
that first half from him especially really keeps 2G in the game. Great showing so far for 2G, but we're going to step away for a second. Zoe and the analyst desk are going to break down our first map of this series. It's a bizarro world, but you might as well just go with it, folks.
Can you imagine Sassy having a meltdown? He had a meltdown for the Furia game, right? I think he'll have a meltdown watching this. And the funny thing was, most of the mistakes were from Kawanzin and Tui's as well. He has a meltdown every game. I mean, yeah. I can understand it. Okay, chat, let's spam some ads. What is the next map? Pearl? Okay, back in a little bit.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Ole! They did it. 2G stole Loud's map pick. And man, I am really impressed with LZ, how he called this first half. I wanted to break down when they came back. They were down so bad. They grinded back to 4-4 from this moment. And let's check out this round right here. It just shows how simple they kept it, right? So off the barrier, you can see all these pings coming towards Rubble, right? What they're asking for is an Omen smoke here. They're asking for a breach aftershock in this corner, and the Teo missiles will be in this box. Now, what that does, it acts almost like a magnet towards this smoke, and Kawanzin just falls right into it. I love how they send the Yoru out early round. They show all of this presence. You can see the Yoru ends up going out long right now, and that's Askia. He's getting the info. He's causing counter util to come through from Loud. And what they're doing right now is they're trying to claim back the ground. This is a good play by Loud. They're throwing the C's, which is an information piece, and could net a kill. In addition to that, they're also using the breach aftershock all the way from door to pair with this C's. Now, immediately, LZ says, come back, Yoru. They come back, and they're actually attempting a re-hit on it after they get the spam kill. So like I was saying, they almost forced Kawanzin into the middle. There was nowhere to play on the extremities. They get the kill on Kawanzin through the smoke, and they're planning on actually resettling right now and testing the waters. And this is where, again, LZ makes another great read. They use the Teo drone to clear out this angle, but with it, you can see he has the Omen blind. The paranoia is out right there. So when they shoot the Teo drone, the Omen blind comes out, and counter util does come out, and that lets LZ know 2 more players are here at A. So the reaction immediately comes out. They go towards C. The dimensional drift is popped, and Askia catches himself, pops the clone, finds the trip, spots the 2 players at C. From that moment, they all play a really good post plant. They get a mount plant in. It feels crazy. It feels like I can't even believe how well 2G actually played this map. They're ready for anyone to spam from waterfall. You can see this Vice ready to swing with someone from top site. They're understanding all of the things that could have punished them. And they close out the round with this great Teo ult that forces Loud to save. And that actually got them this second round. What a great call by LZ. And I wanted to go over that, but let's go back to the desk with Zoe and Wyatt.
Yeah, I mean, what world are we living in? What alternate universe? What is happening? Welcome back, everyone. Not to the desk, but to a wall. And some absolutely baffled analysts here. I mean, this was close, right? Like, they traded a lot. Loud. DGC, he tried his very best, okay? He tried to drag them over the finish line. Like, he got those entry frags. Like, he was trying.
He ultimately was the man bringing them the overwhelming percentage of the kills for the team. The first kill to first death stat is crazy. Yeah, legitimately, how do you lose? Drops 30 plus kills on the map. His Neon has been outrageous. I like that Loud have pivoted to that as the agent. He's going to be playing pretty prevalently, getting into stage 1 here. The rest of the team, frankly, individually couldn't pick up the slack against a 2G that were playing loose like we wanted to see. Their individuals were taking risks, taking fights, letting the confidence flow, and it was only Digizine shooting back.
And that's what you would expect the caliber of Loud player to be able to just shoot back, right? If 2G is willing to play loose and take these fights, you expect Loud to sit them in those moments.
I mean, I don't want to harp too much just on the simplest part of the game, who's shooting who, but with how well Kawanzin has been playing so far this year, he really just had a dud game. I mean, it being exploited again by this willingness to fight from 2G.
Yeah, and the guy on the screen with their DG was keeping them in it. Like, he was keeping the aggression. That was a 200 damage around game. And they lost.
But maybe that's what caught Loud off guard, right? Like, 2G coming in, no fear, no worries. They were vibing, they were having fun, just like you guys requested, and they took those risks. And sometimes they it worked out for them, and sometimes it did not. Let's actually hear what STK has to say ahead of Map 2.
I'm here with SDK before their next matchup, looking at how map 1 went so close, but it seems like you're playing against a team that's just vibing with no pressure. How does Loud reorganize to fight against that?
I think that we need to understand that they have like the best performance that they have since they joined America. So we need to focus on ourselves, play better on Pro, and things are going to be like on our way this time.
All right, thank you, SDK. Good luck.
And the question is, how do you reset your mental? When you know you're coming into this the favorite, like every single map should be a must-win. No. The fact that it's even just close.
It's not just a favorite though, so it is a regional map. This is like the lowest team in Brazil from their perspective versus like the pedigree. Loud, this is supposedly
But Loud already lost in their last meeting.
Yeah, but this is different.
This is much different.
This is Lil Bro punching up right now, big time.
You still, but you still didn't answer the question. How do you recover? How do you reset your mental?
Oh, it's going to be hard. I think they have to come out with like a very aggressive energy. They have to show 2G they're not afraid to take these fights now. And on Pearl, I think that's a great map to do it, right? You're going to get these extremity fights at A main and B long quite a bit. And I'm looking for DG, again, to keep that aggression up, not falter away here.
Yeah, I agree. I don't want to put too much pressure on just that one solo guy, but I have major concerns if he starts to fade at this point because it doesn't look like the other players are picking up the slack right now.
Yeah, they gotta wake up. All the players need to be on the server. We're heading over to Pearl. This is gonna be the map pick of 2G. And Loud, they have a good track record in kickoff tournament on it. I think they went 1-1. We don't really have any footage, obviously, on 2G, especially not on this iteration of the roster since they just formed a day ago.
Yeah, I would love to see Loud continue with the Neon. We're seeing Neon get into the Pearl meta more as time has gone on with the map being reintroduced. Continue to lean into Digizine on that agent. Let him carry you to the victory this time.
Yeah.
2G won, at least the fast map.
But 2G is up 1-0. Can they close it out on Pearl? We'll find out right after this.
You have not played Pearl yet. There's no demo up for them. Dude, a 2-0 here would be a giant upset.
Now, it might seem like this is a really early point to be having this discussion, but when you look at a team like Loud and then you start thinking
Going
about
in before this game, what percent would you have given 2G?
This is a must-win game. Yeah, I mean, if you're losing to 2G after
Between 15 and 20, I reckon.
Flipped on its head versus Crew, you start things off 0-2. Only 5 other teams in your group.
But what we've seen so far, they lose their IGL.
The wall because these stages move so quickly, and now we're headed into 2G's map pick. Again, Pearl is going to be up next on the docket. If you just joined us, a pretty wild series.
Goose, thank you so much, bro. Appreciate that.
2G are up in this game. Their first map pick comes after bringing PXS out of relative
Yoru, Astra, KO, Teo,
onto this team to replace their vocal leader, Zap. And here's an agent select for Pearl. And here's the thing about Pearl for 2G. We've never seen them play this at a top of it. Okay, we saw them play it one time in the Tashina Invitational. They were playing Jet and Reyna. Which is not what they're going to be rocking today, but I can't imagine that this team, with all the roster changes, and even that was a different roster, has much reps on stage. Or we'll have to see what they've been putting in scrims. Right, so obviously it's a
you can do some nice
the point of difference being the
KO
Fade
flash.
And the KO respectively. Loud.
Descended, I guess, with the Yoru, but
hit potential, of course, behind
it. The knife's going to be pretty pivotal. I don't think Loud can clear over towards B too well.
The KO can be pretty annoying for Yoru's playing aggressive op lines as well. You're never going to get caught out where you can't teleport out, but you're always going to have to take the TP and dip away from your angle.
The predictions?
By the knife.
I mean, Loud should still win 2-1, but...
Same way as you've used an Owl drone to do that in the past, get him off that line. The defensive operator is something to look forward to as well on this map,
I'm hoping
especially
that
on that B side.
The Louds... I don't want to say play properly, but I hope they don't make the mistakes where they look like they kind of disrespected 2G a little bit and paid for it. Goose, thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you, thank you. Do you mean to sound British? Why is Goose? Why are you always going in on me? A great shot to start this off. They create pressure over towards B. They insta-group towards A. They got a wall, but we still have a solo Vice here. They can go through this at the same time. The Vice is in trouble.
Taking any undue risks means that 2G get into Arc pretty much for free. This is going to force 2 years back on the site now. The Arc Rose got cleared out. Nebula thrown up here, hopefully to slow 2G down, but it has not worked. And Aski has found yet another one.
Tigo, thank you so much for the Prime. Appreciate the 5 months.
Having impact. Comfortable post plan.
Damn, bro, every duel.
From strength to strength. They got ahead of steam and they're not letting up. It's just a massacre. Loud lost every single fight. Even on Lotus, which 2G
Milan, hello mate. Hello. Congrats on the win, by the way.
First anti-bonus, like,
that's looking nice.
Still Loud getting out to an early lead. This has been lights out from 2G. Right, I mean, if Loud can't rely on that, the factor of, Digizine, right, constantly opening up the game, giving them 5v4s, then feel even worse about their chances than on the previous map. Especially given this is a pick from 2G, no less. Yeah. What a clean,
no one goes down.
Pistol. It can be a little bit more difficult to capitalize off your teammates.
Mini Titans, thank you for the gifted. Thank you. There you go, Milan. Just keep on winning this week.
Here, just completely left on his own. The
second game today is C9 against LEV.
There were about 18 million people in a lobby.
It's tough, love. Thank you so much,
that comes through.
It's okay, I can handle it just about.
Gonna straight away pivot into a pretty big
fine, I'll cry off stream.
PXS rifle in hand now.
One sheriff on defense. That's it.
Goes for the rifle round 2. Dap me up, boys. I'm going in. I love it. Oh, Oski is trying to get in front of the util. That's not a clone.
That's nice info.
Real one. Okay, takes a face full of damage here. Does that end up being a difference maker?
What are they going to do? Are they just going to send this?
Look like it.
Oh no.
Regen shield for Oski. So back to 25 armor at least.
Util,
Cohen's in, caught in the corner, sat on top of the tail util anyway. 2G are breaking upon this Loud team, and they found themselves that player advantage. We'll have DGZ coming through with a wrap here, but he'll be spotted out. Tui sneaking into sight. The only one to try and do some damage, but yeah, he's seen.
Weird from Tui's to know that he's punning next to him to get out here, see no one, and to path at the back. I think he just tunnel vision on the defuse on the planter there.
The guided salvo just to try and get pole position as he approaches that A site. Yeah, and him doing
a
that,
great start for 2G.
Forces, or it stops Loud from getting anyone to cross over to that box in A main to play that sort of tag team setup where you can swing off each other's contact. It's for a good reason from the salvos and the Astra smoke.
And again, this is not a map we've just seen much from 2G, in fairness. It's hard to know what to expect here, but so far, they've been dynamic. They've been pretty decisive when it matters, but this is the gun round. This is the important one.
No, they are decisive. Even the calling on the first map was decisive.
From 2G upgrade into rifles this round.
Like everyone was believing in the calls that were being made.
And those, for the most part, are going to be working into the mid space. There's a star to turn into a pullback here for Vinny to
Wait,
play
that's
off,
nice
but it's
though.
not there. It's
Damage into here, you force through, and they kind of just have to commit. You either get it for free or you trade out, really. They have to commit heavy. Maybe the only pause you get owned for is here. They could maybe add a Astra stun or something. Dude, they're gonna bonus them. The only way they lose is if someone oversteps, really.
For 2 years to get the help that he needs. Pancada finally is able to chime in. Silence out of the game, but now there's a smoke.
If Cabrera gets a kill, he gets his ult.
Occupied by 2G in this post plant.
Super active post plant. I love how 2G are playing this.
Okay, asking
too obvious.
Pancada's able to find him through
Good spam from Pancada.
Work with.
They still have crazy delay. Astra suck. Salvos.
Here's Cabrera. Here's the tap. Cowan's in good for it. Awkwardly caught. Utility in hand, and it's the Teo curse striking again. Cowan's in clearly unaffected by it though.
Yeah, and they think he's over towards long.
Well used.
Oh no, they don't anymore. Wasn't the best plan. Dude, no one sticks this.
Buying time. It's expensive here for Loud, and now they've got to throw Pancada in the situation.
Yeah, it's done. Dude, no one stuck this in the 1v2. What are they doing?
LZ does it again. 2G keeping it working.
Yeah, nicely done from 2G. Just played the time on this.
Against Loud.
It's not the cleanest execution out of that first gun, but again, you just can't be complaining about that if you're 2G. They'll be able to buy into rifles, they'll have full armor, no problem. They've crossed the first hurdle here on Pearl.
The Red Bull clutch for the in-game leader.
Damn, bro.
Taking the range for the first
Got that
time
NA
here
stinger on
2G.
them.
But at the same
Just the
time,
American
like,
stinger now.
Loud getting themselves into these positions consistently where the fight into Link is awkward, their Astra Util is on the ground, but it doesn't come in time for Vinny to work off of.
Conversely, LZ does a great job stalling the defuse. It plays off it.
Exactly. 2G also continuing. They were doing this on Lotus too, where they were playing super active, super up in their post plants, especially on the
Dude,
A
he's
side.
In
We saw that there as
he
well.
can't TP anymore.
Simple,
Oh
clear.
god. It's Valleys with the prime. Thank you. Thanks for 60 months.
Winning everywhere. They win B,
No, they win. They
Spike
are
was
winning
in
everywhere.
spawn for all
Okay,
of
now they kind of need to chill a
Now
little
going for
bit.
their ones here, and they win that too.
They're going to win so much they get tired of winning.
Okay.
And sure, look, Loud have no guns, but
I was
like,
gonna say let's
2G are playing,
let's
like,
make sure they can get some more
clean,
ults.
perfect macro where they group up, you know, aren't going to get timinged at all. No, they're taking their ego fights and they're just winning them because they can.
Cowanzine is that last player standing and really just transfixed here. In awe of what 2G
I'm going to get tired. Not if 2G 2-0 this. They're sleeping good if 2G win this.
I really like how 2G are playing the post plants too, with LZ playing into Link, this time super
Little
deep
2-0.
scores after being seen. The spike is also planted for him to be in Link. Now bottom right corner of sight. That is not common at all.
Now Loud have to start game planning for that next round. They do have, of course, like the retake wall potential here with that Cosmic Divide. So again, if it comes down onto B and they've got to make a play for that, they've got options.
How are they winning?
Cowanzine here, just go for it. He's
Had a really good plan on their bonus.
There's 2G again.
They hit some nice shots on their pistol.
Third round, starting to be salvaged.
Dude, 4 people surviving, the money's really good. They got good ults now as well.
2G falling down 0-4. Now it's Loud in a similar boat.
You would
Loud,
imagine
this
Loud
next
go
round is
aggro
massive.
over
Like
towards
you
A,
pointed
try
out,
and
they
get
got the Astra
salvos.
They're one away from
So
the
let's see if 2G are on top of that and they try and do a punish over towards A main. Yeah, this must be stressful for you, mate.
Yeah, pretty
Holy.
unimpressed with his team's outing so far. Can't blame him. Calls a timeout here.
Seriously. I mean, where's Digizin? 0-4 to open up the map after
11 and 2.
30 bomb, 11 and 2 in opening fights. Like, come on.
Picked
Yeah,
up,
and
I mean, there's a potentially, or at least we can see he's picked
in
up
my opinion,
an
you got
operator on the
DGs in, you got to
defense
try
side.
get him that op early
Would
on.
have to, work his way halfway down. B Long can play more passive over towards halls. And 2G have to shift into protocols in order to push him off that line.
This is where I wonder what 2G's call coming out of the timeout is. Because if they're looking at the money and they realize, hey, Digizin could go for the operator here, they could just run a fast ult play with the Yoru, right? Use the Yoru ult to get full scouting. You're never going to be fooled by any of the lines that the enemy Yoru is going to be playing with the ult because that ult lasts for forever. You can fully clear away sights. It's not like a Sova drone where a late swing can come in. That's not possible.
It doesn't allow for the repost of the angle by the op player. You can also get into
okay,
holes
win
with it right
condition.
now, and that
Win
might
condition is here.
force a player
Get the op
entirely
out a
off
lot
beat
harder.
into
But
a retake
honestly,
spot with an op, which feels awful to get
2G could
smoked
keep
out
this
in
real
tower
simple
Phoenix.
and just
The
combo.
problem for 2G is if they do play a slower round.
Get the info, work out a good ult, smoke down. Yeah, I think they're going to keep this real simple. Okay, they're going to ult over towards R and then go over towards site, and then you're probably going to see Teo ult like this because they're going to fall back. And they're going to have a free site with crazy afterplant util. And they probably get to save both of the Fawns as well. This is going to be a very hard round for Loud to win.
Instantly for Askia. Not a whole lot to see here.
He should clone the wall.
He's
a bit of a mess up.
Drone in main spots nothing, so
yeah,
pretty easy to
Teo
on
ult.
in.
Okay, here we go.
Teo
The
ult.
dugout though is 2 years. The clone spots him out.
Teo ult.
And here it is, a heavy util that would clear dugout otherwise. It's going to be respected by 2 years. Plays off of it. PXS now. Reassuming
my
control
Teo's
of
planning.
2G are fighting back in Dart exactly, but Loud's position in
Big
secret
duel for the
puts
Teo
them
here.
back onto the site very quickly.
No way.
That's not good at all.
And the Teo got out of there. And now they have the Teo ult for the afterplan. They managed. Oh god, they've absolutely owned it. Pancada's going to ult here, and they might have to just guess their util. They got a star on the spike.
Util that can be used to stall, can be used to just frazzle, frustrated.
They're saving?
Frankly, disorient the defenders.
No, Astra ult goes in. Teo ult here as well. Someone needs to try and get info. Oh my goodness, you lunatic. Whoa, how are you?
There's no point. There's nothing to be had here. They've got to get out of the them. 3 for the newcomer, and he is loving it, folks. Oh, okay. Does get caught out by 2 years, but there's naught to do for
How is
Loud. The 5th consecutive round dropped. Hard hit over towards that A side here for 2G.
I have no idea.
They can do no wrong on Pearl.
A disaster piece for Loud pulling
How
off
they
the
lost
angle
all
there. They
3 of those angels.
4 guns.
It looks like me, Mini, and Sideshow were playing instead of Loud. What just happened?
Is carried over, I suppose, but these rounds are just brutal. I feel like 2G is catching every time, and even in situations where like Loud are primed and ready and are right there ready to fight, nothing's going their way.
It's a tough retake at the best of times on A, and the worst part is...
Dude, I can't believe all 3 angels there. They're not even 50-50s. They're nowhere near 50-50s.
I think even going for the operator, in hindsight, might have been a mistake.
Please don't get hit by this, and you can't TP out again.
Digits in. Oh, suppressed. Stuck in this spot. Dangerous. Should be able to walk it back, though. Askia steps out. Flash.
Okay. They know where the hero gun is,
So
though.
now we'll actually have a player advantage. Finally, a first kill for Digizine. It feels like it's a long time.
Loud's positioning on A having
2 rounds in a row where you found the wall.
Pivotal in a round like this, even with the sheriffs.
No pressure over towards A. Okay, 2G might get ecoed. They have a very good chance of getting ecoed here. I would love a smoke fade or they go for smoke, and they need to take some space.
might have seen it with a prowler. It's
Now what?
unclear if they know about this presence in A main yet.
Yeah, they messed up a little bit.
Balance down though. Nice sheriff shooting here. It's an awkward buy for Loud.
This is the problem though. Spike hasn't been planted. The smoke is down. There's still players in main, and there's players towards the enemy spawn. Like 2G are getting pinched.
I think Dobera is going to be crucial here. Find a way to relieve some of the pressure that will be coming at 2G. It's a tap for PXS. Cowan's in, unfazed.
30 seconds.
This is where this Teho util for stall starts to become a bit more of an issue.
They're so patient.
Gobera has not gone for this play through water.
Spike planted.
Passive line. We do get a spike plant that isn't interrupted.
It's all on LZ here. 1v2.
Okay, here's it. Nightfall comes in, catches on the both players over towards A main. LZ is going to get busy. Briefly suppressed. Here comes that Armageddon to try and clear Art. PXS has to move out of it. He does. Takes some damage though. Here's LZ.
No way.
Oh my goodness.
Oh god.
What is that spray? Finds Cowan's but out to 1v3 for Gobera. Stall, utility
Surely
there.
not.
2 years off the spike for now. Stars come down, Digits in. Shot back and taken down. Gobera,
Oh my god.
Almost.
2G
playing close but loud.
Okay, 2G really messed up here
Heck of a
though.
lot to get on the board.
Like this is
It is unbelievable
not how you wanna
that
play it.
round is even remotely close. Look, Loud, they're on an eco, but the positioning they got themselves in with the opening,
yeah, the aim.
B, the pick back towards
Yeah,
their own
yeah.
spawn as
2G
well.
have to have either one late luck A main, or when they go over towards site and they don't have A main control, they got a smoke fade or A main.
Yeah, that second kill from LZ, like what?
Okay, deep breaths. 2G, of course, still very rich. That defense side operator.
They got a good amount of kills though. So 1, 2, 3 can't buy next. They got Astra ult that could keep it pretty simple again. The problem is they got to deal with that op. They wait for the knife. They drone out.
Take with Astra wall here.
They clear close. I just feel like DG Zin's gonna get a kill here. They still have Fade Eye, right?
Question though of how you're going to get this Yoru player off the site.
Yeah, as soon as this smoke goes down, they kind of got a Fade Eye, in my opinion. Because this guy's gonna pop him.
Catch out some of these
Wait.
players. Very patient for 2G. They've got to commit
Oh, they
into this. They have no
called to
position
fight
anywhere else on the
this?
site.
They're going to flash out of this smoke here. They come. Askia sees a heck of a lot of action going on. DJZ's able to find one.
Priest is melting. Give me the POV of someone on A.
So he's down to his secondary. He opts out of it. Dimensional drift popped and he will see it all. 3
1,
players
2,
here
3.
for 2G
Rotate can
all
come
spotted,
in.
So no other resources committed, and there is that wall in play.
They could tile over
Still
towards
not quite
site.
yet. DJZ might look to interrupt, getting back
Nice shot.
behind them over at B-Long. And Silence goes down. That's a spike loose. Time board for the rest of Loud to get ready.
Smoke has blocked him off, so now 2G can put the spike onto the ground.
These are the two performers right
Utility
now,
to get
though.
back onto the site, and LZ
This
trying
is
to
a
challenge
mad
onto the
pos to be
angle.
in, dude.
Barely coming down.
Nice shot.
He wins the fight. This is going to feel claustrophobic for 2G, but they got rid of Pancada. 2 years adopts the same
Dude,
position.
the op literally is not going to be able to
no
play.
reason to show themselves. They've got to be dug out by Loud. Digizine has opted for a rifle. Got that
The
fan
excess
in
has
hand,
Fade
move
Eye.
up the site, and then an Astra util to stall is in play for LZ. He can do it all
DG
from
Zin
here.
picks a rifle up.
One enemy remaining.
PXS,
Astra
crucial.
suck.
There's the gravity well now. Digizine running out of options. In a 1 versus 2, trying to go for it, trying to bait LZ out into the open. Just as Loud start to find their footing here. It gets a little bit shaky, but Digizine is found 3 and 4.
Oh, it's
What a
close.
save!
It's so close.
Digizine.
It's a close one!
Oh, God. Holy, dude, they have to eco. They have to eco. There's 3 people sitting about 2k.
Oh, no.
Man,
LZ, what a shot in heaven that was.
That is bad news. I mean, LZ taking that fight. This is a 2-on-3 situation. They're pinched from enemy spawn and long again, just like in the previous round, but this time they're successful in working forward, winning those fights. And even though Digizin gets 4 on the round, the amount of time it took to get back in there is just not good enough.
Such a chaotic round. Loud try and mix it up, place himself out, smoke it. Doesn't go the way they needed to, and then the operator finally wrested from the grip of Loud.
Round is playable,
6-1.
though. Tui's having the ultimate. There's options.
Loud have a lot of
Loud also
ults.
creeping out
Do they
into
use
this
it on the
space,
eco?
potentially for a
They
quick
go
flank.
super aggro over towards
Flooded
middle in
through
reaction
lane.
to losing over towards B.
Okay, briefly, 2 years is spotted out. I mean, God, losing the...
Yeah, they kind of locked him in
early
here.
would be
It might get a
devastating
little
for
bit
Loud.
rough
That's
for
so
2G.
critical. They're still guarding to their chances
One of
having
those
fair
again
fight in the
where
round.
they don't really realize how wrecked they are.
One Guardian is the
Bournes,
guy
flash.
that's over in the enemy spawn. No chance there.
Okay. So Gatecrash used him.
Okay, Askia is out though, and they got the Fawns to make sure that these guys can't flood into sight.
Almost caught there
Nice
with
shot.
util in hand.
Kind of
Gets
gave
rid
him a
of LZ.
gun.
Critical player and okay. The classic sings for 2 years.
Yeah, and they ult and they managed to pick up 2 guns as well.
The Guardians walked all the way up. Vinny is waiting, boxing these players in, playing right up on top of the Vise wall.
So there's no options. There's a clock ticking now for 2G. I'm not talking about the round timer. They've got to get over
That's
this
impossible.
side
Look
now,
at these
but it's
positions.
awkward.
30 seconds left.
As the Arc Rose getting work done. Cowanzine trying to dig PXS out of that position. 24 seconds. Eyes on the clock, folks.
Vinny on the move now on the flank, making a lot of noise. 2G have to act fast.
Yeah, having to let that shield wall herald his arrival, and so
Vinny, big
2G
swing.
have to go for it. They're forced into an error. Loud able to gobble them up
Okay,
here.
kind of
The Baron doesn't know where to look.
just on the ecos, they're messing up a little bit. You can tell from just watching the minimap that they're going to lose the rounds.
Clawing their way back into this game after a nightmare start.
Loud
It's
in
still-
these egos.
It's still a good half
right
right
now. Those are
now.
the only rounds they can win,
The problem is that Loud can easily recover here. They just get so many upgrades
Comes
in terms
after
of
almost
guns.
getting owned on a timing here, but re-swings off the flash. Good off angle, held backside 2 from Tui's. The second that guy's trying to clear the left corner, he's swinging around the right.
You said it, round was playable. Especially with that Steel Garden.
Yeah, there's a good
Now,
chance for Loud to
2G.
get 6 here.
Again, so many of these
Force them
rounds
back
so
to an
close, that
eco.
economy
Money's really
is
good.
right.
They're about to get ult
No ults,
cycles.
forget about that.
I want to see 2G do something in mid. It's just kind of been side hit after side hit for the last few rounds. Haven't seen the slow work, haven't seen the Vise wall challenged.
We've kind of seen like PXS when he gets into water. Like there was that crazy round where he's able to really punish Loud, but you're right, not a whole lot of work in link.
Yeah, it's oftentimes later in the round or even in the post plant trying to push in there.
Yeah, another round where they find the wall.
Once again, Loud do commit both their A players into main.
Oh, that's nice.
To set up a potential crunch if 2G commit through link.
Ooh, pretty deep drone, spots nothing. So yeah, Loud should know this mid space is being taken advantage of. You got Vinny playing back towards spawn, throwing a knife actually. See if anyone's up close.
So far, pretty impenetrable here for Loud. All of this stall util. Pancada to play from behind it, quick snap.
Flash to start, got
no
forms.
here, but nobody to be affected by it. Pancada mildly smoked out, just make sure it clears it in case it was a Durka moment.
30 seconds left.
Pops down the smoke to break the one-way there.
Askia.
Yeah, it's just so hard to get through this choke. These are too much.
Pancada, very clean. Askia challenging as well, the Razor Biden, risking laceration to try and come from an unexpected angle. Eventually Pancada goes down, but he definitely got his money's worth this round.
Yeah, like that off angle he was working from back pillar.
10 seconds left.
We know
Fight on the
case.
same line.
PXS turned into mulch, and Loud have got themselves
there's a lot of ults here now.
Yeah, methodical.
One away, two away for you. Your
Far Cry, I think, from the way they approach their defense on, Lotus, where they're always pushing up, so busy like a kicked anthill.
Yeah, this is a little bit more reserved in general. Falling back into, again, I think something that Loud have always been very good at, like sight-holding fundamentals, like that tandem play, whether it's the positioning you can find, the timings of swings together. There, it's sort of that push and pull between Pancada and Tui's back sight. Pancada falls off the line, Tui's re-enters on a slightly different angle. That can be really hard to clear away, especially
what percentage you giving LEV for next game? It's pretty
utility.
close.
Change of tack required here for 2G,
Maybe,
for sure. What was getting them success in the early round?
60-40 with what we've seen so far.
Digizeem's able to get an
I think C9 look good.
After that first gun round didn't go quite so well for Loud.
Elementor, thank you for the prime. Thank you, appreciate the 7 months.
Funding their aggressive forays here on Pearl. So what's the change going to look like? What's the mix-up? We did see them make some more use of Link and mid in that round, but ended that was, I mean, it's an eco round. Didn't have much to work with. They're just sort of grasping at straws, and Pancada really just stopped them in their tracks.
I think 2G are going to prefer the A site a little bit more. They've got some good ultimates coming up for clearing that away, but also I think with how consistently Tui's has been putting like
okay, let's see what the
like the few times
what's his first time playing Yoru?
That wall there. I think playing for like Yoru clone to break that away, put some pressure early, could be a good look for them. Although, as I'm saying that, doesn't exactly seem to be the case.
That's something overlooked as well.
What do I know?
First Yoru look here for Digizeem. Look, shaky start was 0 and 4, I think, at the start of the
focus
map.
on the sides. Definitely would like to see 2G maybe start cloning down here to break this wall. They found the wall like 3 times in a row.
I'm not sure what this is.
Drone goes out. They set the Yoru up over towards
B.
B.
If there's a plaza push up from the defenders?
Oh no! Boosted up, Digizeem gets the kill.
Damn, dude.
They had their own Astro Smoke put down long, trying to threaten a pop into there.
Immortal, thanks so much for the prime. Thank you for the 2 months. 4th round that they found the wall.
Leaning 3 players towards that side of the map. This is an annoying round for 2G to fight their way through.
Okay, 2G gonna have to go for it
here. At least this time they actually have like someone lurking late over towards A, but again, just positionally, they just lose the round.
Step on up and get knocked on down.
Silence gets the kill, but
yeah, Silence here just didn't have the timing to be of any use in that fight. And unfortunately for 2G, they just come off an eco round. Silence
yeah, it does feel like a 6-6.
It's
It's louder winning these rounds without ults.
I don't think it's gonna happen. Tui's already has him boxed in from window. I really like the way that Loud have reacted to the mid-attention, right? If their wall's ever triggered or they hear audio in that space, there's 1-2 players stepping into A main almost immediately.
A main is a struggle. It shouldn't be, though. The comp's really good at taking A main.
A little bit risky, but I assume flashed himself onto that line.
Like, you would imagine with this comp, they have a really solid instant tether.
You never crouch those angles.
Instant tether damage, as in salvo damage, so you can always take A main.
Okay, Loud has built back into this game well and truly now. 4 out of the last 5 rounds won. No chance for 2G to stabilize an economy
I mean,
back
even
to
if
half armor Sheriffs in this next round.
if they don't have time to do it, they can just copy the foot one.
And look, that's something that I think the very round that Digizine first got up, 2G were kind of aware of. That round they went over towards A, they tried to avoid it entirely. But eventually you have to pay the piper. You have to do something about this Yoru.
I'll return. Well, I'm anticipating 2G. Maybe grab the Yoru ult here if they want to commit that into the round. It's a fight in A-main. Caldine is up in this.
Okay.
Hello? Just in the thick of the utility, 2G continuing to challenge on that angle.
This is kind of what we said though. They should be able to force into A main.
Silence? Yes. 2G really fight doggedly for this A main control. Have it get themselves a rifle upgrade as well. And now, LZ does give his position away, of course, with that shield wall activating, but you're not too bothered about that at this
This is
point.
looking like one of their better rounds.
So here's that defensive side in Null Command. Hard to set up now if you're the Astra on 2G.
You're happy to pull one ult. You're even happier to pull a second ult.
You guys
on
can
Nico.
definitely take the space here if you want.
Done. And now 2G don't have to instantly commit because they showed that player breaking the wall in mid. There's a lot of pressure going into the center of the map right now.
Okay, the call is to go back over towards B, as we can see on the minimap, real nice. And what are they going to do? Why do I feel like they're going to fake with the tail?
Because of that Null Command, there's still so much of that
now they go back
util
over towards
that LZ
A.
can draw upon here. Still fully set up for A, have a full execute, get Silence in position to let the rifle sing.
Full goes at the back, force him over towards site. It's pretty much all down to Vinny. He does have low HP, and he just ran back into the ult.
LG's caught the timing. Full flash though.
Oh,
okay. Finally wins the fight. And now the rest of Loud can move into the site. 10 seconds remaining. PXS puts the spike on the ground. Loud quick on the move. First kill for Pancata. And they keep flooding in. Players from all directions. Digizine is back in main against 2G.
Surely this is good.
What?
Yeah,
No way you're prepped for
Oh,
that one.
Silence! Okay.
Oh my goodness, he almost did an absolute madness.
My heart
What
too old for this.
what happened there?
Defuse here for Loud. And the game is now within one singular round. 2G fighting, but remember, that was Eco. They were able to upgrade to a rifle there. Silence really put it to use. Kawanzine, or rather Pancata, inexplicably going down to that Armageddon there. Looks like there was nowhere to move on the site. Oh, frustrating, but yeah. It's been such a good half now. Loud have gotten into the game properly.
Tech pulls, maybe. Either that or he ran out of bullets.
Good bounce back, that's for sure. Now though, 2G have every ultimate to play with. It's been a while since we've seen them have a couple of these ults in the round, since their streak was kind of put to the
Doesn't
end.
look like tech pulls.
Last time it was Askia moving in through Art, ending in an A finish. Could turn into something similar in the mid-round.
A much less adamant approach to the A main control for 2G this round. They very much let Loud have it. With a, with an asterisk there. It's
We finally saw it in the last round though. This is good, they take so much space. Can't believe Loud just have one setup. It's kind of crazy.
Up in A main.
The only thing they do is switch which side the Yoru plays.
So great timing for 2G to go for a pinch into A now.
What does this reclick from 2G at A main look like? Okay, stealth drone. Okay, Armageddon.
That's a bit premature.
Very much so, yeah. 2G's gonna be able to get out of there. And now they lean here more in the direction of Art. Askia knows the Digizine is still here. He knows there's a double up, in fact, for Loud. This is scary here.
Oh my
and there's
god.
Askia emerging, takes Digizine down instantly. Kawanzine
Oh my god.
That's the Nightfall doing work. A second here for the 2G duelist. He's got to respect that special delivery. The Steel Guarder comes in, and Askia, he's unstoppable.
30 seconds left.
Probably one of the weirdest
Long way
4Ks
away
I've
from the
ever
action.
seen. Especially the first two kills.
Backside, Askia going on a
Last
journey
two were
for that
really
ace.
nice though. That was a fast flash by him.
A monstrous round from him.
You kind of called it, these big ultimates for 2G, getting him such an edge. Askia, believe it or not, used Dimensional Drift this round. Camara, his nerve fails him.
Should be enough damage,
Askia,
30
though, still on for
HP.
the ACE. Looks like 2G here. Again, great start to this half. Loud get into it, start to download him a little bit more, and there
What
it
a
is,
round,
folks.
man. What a round from you.
Power race for Askia.
Switching sides.
His ultimate that round was crazy. It was a more methodical play, right? But coming in for that wraparound in main, knowing that they were all deafened. So he pops out of this ultimate, isn't. I do think Digizine dodged the Nightfall.
Yeah, he did.
But still couldn't win that fight. Then Vinny had no chance against him, and that shot there was crisp.
Yeah, they made us wait for it a little bit there, but clean showing, of course. Oh, buddy. Got to be pleased about that one. 2G again, 7-round attack side here on Pearl. A blistering start, a peter off later on, but still finishing in style. We've got a break and then a second half of this map coming at you.
Satisfied nod, that means a very nice round. A must-win pistol for Louds.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Is 5 enough? What's their comp again? Vice, Teo, Fade, Yoru. Oh, dude, it might be hard for Louds. Do you know why I'm a little bit worried for Loud as well? It's just like the lack of setups they had, I guess. Maybe I'm just reading into the fact that their Vice was in the same position 12 rounds in a row, but I don't think that should be happening. Is 2G impressing me or is Loud disappointing me more? I'd say a solid mix of both. It's a real solid mix of both. Loud played worse on Lotus than they played on this half of Pearl though. Loud got the breaches, not the fade. Yeah, I was trying to think of the 2G on defense. So Loud have a huge... They have a huge weakness in their comp at the moment that if you get an op deep, like far back over towards B, there isn't that much to push you off of the angle, apart from a drone. In which case you can literally just play the first 10 seconds of the round with a rifler here and an op back at B,
I think for me it is the
like on top of the screens, and then I don't know how they clear B ever,
didn't have much of a chance
other than doing like flash force it. So.
Now working into the safe space.
Oh my god, we're straight in on this one.
LZ getting pushed back, just super active on that
line. He's in trouble.
Doing very
How's he got out of there?
Push through the space.
LZ just spent most of that time jockeying back around the corner.
Let's get a smoke down as well.
Wasn't able to capitalize on any of the damage done. On the side now. Okay.
The stun's incredible. What the spam's like.
Play out of the open here and spam down through this smoke. It's been effective.
Spam's kind of good. There's a big luck over towards Art right now, and I'm watching Gobera, and he didn't. Whoa! I was going to say he didn't look ready for it, but.
By Pancada, but one shot is all it takes apparently. And all that bluff and bluster from Loud early in the round has petered out. They look a little sheepish.
And they were close enough to hear them run away, and this guy's close enough to hear them here running away. So they kind of know they're going over towards B early. And look at this push. The problem is if he goes and triggers the wall, they know about it. So he should pretty much go towards the wall, and then this guy should go here, and they shouldn't trigger the wall, in my opinion. They should just stack 3 here. Don't do it. Okay, well now they know, so now they're going to go fast. How much does this wall own them? The knife doesn't hit the Vice. One person with the spike goes through the wall and the rest haven't gone through. 15 seconds and the spike is down over towards site, and there's a fast flank. Oh god, dude. Double pistol for 2G. LZ did incredibly well to survive. I have no idea he's crossed back on 30 HP and no one's hit him.
It's funny because it's that same thing LZ did on defense Lotus, right? After there was this round, there's A aggression, he opens the door and the Omen pushes through, sees no one there, kills a lurker, and then it's a full rotate from the rest of his team. Here it works out. He even puts a cross-map smoke on site to help his teammates flood through and keep up the pressure against the plant.
Askir immediately has gone for an outlaw here, looking for that solo B presence potentially.
Yeah, everyone from 2G again, buying into this one, making sure they don't get ecoed. Fade goes out, got hit. Well, I say got hit, got tags.
But end up backing away from the space.
But the knife went over towards here, so they know it only hit once. So they know that Astra, without any Uto, isn't going to push this. So they create pressure over towards A and then insta-group over towards B. It's actually kind of nice for Loud at the moment. They have a good chance. I know it's eco, but...
Silence as well. I have to imagine he has an inkling this is coming his way. No way, dude. Okay, sees a barrel. Okay, gets his one. Only the one, though. Now, Askia. A little less solid here, but able to find Tigers comfortably.
Ooh,
Correction's
boy,
not there for
picked up
Cowanzine,
gun.
though he is slowed up for a time.
This fight in Link could be everything. Digizin has a Sheriff. And even numbers. If he had a chance to upgrade, that would have been big.
Salvos to stop the
Now,
plant.
though, with the stall coming on
So well
through,
done to
Digizin
Cowanzine.
isn't
No,
moving. The Team 2G are ready for the
no
retake.
armor.
They're going to play from under for the most part. No tower present, so this smoke is going to obscure them entirely. Prowler
Oh,
into
the
halls.
smoke close
Still
to
no
let you
spike
run
line.
out,
Digizin
and then you
importantly,
prowler
they'll be able to
through
bring
it to see if
Pancada down.
anyone's
That
in,
was
and it
the
goes
other one that was
elbow.
supposed to go to work.
It's pretty nice.
Forced into an early retirement instead. Nova Pulse, still no plant, by the way. Cowanzine finds his fourth, though. The Bulldog bites. PXS with the Guardian now. What an important round for this newcomer.
Spike down.
He's
One
cool,
shot
calm,
would take him
collected,
down.
composed. Digizin has to cross. PXS wary of a flank from the right side. Bites the shot. You cannot ask for much more for a debut showing. Massive Red Bull clutch here in round
It's really
14.
close, but the round's a round.
Another one for PXS, because, right, Digizin only has
Round is a
one
round.
bullet in that Outlaw. He did so many of these shoulder baits, and he only had the light armor, so it would have been the one shot.
Honestly,
Great work.
the way he's handled this round, it's giving years of
Dude, I
experience.
think someone maybe commented that he
Not
only had one
first
bullet
time on
here
stage at Americas.
in the Outlaw.
That's the thing. We're again.
someone was
2
counting that.
rounds, Pistol second, where Digizin is coming up
So he had to
killless.
swap to the other gun and it looked like he
Now
was super
rifle in
aware of
hand,
it. Okay, the bonus, they don't have
Bonus
much.
here, little,
Like
a
2G
little
would just
nasty
lose this
2G,
round,
of
you would
course, having
imagine.
such a
But let's see how much
close,
damage they
hardcore
can
round
do.
in the prior. Only the Guardian for PXS. to
Cows in
use
with
the hopes
ult.
up. Askia, you'll note, does not have a gate crash active.
Oh, spots the gun there.
Huge info.
And now 2G are able to call in the assistance of Gobera, so he's going to be there on site. Loud haven't really started to work the map. They need to put some attention in mid. There's still this very annoying Vise wall in street that needs to be cleared away.
55 seconds to duel of this here, so highly doable. But Loud are probably
Okay, they're going to
start
push over towards door, create
run on a
pressure, and then
thin
try split
margin
over
here.
towards 8.
Here's that mid-control aforementioned.
Does he go close enough to hit the wall? No, he doesn't, so they have full info, so they can full pass and stack A.
On A.
35
Enough noise to wake
seconds
the dead,
left.
clearing through
Smoke, one flash.
Here come Loud,
Shot.
arm to the gills.
Absolute shot, and no A main
That's a solid
control.
guarding the round,
It should be
singing out there
impossible.
for
It
PXS.
actually should be
There's
impossible.
25 seconds.
Oh, in the smoke! You're kidding. LZ able to find just the one. Gobera gets his, and Apicata and Tiers are up against it. Silence knows he's got to go for it. And there it
Holy
is.
hell, they
A nasty
they
50.
bonused him with a
60
with a
from
guardian
2G.
and a couple of pistols.
There's just something different in the air right now, 2G.
Kinda
Winning
done,
all
isn't
these
it?
fights. Again, it is PXS, by the way, in main. The same way that Loud were controlling A main on their defensive side, him winning that 1v1 allows him to turn his attention fully back to the site. It creates another brutal angle for Loud to have to clear when they're trying to flood out from Art. It's just not possible, no matter the guns.
And this Loud team, I mean, to be frank, look out at sea, lost, headless. Now with a stinger buy in this round. I can only hope that their pace can...
5 stingers. And 5 stingers
Stymie
is still
2G a little bit here,
very
but
scary.
I'm shocked.
Drone
that we're
doesn't
looking at
clear
such a
behind
scoreline.
here, so he thinks it's 3.
Never around
Whoever goes in hits
It's the
3
same
of them.
story. Again, Loud on the attack, but no control over A main. 4 players tethered up in Art. Like, how are you going to fight through this round? It's
Yeah,
not
that's a
really
gun
gonna
upgrade,
happen.
though.
They're just trying to overwhelm. They look like they were dancing around the maypole with 4 of them being seized there.
But they still have
at least
so much
trade
A
into the
main
map a
control, they
little bit.
can't feel like they can go 3 through here.
It's time into connector.
Deep wall giving 2G
Same time, while all
a
this
lot of
work is
info
being done in
once
mid.
again.
You've got LZ crept up into B
No, wait.
long. So
They
you've
put
got
their
2G
attack wall
giving
here?
up mid, but they have full
fine.
control over both mains and some
I know, it's something else. Their
insurance
attack wall's here.
policies, whether it's back towards spawn, Silence jiggling
Dude,
the
they
angle
can,
for the info.
as soon as
Okay.
Silence sees him here, he should just be tucking
Early
in.
warning now. Should be able to see Silence. Can he spot out LZ over towards him?
Yeah, LZ might
That's
really
massive.
own this. Big swing.
Now Loud playing
Big
without
swing.
knowledge of a player that's in a bit of a pinch position. Still Digizin being canny about how he starts to swing holes.
30 seconds left.
Weird round.
What a-
Loud
what
moved
a
up here in Link for
really
now.
weird round.
LZ waiting for the perfect time to spring forth. And there's Digizin down. And still, LZ hit it over and long. Oh, it's cooked.
They handled it so well. Dude, they're just better on this
Cooked.
map. They really are.
I've got to draw it back to what's
There's a couple of rounds where they like forced it on attack without map control, but other than that, they got nice reactions on defense again.
After blowing them out in the opening map. To lose to 2G, who's the expected worst team in the group, would set them up at 0-2. Now you're looking at probably having to win all your games.
He didn't even have to do anything. He played it incredibly well.
For Loud, for a team of that caliber to be put in that position, and from the other hand, 2G to have a win under their belt and now still very much be in the race to make it out. That is completely out of left field.
This Loud team are the ones that were supposed to lead the way for Brazil. You know, going back to these tried, true, tested names to, again, put their region back on the map. Not only have they been eclipsed by MIBR, who went for the Youngblood in kickoff,
Would
now
this be a bigger upset than
the
Boom?
2G, the Ascended team, are threatening to put them to the sword here. And
Boom
like you
took
mentioned,
down Gen G.
Mathematically disqualify them from playoffs if things don't go
I would say it's
perfectly
probably
for
on
Loud.
par.
Yeah, because it's not like you have easy competition coming after this, right?
No
You've got
easy. It's
Everyone
supposed to be your
rated
easiest
2G
game.
really down
still.
low.
So Loud, they have to stop getting lost in the
Because Boom definitely looked better in
these rounds,
kickoff.
right? Like,
But Loud didn't
how
look
many
as good as
1v1s
Gen.
are we offering up to just allow 2G to take full control from a macro perspective?
Gen G
around?
didn't look good.
Maybe it just has to come back to
Loud didn't look
execing
that
as a team,
bad.
working on what should
Honestly,
be
this probably is a
superior
bigger
protocols. You've been
upset.
scrimming for forever if you're Loud. 2G just got PXS. Had LZ step into IGL this team the other day.
They said they virtually had no practice as a squad. What little practice they had, though, they felt like it's been effective, and can't argue with that.
And even the players we've seen, we've never seen them play Pearl.
Well, they broke the
with the contingency, and as
broke
soon as that
the
0
drone
point comes in,
early.
he's forced to gate crash
Attack
out.
smoke.
He gets stranded
5 people
there.
behind it. Full buy for them. You don't have to
Flash
do that.
himself onto the line. Where have I seen this before?
You don't have to do that.
Ooh.
You're not Digizen, buddy.
That didn't quite go the way he would have liked. Oh, big
Good spot.
Big plaza presence. The 2 season, is he ready for the second player? This is a little awkward now.
Keep an eye on the push behind. There's no wall here anymore. Tail all locks them in. Wait, does he dodge it?
Somehow a gap's been found here.
Yeah.
Somehow BGZ
Link on the side, shut down. PXS drops, and now the fight into Link. Gobert, the sole survivor in that massacre.
Still no plant, though. Plenty of time in the round. Plenty. So early has his action been. Gobert has only 7 points of health left.
Should be impossible with HP.
He's set to get back into the game.
So
what they have to do to mimic a fraction
good
of 2G's
damage.
power is immense, but
like 2G should be thinking it's good damage.
Teams ahead above the surging
You got
tides.
3 people that have to rebuy. If you win this, you win the game.
Remember, the first half looked very much like this. Started snowballing away from them again. The first 4 rounds in a row. Timeout was called.
Big mistake was this. I don't know why he's doing that.
Comes after
You just wait for the smoke.
So
Put your TP out.
trade.
Try to take a peek.
And surviving backside. Very unexpected angle for those 2G players to be working against.
I mean, first round, 1 of the half here for Loud. It's not going to be enough in the long run, but it's a start. The op is gone for 2G. They've got no longer have that in
2G
possession.
should have a good understanding that this round is literally the game, so you would want to see all 3 of these ults really. They can definitely heavily leave a site if they want to retake. You got Yoru ult, you got Fade ult, you got Astro. You can just
going to be the Astra
wall,
allocated over towards B for 2G instead
Fade
of
ult,
Yoru.
Yoru can go in
and
spot everyone, or you can do it Yoru ult a little bit before the Fade ult, you can combo that, everyone can go in, you can util, own them with salvos. I think it should be the easiest retake ever. The only problem is they'll have to try and bait out a Vice ult. One person fake over towards A, keeps pressure here. Rotate goes in. Do they use the Vice ult early? Oh, I think they're done. Don't go in. Don't go in. You got ult.
Still got him thrown down here. 2 years committing that
Yoru
one.
is really far away. That's like the big key person they need here. He should have taken this ages ago.
The Nightfall Astral Divide combo is so brutal, retaking into the site. Very hard for Loud. Do you stay on the site and get hit by the Nightfall?
Fatal goes in.
Away behind the wall. There it is.
Astro ult's here, but they don't have the Yorus. So they can't get hard info. Dude, look at the trades. It's wild. Room for 1v1. He's 10 HP. What a shot from Powers in on 10 HP. And 2G used all of their ults, and they didn't sync him up.
I don't know how he knew Askia was coming from there.
What an absolute shot that is from Kazim.
Going, really?
The back of his neck was tingling, right? Those hairs standing up, goosebumps. Coward Zoomy, 10 HP. He's like, oh, this guy's just behind me. Boom.
I mean, that is
What a
pure
shot.
instinct. Pure instinct. currently now in his second year on this Loud team, already looking so promising.
Force him down to Eco, and in my opinion, Askia maybe
savior of the round.
Could have won 2 rounds.
Okay, so
the last 2 rounds.
Still sort of in this game. 2G work onto a
Knife goes in, that hits a lot here. They could just insta-react over towards B if they wanted. I think it hit 3, but maybe it didn't hit the
even then,
Astra.
Still have the ultimates. They've been pretty liberal committing those ultimates in even on these anti-ecos. Just making sure they secure these rounds.
Nice shot.
Okay, each team just goes for contact there. Askia serves himself up. 2G really not in a position to argue with this A hit, but the spike was left back. It was a bit more of a default look here, so there will be time for these defenders, underarmed as they are, to get set.
2G's position is crazy. He's working into the art insert while his team is planting over on B. Got a lot of time to work with.
More stall here for 2G.
It looks like they know about this game.
This time it's Gobert as util.
You can see 2G is really trying to hunt out this lurk. They haven't seen 2E's. They know he's going to be trying something.
No way, man. This is a long barrel, I'll say that much, yeah? The long barrel of the law is thwarted. PXS now gets an outlaw. Obviously, the spike does go down after some
They're going to be very tempted to vice all this.
Again, still, it's tough. They've got a stinger, they've got an outlaw to work with. Here's a horn. Sees nothing. Stealth drone sees nothing. Silence sees nothing.
One enemy remaining.
And mess up to PXS now. It's a big ask for him.
Okay.
Really starting to get into the game a little bit more.
Timeout,
Might have just
for
doubled
sure,
these frags in that
I would
round, I'm not
imagine.
gonna lie.
And there's a lot to talk about at the moment.
This
They
round
changed the
coming up might
B
be
hit.
the
They probably put
hardest
the vice
for
wall
Loud.
over
Got
here
a
as
couple
well.
ultimates to work with for 2G.
In an
Full
ideal
buy
world,
on
they
their
buy an
side
op,
too.
but they don't have the money for it.
Okay, not the most complex round. A walk up there from Loud. Some superior weapons, good crossfires. This comeback here, well and truly underway. That's 3 rounds
Good
in a
decision
row
to not
for
overcommit
Loud.
with the vice ult, yeah.
2G now go back
With
to
some of the
buy.
trades that went in, they
They've
might
got
have
key
won it.
ultimates as
But
well. Steel Guard and Armageddon at the ready.
okay,
Loud
they
has a vast
don't
hit potential
call
behind
a
Malcolm there.
timeout,
Should
but
they
honestly,
wanna
they
go
don't
that
need
way?
it because they put the vice wall over towards here. So they're actually changing
Early scouting doesn't
stuff
spot
up on their
anything.
own.
That's both info
Badai
pieces
goes
from
over
Loud,
towards
so that's
middle,
immediately in
drone
the
goes
round.
over towards A, and you would imagine we could see an Astra ult like this in a little bit. Oh, wait.
Acceleration, so they throw out the
They
clone.
put
that
the
breaks
clone
wall.
out to trigger the wall. They kind of realized the wall would be
Pivot
here.
into A.
And then
That
now,
was an awkward shoulder peek for Askia.
a lot of this
Punishable.
Allowed to
goes
get
onto
do is they're gonna
Askia's
dip into
shoulders.
street here, see if they can find anything.
Yeah, they go for the 4-1
Lotus
split.
threatened to pinch in towards B, but quickly look to reset into the A. But the important thing for Loud is this A main player. We have not seen this player
If
win the
Askia
fights
wins
in
this
the solo
duel,
spot.
if
Pancada
Pancada goes
can't
too
take down
early,
Askia, this round is so hard to
this
play.
is a nightmare round for Loud.
We'll be tracking that. Askia waiting, watching the slimmest line.
Dude,
Gobert
his
falls back
ult is
now, realizes
incredible
what's
like
happening.
this, but he
Time
gets
to get that
KO
util out.
ulted.
Null command is popped. Askia stranded in this position. Currently suppressed. Gate crash not an option. Pancada's going to keep him here. Hold him under
Good
the
reaction,
thumb.
good
In
reaction.
place. Here comes the reinforcements now. Flashing
It's
through the
unlucky.
smoke.
Ooh,
Askia
he still
tried
got
to
a kill?
reposition,
Wait,
but
he
gets
did
him one
incredible.
kill. Still no spike plant. Loose towards A main.
Gobert
Now
still
scooped up and en
has his
route to the
ult.
site.
They got so much to delay the plant.
Steel Garden comes in now. That was from the defenders.
Don't think
here.
they need the vice
More
ult, but here we
stall.
are.
More denial of a plant.
But there's only 20 seconds. They need to get the spike down
Yeah,
onto
and
the
then do
ground.
they just
Couple
like
of prowess for
tail
LG
ult
to
like
work
this
with.
and flood?
Gobert has the ultimate too. The time is going away.
Vinny knows he's got a touch. Can Gobert time this properly? He cannot hear. That's the problem. Cosmic Divide prevents him from getting the sound cue that he needs, and the spike goes down.
Big
Here's the
kill.
Armageddon, though. Nobody there to be affected
Big
by
kills.
it, but it'll still be a cleanup. It's up to Pancada here versus 4. 2G now trying to give themselves a staging ground to end the series, but Pancada stands up, finds two.
Oh man, Pancada! 1v4. Oh boy, 2G are going to be guarded.
How do you call upon it just when you exactly need it?
What a hero that is.
Not only did he
Because
stay
it
alive,
looked
and then
done.
he kills everyone on Loud.
It
4
looked done. His
kills to come away
reposition
with
in
a
the
Red Bull
1v2
clutch.
was
Pancada
awesome.
on the Astra,
Knew that
sitting
they were
with
going to group
22
together
kills to his name
and just
right
change
now.
his position so that he
I
can kind
mean,
of
the first they
catch
line
him
up
off.
for him, and then the last 2 players, they wait. It's like, let's get the swing at the same time, but no, Pancada precedes them. That preemptive strike catches them off guard.
If Pancada doesn't win a 1 versus 4, the economy for Loud essentially broken. There's just so little to work with. They're forcing Awkwardly to try and stay in the game. That is a legendary showing for Pancada. The impact can't be overstated.
Timeout for
Timeout now for 2G
2G.
because
It's another
nothing
devastating round.
hits you harder than a gut punch
2
like
ults
that from a
invested.
previous champion who's still living the glory days.
That is crazy. I mean, we saw Kalanzine do it a couple of rounds ago, snapping back behind the Astro Wall. This time a 1v4. Infinitely more insane.
And the buffer for 2G is starting
They
to run
look
slim.
a little defeated on their
They're running out of
faces.
space. Loud nipping at their heels now. They have equalized 2G's 4-round streak at the start of this half. It's a 2-round game, just as it was when 2G moves onto the defense side.
And remember, that was the hardest round left for Loud, right? The ultimates have now been spent. You're not going to see 2G probably cycling those together for a while. Maybe next round or the round after, 2G will have another big ult round, but really we're just looking at one more.
Okay. In we go now, pressed up against the barrier. Loud have definitely been fighting for this control here of A-Man and trying to have Pancada as a loose end here. We got a walk up from Askia.
Shot.
Okay.
Ooh, got out of there. Who did they lose?
That is the jackpot.
They lost Kawazin, who had all. I think he was
Still
one away
looking
from
to
all.
Contest this space.
I think that's right.
Get the orb.
Surprised they take that orb instead of giving it to DG Zin though. So they now have no
obviously back
orb.
towards spawn, so Askia has the ability to get to B quickly should it be required. Loud know they've got some time to work with. There'll of course be a large amount of utility that has to be cleared on this B side of the map, and 2Years is hoping to get ahead of the game and find something.
Yeah, I was gonna say at one point they're gonna jump
That's
into
gonna
it.
pull one player over towards B while Loud trying to work into art. Good little 1-2 punch setup from 2G, but Loud doing their homework, clearing away those angles and moving it back into that lurk to B.
Yeah, easy call to go over towards it.
Not taking any undue risks.
I think you're a little bit crazy considering this is an outlaw. Oh my god.
Okay, that's a problem. That complicates
That's some
things.
mad
Silent, though, is
confidence.
affected by that Nova Pulse,
Gets his
but it's safety
flashback.
for the time being.
They got no
There's
Astra
another
stop.
play here for 2G. Gate crash now into halls.
Almost a disaster there. Getting picked off by Silence. You know, Spike will go down. 2G have the numbers advantage, but no real util to work off.
See, and Salvo's into Prowler and to send it.
Again, Loud don't have much post plant util to lean on now. They're trying to buy a little bit of time, get some space, but PXS is poised, ready. It's going to be a flood here from 2G trying to come out from Hall, trying to take the fight here. Askia gets one, but it's not enough. It'll be PXS versus 2. You can't ask him to do it again, to repeat the feat from a previous clutch.
Oh, he
He'll
gave
be
that a
swallowed
nice
out
try.
and dealt with by DJZ.
Okay, Loud
It is a one-round
still in
game.
it. It's a lot of rounds in a row. 6, 5, is it 5 now?
Loud just continuing to ride this wave of momentum. Zin will have the ult. Askia looks like he wants to buy up into the operator. Trying to challenge for some of these opening fights.
One enemy remains.
This is it. It's your last best chance here for 2G to make things happen. Otherwise, you're at serious risk of letting Loud run away with this one. Dimensional drift as well for Askia, so plenty of early warning mechanism.
Change up.
The wrong guess from Askia.
Askia gets his op out, but
utility to scout out,
they don't play it over towards B.
All the way across the map.
I think that's like
And Louder never
they haven't really been able to punish like the
when the Vise is set up towards
fact
B.
that this comp should struggle against an op here.
Okay, gate crash not taken by Askia.
Trying to see if there's anyone on site.
Yeah,
which there
DG Zin
isn't.
goes in, clears
Drift
everything.
into halls entirely here. There's so much free control. 2G have to go for a full retake.
Yeah, I think 2G
Even
messed up
worse than
this
that,
round.
Askia's teleport time down. Now the fight back into spawn with Silence falling.
2G
Yeah,
needs
they
to be an
messed up
active
so many
participant
big
in this round. They
rounds.
cannot simply look on as it just happens.
I would just save it.
Again, awkwardly
I would full person save.
come out from this position, from tower, from under, from Link, into a full 5 of Loud, who are armed to the gills and ready to defend their territory. Here's that dimensional drift. It's surely garnered some information, but you could have surmised there'd be a couple of Loud players here. Askia with the classic of all things.
Ow.
Vinny taken down, but Carter's missing. All of a
DG
sudden,
Zin's
this has been
20
turned on his
HP.
head. DigiZin's so low.
Wait.
So low, and PXS chases him down. It falls to 2Years, the veteran. As LZ begins the defuse, 2Years thinks it's just a tap, he goes for the spray. It's
No
wayward, it's ham-fisted.
way they
It's
won
off the
this.
mark.
That's the
And
round
the
they win.
defuse comes in.
they don't keep anyone alive, so the
Match
money's not
point.
great after this. 3K,
Finally, one of these late
1,000.
rounds goes their way. And it's not because 2Years wasn't getting the kill. He kills everybody. It's just the
4v5,
smoke
and they
allowed
went
them
up
to stick
against
through with the spike.
KO ult and a
That was madness.
tail.
I mean, first of all, how are you getting that kill?
Oh my
I
god.
think LZ, Gobert, and Askia all won
those two hit some
ridiculous
nice
1v1s
kills.
at the same exact time. but it was that flood coming in, every single player jumping out of a smoke behind a corner at the same time. Just overwhelmed Loud.
Okay, 2 chances.
It's
and they
for 2G,
eco,
so
I'm pretty sure I'm going to be writing a 1 soon.
Of course, they have a chance to take a back seat here and just fight for that round 24, but it was very costly for them.
If they can try and get one of these opening fights in mid, bait out a couple of ults from Loud.
This is no way. Oh, 2 years. Okay, gets very fortunate. He's having to back away and get a Razorvine down.
No, this guy is insane, by the way.
He's ahead of the Cosmic
This
Bind.
guy's so
The
good.
wall's going to buy so much time from the Astral. There's the second player flooding in already.
Did they
2G
break
can
the
fight
clone
this through.
before it hit the
Loud can't even
wall or
commit.
went
Still a
after the
minute to
wall?
play
I
with.
guess
There's a
after
good
the wall.
chance you can bounce back across the map. That seems to be the plan for Loud. But even with time, Loud have no position on the map. All of their players are in spawn. They didn't leave an insert towards B. That's the spike. They actually can't. So now, Loud almost have to attack into the center of the map.
Knife goes in over towards A.
On their rotate.
And that Steel Garden is completely pointless.
He hears them
There's
running.
No impact virtually on this
Keep an
round.
eye on the spike over towards B
Into
right now.
Argo.
So they want to
2G
fake
very
over
quickly
towards A
rallying
and then
themselves
pivot
here
back over
to
towards the
Secret,
split
to
B. As we
Flowers.
can see on the
Are we
minimap, this
pump
is
faking
incredible.
this?
It looks like the last round.
PXS
of Lotus, I'm not
also
gonna lie. 2G
is
have
ready
numbers
to use his
advantage.
ult.
They over-rotate towards A because they want to play numbers. No way he's getting timing like
Yeah, and
this.
this is a lovely distraction with Flash
Loud are
here.
back in the game, and Judges in with rifles. You have to remember,
Dude,
Loud
this is a big
have
win
the
for
guns.
Loud. They got big win for 2G. They got Astral out of them. They got
Takes the one
They just need to make sure they don't use this.
Fair enough.
Astral out of them, Visor out of them.
Gonna get the spike deployed.
Just don't
Askia
use the Fatal and
very
you've
low.
probably
We're Stinger
done
here
it.
playing from tower. It's an awkward spot to be. Nightfall here. There's a retake wall, but do you want to spend these ultimates in a round like this, 2G? Probably no. As PXS steps up, knocked down instantly. LZ gets his one. This should be a Loud round. They've got control.
Nice discipline from 2G. They didn't use their ults. They got Astral
Great
and they
macro.
got
The bounce
Fatal.
back over towards B. And there's Askia taken to task.
And
Here
Askia
comes
saved
round
enough that he
24.
can get
It's
an
about as
op.
important as it gets.
Exactly, and here's the thing. 2G lost the round, but they pulled the 2 big ults. They didn't waste any of their own. So they've got Nightfall, they've got Cosmic Divide, they're 1 off of Silence in the Steel Garden. So they can afford to sort of group together, fight very heavy on one
Why
side.
did he Visor? They all have Sheriffs here, but he
into their
doesn't
buys
know.
if they want to. 'Cause those
But
ults
all they
combo
know is that they had 3,200 average, so it might have been like everyone
they've got
buying
those to
Guardian's
lean on,
armor,
as
and
you
then the
mentioned.
first guy on B, the only
This
person
is
they
for extra
found, have
innings. This
Sheriffs.
is Loud getting back into the game.
So they
They
just,
won, what, like
they
6
just didn't
of
know
last
about the
7
buy.
rounds here? Askia.
He doesn't go
Could be
for
so
the op.
pivotal, pushing up onto this line that Kaunzin is prepared for it again.
Wow. They had
Okay, but
3
he gets
players on a
info.
high
He
low
had 2
there.
people shoot.
Couldn't get the kill.
He took 0 damage at that.
That's huge.
Now Loud.
2G want to show the idea of aggression, but really, they want to play numbers and they want to play retake. They don't want to risk any of those players with the big ults falling early in the round.
Yeah, I mean, they want to project a willingness to fight, but they'd rather just negotiate from a position of power. That's it.
Salvos to clear the left
They want
side.
the fight to get close in onto this
Drone
side.
just
They've got
cleared all of
dots for
R
it.
with the
more
pressure.
stall that comes
Teo
in,
wanted to
better
rotate
it
over.
starts to look. That spike is still in spawn. This is all
The good news for
lose Loud.
2G
He's trying
is the
to
person to
rotate.
clear the
It's not
question mark
actually
over
trying to
towards
accomplish
here
much of anything.
is the fade.
Okay, Didge's in.
And they
Gate
just
back
did
to
it
the spike
perfectly, but that's
location.
going to change the
2G
call.
opt
So
not
Loud
to,
with that, knowing that they
insert
cleared the
anyone over
question
towards
mark,
A
it
main.
needs to go back and want that hit over towards
might
B
still
because
be
they think they're
forced
going to
to
have a
use it to
rotate. So
keep
honestly,
that
it's
part
like
of
a
the map.
little
Time
A
and
fake
retake
here
would be
should
good. The
work
fade
well
is
of keeping
rotating
like
away,
3-4 here.
2 players holding.
Oh wait, that's huge
Again, look at
info.
Art mid, like, Loud have found
Jumped
some
again,
solid
saw
impact
2.
lurks.
Fade's coming over.
Get spotted out
20
here.
seconds.
Silence critical here with the Sheriff earlier on. Here's
Fatal
a
goes
Nightfall
in.
that's gonna slow
Vinny,
things
do they
up.
hear him?
Seconds. Not a lot of time to work with.
Yes, they
There's
do.
Silence getting rid of Vinny. The lurker there through mid. There's another one coming. I don't know if he's going to be ready for it, but it may not matter. 2G
He actually did it.
on the
He
precipice of
actually
doing
did
it.
it. Damn, dude. That's nuts.
In disarray, losing their leader.
That's crazy.
Their
That's so,
first
so
win
crazy.
Of Americas. In a debut for PSS.
Man, I'm pretty happy for them.
Silencing
That's wild.
the doubters and maybe the doubt in their own minds as well.
That is unbelievable. Loud looking stunned on the other side of the stage. With the havoc of this
Who would have
last
thought?
week in the 2G
Tragic.
camp to
Jesus,
come
what have you
out
done again?
and
50.
2-0.
Wait, back-to-back days with 50?
The
That's nuts,
Brazilian
mate.
team
Tragic,
in
thank you so
Loud.
much. Thank you, thank you.
is just madness.
The 2G believer Tragic, the 2G supporter, he's happy with it.
This is another infusion.
He's celebrating the win with 50 gifted.
Into America's
Tragic, thank you so much, man. Thank you for doing that. I appreciate you so much, dude.
They were the second seed from Brazil. In fact,
That chat guarantee. I mean, can you even blame us? Like, sometimes you can blame us, but this one, I don't know. This one, I'm not sure many people would have gone for 2G here.
Talk about a plug and play solution. Guys like a sea monkey, just to add water.
Okay, Zeno, thank you so much for the prime as well. Chat, good amount of Oilers. If anyone got gifted, make sure you at @TragicHeart_ and say thank you. Tragic, I appreciate it, dude. Thank you so much for that. Thank you.
And look,
because that's crazy amounts, bro. Crazy amounts. Appreciate all the support.
So many moments. LZ in particular is taking these solo plays, and he was so effective throughout the day.
I mean, someone who has had to step into some big shoes and call, as well as be incredibly impactful over the course of that first map. The guy was popping off.
Did they 2-0?
He's a huge component of the fact that, you know, 2G even get to this map while being ahead. And they got off to such a great start. It's Askia's moment to shine at the start of Pearl. He's 4-0, dominating DJZ on his first game on Yoru. And just when it looks like Loud are back in the game, it's a timeout. It's Faith managing to craft
the game. Oh no, the game delivered.
The composure from this young squad
it wasn't
so impressive.
It wasn't the highest skill game we've seen, especially from Loud. Oh my goodness, there's a lot of stuff that is going to be painful for the VOD review.
If they can somehow 2G take down a couple of other teams, they can start
the 2G, man, this is it's an incredible boost for them as well.
Dire straight, starting off 0-2.
They're coming to this whole week having so much belief. I don't know who they play next.
Team in this group. It is now
must be feeling great.
Down the hatches and pray, because you've got to win basically everything from here on out.
Loud, you are the team, the household name, also the kryptonite of every other Brazilian team in the league up until this point. Yeah, not anymore. That's right. That's what I mentioned. Changing off the guard. Now, it feels so awkward for such a, a venerated team to not.
It's rough, but at least they got confidence.
And stage 1 in their own hands. Crazy times here in the Riot Games Arena. We're going to head over to Riv down on the stage for the Verizon post-match interview with Gabera.
Dude, how is this such a banger?
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And it is, in fact, to talk to 2G's Gobera after they take down Loud 2-0. Years in the making, you come to this point, you're able to take down your Brazilian brethren to start off. What does it mean to see kind of everything come together here for the first win on the stage?
Depois de tanto tempo, vocês vêm para cá ganhando de 2-0 dos seus irmãos brasileiros. O que foi a caminhada até aqui?
A caminhada é sempre muito dura, sempre acompanhei eles desde o começo da franquia e tá podendo agora confrontá-los aqui no palco do VCT Américas é algo muito especial para mim e gratificante.
Well, I've been following this team forever, right? So being here playing against them on this stage is something completely like I can't even believe.
And talk to me about how the team has gotten through, you know, the past, as we were talking to the other team, people of the team, the last 48 hours have been tough. IGL changes, teams or players coming in for role changes. How are the vibes? How do you get through this? What were the thoughts coming into today?
Eu tava falando antes com alguns outros players do time, né? E as últimas 48 horas foram bem difíceis. Trocaram de IGL, tiveram um jogador novo chegando. Como é que foi a preparação para hoje? Como é que foi a pressão de estar aqui?
Então, foi algo bem duro assim de lidar. Essa mudança foi muito rápida, então a gente botou a cabeça no lugar, continuamos trabalhando duro e deu isso. O resultado foi muito bom pra gente, a gente conseguiu colocar o nosso jogo em dia.
It was like hard, of course, with all these changes. But we could, you know, just focus on this game and bring it today, and the results are here.
Awesome. Well, 2 more questions for you. Talk to me about playing now with PSX on the team. A lot of clutch rounds there. How was it adding him in and having that power?
Trazendo um jogador novo para o time, né, o PXS. Como é isso? O que ele traz para o time?
Cara, ele tá trazendo uma vibe muito boa para o time. Ele consegue trazer pra gente alguns pontos que a gente acabava não tendo no time. Além da mira, o moleque é muito embaçado, provou pra ele, pra todo mundo que a gente tem potencial. A gente que tá vindo de baixo do VCB, a gente tem potencial sim pra disputar no maior
Gen?
nível.
Yeah, Gen was doing a lot of right stuff.
Well, he's
today.
great, right? He has
Still rough
a lot
game,
of aim, and he brings to the team what we were lacking. And I mean, like we're coming from tier 2, so reaching this stage and bringing a strong game is really important.
And final question is about you. You know, what are
Like a
with
proud
this win, it's
dad
gotta
right
feel
now.
Great, but what are your goals for
I love
Gobera? What are you looking
underdog
to
story
this,
is always fun, man. Even if it's just,
even
even if it's only this win for this whole year, like this is still cool for them to experience.
Cara, os planos para mim, eu acho que a gente continuar na pegada que a gente tá. A gente tá muito bem com o time. Agora o foco é para os próximos jogos, claro, e a gente busca essa vaguinha no Champions, a gente quer manter na franquia agora.
I think the focus for me, it's actually just focus on the next games, keep this moment, this pace. The team is really good, and we are looking for this spot in the Masters.
Awesome, Gobera, congrats on the win again.
I like
2G,
it.
take a win over Loud. Aldi, thank you so much for translating. Don't go anywhere. We got more games coming up. We got C9 versus Leviathan next. Don't go anywhere.
This is the start of the 2G turnaround. I still think they're going to have a rough time. I think Loud really misplayed a lot. But it changes a lot when everyone gets a win like this and actually can start believing. Like their week of prac this week is going to be really good. Alright, chat. Usual stuff. Add spam.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Definitely excited to play against Leviathan. Facing Rossi, I would say the other guys on the team have more stake into that game than me, but I'm definitely excited. He's one of my friends, so it's going to be a great match. He's a good player.
On C9, I was very, very hands-on, so I don't think there's going to be much mind game unless I'm mind gaming against myself. Easiest way to lose is to overthink and to go deep into those mind games, so we're just going to keep it simple and do our thing, and I'm going to do what I know is best for myself and for the team.
Sacando una ronda y Rossi, papá.
I would say our playstyle is very disruptive and aggressive and confident, and theirs is very similar, so it's going to be a brawl, honestly, and we'll see what happens.
Getting net out of heaven, he has been a problem for NRG, and he'll continue to terrorize them.
For the match against C9, I don't have any hatred towards them. They had an issue with me, I don't have an issue with them. So yeah, may the best win.
Welcome back to VCT Americas and our final match of the week, Leviathan versus Cloud9. I'm Zoe, back on the desk together with Sean Garris and Wyatt. But before we're digging into this one, we have to talk about it. We have to talk about what just happened on that stage. Why didn't you predict him this week? Why you could have been a genius?
I actually believed too early.
Like, glue is gone.
You peaked too early. Yeah, you just missed it by 1 week.
2 goats have arrived.
They left the glue factory. Yeah. They're actually back. That I don't even know what to say. All of the little minuscule win cons that we had to sell to the audience as a dream. They actually check. They all
They're dreaming. Everyone's dreaming out there now. No, but this is like that was just so important for so many individuals on that team. LZ's one I'm looking at here. I mean, being put into that position is so very difficult. And he did such a phenomenal job. You could see the relief on his face right after the match was over.
Yeah. I mean, he deserves it. He deserves all the credit in the world. This guy played out of his mind mechanically, like as an individual. And then he brought a game plan that looked very good. We expected something scrappy, like a double duelist.
Yeah,
legit.
I was scared when they deviated to the meta comp with Yoru Breach Taeho with the Vice.
How did they win it?
There are so many moving parts with that comp.
Yes.
They've been practicing together as a team like 1 day or something, and they made it work. It's crazy.
I don't even want to give credit to one person, though, because I feel like PXS came in and played out of his mind. The 1-on-2 on Pearl and B site was insane. Askia also came into this team when Prize left, playing out of his mind on Yoru. Like, it's just all clicking.
Yeah, so many changes, new pieces, and they made it work, and in what a fashion they did it. Very exciting stuff. I'm very interested to see how this is going to play out for them for the rest of the season. And now, let's focus on the match at hand and talk about what we got here, because this is another good one. It's a grudge match. I'm so excited for this one. Rossi will get an opportunity to face off against Cloud9 that dropped him, and I have to say it, very unceremoniously during the off-season. Like, that was a surprise to people, to him, I'm sure, too.
The entire scene.
The world.
It really did.
It was insane.
It's the most I've seen this scene, respectfully, care about Cloud9. Like, people were outraged about this
and they
to a crazy extent.
I mean, that off-season game that Rossi played with Cloud9, after they boot camped in Korea, right? He spent the whole month with the team in Korea. He top fragged the tournament, like rating-wise, on the initiator role while IGLing, and then they were like, nah, we don't need it.
Yeah, he's not a good fit, though.
Yeah, not a good fit.
Not a good fit.
And that was just mind-blowing.
And to their credit, they have... Yeah, it's actually worked out. They're playing very well. They look like a very consistent, reliable team at the moment. And so they ended up making the good decision. Just one of those situations where it's not an indictment of Rossi's skill. They were just genuinely correct in that he wasn't the right fit, despite that skill.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you can be the best in the world. If it doesn't fit the team for whatever reason, it just doesn't fit. So it hopefully works out for both sides, because Rossi now obviously on that Leviathan squad who has to make it work over there. I loved the little video we just saw for that match introduction. He was so sassy.
Yeah.
Spicy.
Yeah. That's a good one. So seemingly he's chill. He seems to vibe with the team.
Listen to their comms in the off-season. Did you get a chance to listen to their comms
No, I didn't
in that
listen to the
off-season?
comm videos.
He basically had all of the info funneled towards him and was microing everyone. He was calling high-lows. We should 3-2-1 swing this together. He was also calling macro stuff like initial game plan and what we should do when the other team is eco. And he had full control. I was blown away. And then when they got rid of him, I was like, maybe he had too much control. Maybe he had too much of a say. And that is a flaw in Valorant. You want a lot of people bring in ideas from all over because there's so much variance. There's so many things happening on the map at once that there's a bogged down delay in things if it all goes through Rossi. But I don't think that should be the problem with LEV because King has IGL'd for a long time. So they have multiple voices here.
What were your thoughts on the performance then from just last week?
I thought he led the team really, really well. I think people are very low on them right now, actually. The initial first halves, I like the looks that they gave, and the Icebox half, particularly on attack, if you go back and watch that, they were innovating. Like, I actually was impressed by like 5 rounds.
They were the first team I think we've seen in America's bring something new on Icebox. Everyone else is traditional comp or the Harbor comp.
Yes. They struggled with other things like putting players on new roles. I don't think Demon 1 looked very good on controller. I'm not going to lie. I don't think King had his best game, maybe his worst game I've ever seen King play.
He has been a phenomenal player for years at this point on this LEV roster.
Yeah.
So reliable. Yeah, such an outlier game from him. I really think that this team are paralyzed by options. They had too many great flex players. Eventually, I think they'll land on something where all of the moving parts are perfect.
We say eventually, the clock's ticking.
Yeah, I mean,
the stage is very short if you're really looking at it, so every single match does matter.
But so we're in this double initiator meta right now, and they have 2 very good initiators in Rossi and Calm. I got faith they can bounce back. I really do.
Well, they can prove it today. Now, earlier today, Arif got to chat with Coach Imi to talk about having to play against the team's former IGL. Let's hear what he had to say.
I'm here with C9's Amy to chat for a moment before the game. There was quite a bit of community backlash with the roster change from Rossi. Do you feel like there's any kind of pressure to win today or make sure that you prove everyone wrong?
No, I don't think there's any pressure. Haters are going to hate if we win. If we lose, that's what they do. They hate.
Where's the confidence coming from?
I mean, just don't care. We have our team. I don't care about Rossi. He's not my problem anymore. I'm glad he found a team, but it's got nothing to do with me.
Amy, thanks. Good luck today.
Excuse me?
That was unnecessary.
That was pretty, that was pretty spicy.
Not
all right, Chad, what did I dismiss?
I like the fit. He looked like an extra on The Sopranos.
It was flaming.
With the gold chain and the polo.
Amy's giving it.
The white polo with the chain. I don't know. I like it.
This just sounded like a response who's absolutely over getting blasted from the community. Because you said it before, like, it was almost unproportionate the way they reacted to that. I don't just like I was literally the villain heading into this. Over getting blasted from the community. Because you said it before, like.
In things if it all goes through Ross.
Comp, reliable, perfect comp.
Roster change from here with C9's Amy to chat for a moment before the game. There was quite a bit of community backlash with the roster change from Rossi. Do you feel like there's any kind of pressure to win today or make sure that you prove everyone wrong?
No, I don't think there's any pressure. Haters are going to hate if we win. If we lose, that's what they do. They hate.
Where's the confidence coming from?
I mean, just don't care. We have our team. I don't care about Rossi. He's not my problem anymore. I'm glad he found a team, but it's got nothing to do with me.
Amy, thanks. Good luck today.
He's not my problem anymore.
Because of how this team plays in map 1s week after week. So he's
just like last
he's
week.
So over
Let's talk about that. Because last week they had their opening match against Energy and they went down. Initially, people started to be very hype on Energy, but then very worried and concerned about Cloud9. However, they brought it back, and once again, they did it on the back of Zeppa having his second lifetime game. I don't know how many lifetime games one can have, but this is the second time, and again, it was against Energy, funny enough.
And again on Fracture, specifically. For some reason, that is just Zeppa's home map. That clutch.
Dude, yeah, this clutch
was
nuts.
vile. That shouldn't be happening. The random flick one tap through the cage, and then in the meantime, I can't remember who that was. Ethan just couldn't get the spray connection.
At the end of the 2G interview, he said they're looking for the champ spot so they can maintain a VCT spot.
He's hit off-season form.
I mean, it's a good goal.
Plus energy.
I don't think they'll.
Like, this guy is on fire.
I mean, if they do that, there'll be one hell of a run.
Plays like Oxy of last year. Or the year prior.
They would somehow top the EG. Well, I mean,
like
EG
we haven't
won
even
something
seen
too.
that yet. They haven't even
it would be similar to an EG
Oxy
run.
to go nuclear.
It's like he's their secret weapon in the back pocket. It's like
actually is.
then
Honestly,
again,
I think if they aim for that and they can get playoffs, then that would be
It's great to see
huge.
for this
He's
year's
in playoffs
roster
to
that
stage
this
2.
is not the only thing they can rely on. Like, they have other people who can shoot.
Yeah.
Even IGL, Mitch is a shooter. I don't think people give Mitch enough credit in the IGL role. This guy has been playing for a while now, but the way he leads the team, he's got like kind of a more passive voice, makes everyone feel good about themselves, and he allows the players to make big comms and big plays in the moment. He's like a player's IGL, and I really like watching his teams play because you get the freedom from the players, and this team will excel in that kind of system.
Yeah, really outside of Oxy, I think all the individuals on this team are underrated to some extent, and Zeppa, the man on the screen in the offseason, was crazy underrated. People were calling for his head in the offseason, and he has turned up.
What?
This is
everything.
That's so good.
Yeah, incredible. The aura. It's with us today. No, I mean, the vibes are obviously good. They're starting things off really well this stage, and during the win over NRG, Net was hype as well from round one, just yelling across the stage, bringing the energy.
I've loved watching Net. I think he's really transformed himself as a player since being on G2 at the start of VCT last year, gets cut, goes back down to challengers to compete with M80, had a slow start, then started heating up, and now on this Cloud9 team, I think has really found his form. He's been fantastic in these situations where he's cutting off players on rotates when they're on attack. He always has this sense for picking off flankers from the other team. He has been a rock. I'm really blown away by his play at the moment.
Yeah, he's a very cerebral player. He makes great comms. Not decent. This guy actually can IGL. He IGL'd the defensive half for M80 all of last year, and he probably is having a huge impact on this team as well.
What are my options?
I've had him, luckily, on my teams in ranked. This guy's like a hard carry. He never stops talking. He is an excellent player. To have on your team, he rounds out this team so well.
I mean, overall, this team is looking good. They're looking happy. They're looking on fire. They're on a good trajectory. And we're not sure which version of the players we're getting today, but, everyone can shoot, so I'm not worried at all. Now, if we're looking at the other side, though, LEV, they're coming into this with a lot of big changes, role swaps. Like, it's just, there's a lot going on there, a lot of moving pieces. How confident are we with the current rendition?
Honestly, I was ultra confident in them coming into this stage. They have raised concerns for me. I'm not ready to jump off of the bandwagon just yet for this team because I do really believe that they have all of the pieces to have one of our top America's teams that can qualify for international events. But it's going to be difficult to put the pieces in the right places because they literally have too many options with this squad. They can try so many different roles, and it's going to be tough to iron things out, but I do believe they can get there.
I agree. I think they can get there. And like I said, we're in this double initiator meta, and they have two insane initiators in Rossi and Com. They have players that will communicate and be proactive with util, create new util that the rest of the scene hasn't seen. They'll cook up all plays left and right. That's what they're known for. What they really should be focused on is getting Demon 1 situated on like a solo Viper Icebox role. It worked last week because they just hit A, hit A, hit A, hit B, hit B. But when it comes to timing your wall and your toxins, I guarantee you Demon 1 isn't on a pro level right now that we should be seeing in VCT, but it'll come with time. Mechanically, he is incredible, and I have immense faith in them.
I think everyone has faith in the individuals. Yeah. What I have faith in is the emotions, all right? I'm here for the drama, I'm here for the storylines, I'm here for the grudge match. So let's hear what Rossi had to say ahead of this one to Riff when they got together.
We've had two like that, Sonya.
I'm here with Leviathan's Rossi before their matchup today. A few questions for you. First off,
I do hear those kind of stories a lot.
Week one, now that you got that VCT stage game under your belt.
I think the key takeaways from the week one was just learning more about ourselves because we're relatively a new team, but also just understanding what we actually need to do because both maps, we had like one good side, one bad side, so we're just really just polishing the weaknesses in our game, and that's really about it.
And how's it been IGLing for the new squad?
It's been good. I mean, it's much different compared to my last team because I have a lot of experienced players. I have 2 world champions, and these guys made top 3 last year as well. So a very high experience team, so it's a little different, but overall pretty similar.
Final question, got to ask, any added pressure going against C9 today?
No, sir.
All right, Rossi, thank you so much. Good luck in the game.
Big smile.
Right on. He sounds so confident and so relaxed, but that's a good mindset to have.
I like that. I like him giving the flowers to the team. It's the experience. That lets me know that they're having a lot of extra things coming in from the outside that he didn't have on Cloud9, which I said he was more like a dictator on that team. I don't think it's like that here.
Yeah, probably not. They've, and like you mentioned, with King IGLing for that team for so long. Also appreciate when we had some of the
Is
listen-ins
Rossi the
with
IGL for
LEV
LEV?
last
Yeah.
week. He was keeping the
They've done
vibes up. It
little
looked like they were having
changes up.
fun the whole time.
King's now looking
having a
like
good time,
perma-duelist.
despite losing. You know?
Well, you know what? The audience is keeping me
Demon
positive
One
as well.
smokes.
Let's bring the teams to our stage right now. Looking at Cloud9 here first as they're taking to the stage.
I'm so confused about the
They kicked off stage
about the
one with a
walk-ons.
victory
I
against
reckon
Energy.
sometimes we do
Zephyr
like
having an
individual,
absolute lifetime
and sometimes we do all the
performance
teams coming out at
again.
once.
We know this team can shoot.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see more from these guys. I do feel like they're going to have a high level of consistency this year. I think they're a legit dark horse. And when you're looking at the 5 players there, I'm just seeing underrated sleeper picks from challengers that the community doesn't give enough respect to yet, but eventually they're going to have to.
Yeah, I see a team that actually has a lot of similarities to, say, maybe like another NA team like 100 Thieves, right? They play with a lot of aggression, a lot of confidence. They have young players. Again, I think Oxy is the star piece of this team. We haven't really seen him shine as bright as he was in the past, but I think that happens today.
Well, they will be going up against Leviathan, which is coming into stage one with a bunch of changes. Role swaps, new IGL and player in the mix as well, namely Rossi, who I'm sure is feeling extra motivated to go up against his former team.
I'm super excited to see what these guys can bring in another match. I'm curious to see if they want to swap things up, if they feel like that was just a bad day. We were talking to Dre earlier, and he felt like watching back that game, it literally just came down to they were not winning duels. They were not in form. I wonder if they feel that way, or if they feel like they need to go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, and that's going to happen, right? When you take these heavy mechanical aimers. Look at everyone on the screen right now. These are aimers. These guys can shoot. But when you put them in these supportive roles and make them think util first, sometimes they're going to have duds like that, like what we saw last week, where they were just absent in 2 of the halves. If they can piece that together, if they can really drill down their game and make sure everything is understood ahead of time, this team should be
Split Ascent Lotus.
Right, we got the map picks. Curious to see Cloud9 taking us to
I'm excited
this
to
is the first
see
time they're actually
the
playing
Ascent
the map
comps.
this year, and they picked it into LEV, who just lost it last week. So assuming they feel they're going to have the ability to anti them with ease, they weren't impressed by what LEV were doing, and whatever they've got cooked up will be a complete surprise to LEV.
And Rossi too
Last
aggressive.
week ran the breach
Out of
Teo
everyone on
Rossi.
LEV right now, I worry about
on
Kex
King.
the
And
least, I would say.
He was missing kills that I would normally say are like gimmies for this guy. He is one of the best players in our region, and he was set up for kills. There's no way that happens again. He will not play as bad of a game as he did in week 1. The question is whether they keep him on Duelist, because like you said, they have a wealth of options.
Yeah, they
have so many
they really
things.
do. They really do.
Oh, wait, he's on Viper last week.
Okay.
Okay, I was like, wait a second. Demon 1 was on
I was already getting too excited.
I got excited.
No, and to be fair, they did have a solid defense. It was just on attack, they completely fell flat. So that's really the area of improvement they're going to need to have right now against C9.
Did you worry about the most?
So I did to see
Kind of all the
more
other
from
4,
Tom as
really.
well. I mean, when we're talking about this team, you can't ignore the fact that they have world champions.
Rossi's
they have
got a
players
lot
that
to
have
do.
been to multiple masters.
King, it's been a while since he's been on
international
Duelist.
events in the past.
Demon won
versus
the
a team of
Omen, didn't
primarily
look good, but it's
challengers
only
players
one
that
map.
just came up. There is an experience diff.
The mirror comp, Wyatt. Oh, this is actually one of my favorite plays, actually, to pick the map that the other team played the week prior, anti-strat them to death, and literally run their own strats against them.
Just steal what worked and anti what was trash and just own them.
Yeah.
I'm not mad at it.
200 IQ play from Imi coming in.
I'm not mad at it. You have to keep your eyes on King here. They haven't adjusted. He's got to step it up on the Yoru. He's got to hit those shots that he was missing last week.
I'm excited for this one. We're going to see the mirror comp on our first map. Let's see how this one is going to
Com as well?
play out. So let's
Com
send it
not as
over
much.
to your casters. It's Duck and Dre.
At least I know he's going to do his role well.
Thank you so much, Zoe. I think when we think about this series and you think about Cloud9 playing against LEV, Dre, I would say, and I think the talent predictions would agree, that Cloud9 are favored in this match. Maybe slightly, but they are favored in it. But we've got to talk stats. We've got to talk history. Since the beginning of Stage 2 last year up until today, Cloud9's record against teams named NRG, 3-0. Perfect record. right? They're farming NRG.
Vice Clone with the Prime.
Any
Thank you
team
for the
not
14
named
months. Thank you,
NRG,
thank you.
They're 0-6 against. The last team that Cloud9 beat that was not NRG in VCT was MIBR, and that was May of 2024.
Yeah, that's an absolute ridiculous stat, by the way. And just to talk about Cloud9 expectations as well is last
Do you not
year,
prefer the tank on Jules Silver King? I'm not the biggest in the tank believer. I don't think he's bad. I just didn't understand the pickup. Oxy gets raid bossed into the pistol, and that is an absolute shot.
Great start for Lev, man. Sean was talking about it. There's no way King has another abysmal performance like he did last
I also like
week.
this from Lev. One of the most common
Don't get
strats
much
with
better
this
than that
comp
to
is
kick
to
things
just
off.
damage TP to the backer site. So they have someone backer site, and then they also have someone here
You're
early.
just not comfortable enough. And I think this match right here is going to be a big test to Leviathan to see if they're getting a little bit more comfortable on these, you know, wacky rolls that people are talking
Maybe on
about.
the loud cast. Oh my god, he would have been flaming so heavy.
To A site right now.
Been flaming a lot this week, and there would have
Power of the
been
Yoru is you could be two places at once. It
a
feels like
lot
he's
of
gonna be
ammo
here
for him
fight
to
at A
just
as
go
well.
off in that first
Tex
game.
is such a great anchor. Let's see what Cloud9 can do to test the defense of Leviathan.
Both side by side. The spit's going to hurt a little bit. You've got the stun coming out as well as King.
Okay,
Looking
good
to find a
util
little bit of
from
space up top.
Lev, by the way.
Dropping Mitch, not able to connect
Sorry,
on the
good
second
util from
side.
C9
They're
even.
getting a little bit of space. They're
They
getting a
had
little bit of
the
room to work
TP
with
over
here.
towards here with
Spam kills from
with a
Vic
stun as
into
well
heaven.
and the flash.
Now the numbers go the way of Cloud9 somehow. Rossi and even when are left on this retake. You do have
Passes
paranoia,
up
you
a
do have
bit,
the
sure.
fault line, Doug.
Can the new leader for
Should be,
Leviathan
should be better now.
snatch this pistol away? Well, Demon 1 close by. Was a household name in Valorant. He's going to get an opener. Oxy will fall
Damn,
too.
nicely handled
That's
with the
the
two
pistol
here.
for Lev.
Rossi and Demon 1.
And that's a pistol round 1. Something that Leviathan couldn't
Yeah,
do at
Rossi
all
already
in their last matchup against MIBR.
starting
They
strong.
won no
Wants the
pistols,
ult,
Doug.
wants to
So
get his ult
already
early.
having a stronger start.
Their setup was really nice. The
I think
setup was
you
really nice over
mentioned
towards
Leviathan
B,
there very
and the
quickly. I
C9
want to
hit
talk
was
about
nice
their
and nice.
expectations as well, because we've touched on Cloud9's, and again, a great pistol for Lev, being able to convert that 2v3. All of the conversation around Lev has been, this project's in trouble, right? Demon 1's not the player he once was. They have role issues. There's an abundance of options. How do they make them work? But you got to look at who they've played against and who they've lost to.
Yeah.
They've lost to MIBR twice, and they've lost to G2. Two teams that right now feel like they're going to
Not
be
bad.
competing against the best of the best in the world. So where are Leviathan in the pecking order truly?
I mean, I think they're a lot higher than people rate them. Even if you watch the game, yeah, they kind of got blown out against MIBR, but the macro was really good. Rossi calls, he calls phenomenally for this team of Leviathan, honestly. It's just the execution that was lacking and the comfortability in terms of their mechanics. MIBR were just sitting them down in trap plays. That's usually supposed to go in your favor. So if Leviathan could just have a little bit more confidence, a little bit more firepower behind their traps, Cloud9 need to be very careful.
Yeah, you can make the argument that those two losses are quality losses. The thing is Zoe was mentioning on the desk, it's a short runway. You don't really have a lot of time to afford
create
some
a good
quality
amount of
losses or not.
pressure.
You've got to convert. That's the pressure Leviathan are facing here. So far winless in stage 1.
Oh my god, so many dinks.
Yeah, it's an eco, but crispy out of Demon 1 so
Yeah,
far.
there's a lot of dinks here.
Confidence kills for sure. I mean, amongst all that utility, he's just sitting in the open. He's getting 4 now. Oxy, he's going to drop here too to Max.
Very,
Demon
very
1
nice.
cleans it up. Beautiful headshots from him, and you know it's going to be a dangerous, dangerous game when a player like Demon 1 is getting fired up so early on. He's sitting at 5-0 right now, and he's able to upgrade to a Vandal. That being said, that was just an anti-eco round. Doesn't tend to go in your favor most of the time. Cloud9, they do cook up a lot on rounds like this, though.
Wow.
Oh, that's so
And
many
that was better the
headshots.
second time around.
It's so much damage in this round.
El Diablo's dead. There's a new king of hell.
Cloud9 with 4 rifles. And a quiet approach towards A.
The Outlaw can
Look at the
one-shot
defense right now. The
one.
power of the Yoru is he has a
That's it.
TP all the way towards screens at A. Maybe he opts not
Interesting to
take
see
it 'cause
that
he could just
C9 are
rotate
going
through
for the
mid, but
DRX wall. Right,
it's
the
gonna be a
same,
retake for
same pressure in
Leviathan
theory
here
as
on
what the
the A
smoke
side.
and
It's
the
a pretty
wall
healthy
do.
buy
So
from
they
them as
save
well.
the smoke and they throw it over towards spawn.
Again, a spam kill for Vic. Just
They,
like the
they
pistol.
throw it on the
That's
floor
IGL
to
down
make
as
sure
well.
they
That's all
can
the breach
TP
utility
into
down now,
safely.
too, so
Wait,
the
this is
retake
kind
is
of
going to
nice
be
from C9.
significantly weaker.
Looks
for
like
the side of Leviathan. Cloud9 are in a really good
looks like they're
position
going to do
here in
this
post
wall
plan
all
to
the
close
time,
this
and they're
round
going to
out.
have fresh stuff with the Viper smoke. We already had it blocking over towards Nail on the eco, and then we have it over towards his TP entry.
Own medicine.
It's good breach damage to isolate this Jewel.
Mitch and Zeppa alongside Net.
Yeah, Net just wins this round though.
Trying to do their best to keep them back, and you were trying to flush Net out from main, and
what's
it
different
just
about
doesn't
this
work
wall?
out.
I mean, most teams do this
Just
wall,
damage
right?
now for King.
But with this one, most teams would do.
Making
Oh,
the
this is
economy
good
bad
damage.
for Cloud9. He's done just that.
I do this wall
He's
with a
going for
smoke,
more, Net.
right? But
The
this
armor's
time
gone. I
you
mean,
create the same pressure, at least over
pretty good
towards
from
here
Leviathan
and here.
to destroy the economy of Cloud9 on this round win.
With just one bit of
Cloud9
util.
are,
But the problem is
you know,
it's harder for you to
not
actually like
afraid of
take
going
a
light
heaven.
armor and buying
You also
into
have the
things,
smoke.
and maybe that's
so you
what
can
we're
do
gonna see
extra
right
things with
here.
the smoke. The RX
But
normally puts
still,
the smoke over
Leviathan
towards
have
here to create
a
pressure.
really strong
but
start so far.
C9 at the moment.
Cloud9 had a good
just
post plant.
doing different things with
It's
this.
an op round 4.
Look at that stat too. Cloud9 are 3-0 against Leviathan, all time in VCT.
I mean, they haven't played in forever.
And by the way, keep in mind they beat Leviathan
gets
with
the
an
op out.
Ospas.
Like that.
We mentioned the op.
They've also got a
beginning of the
big
round.
focus at the moment of like
All
fighting
eyes on
heavy,
King.
at least like in this.
He was a little shaky
box,
with it in the previous matchup.
just because they know about the double
Flash, it's
Teo
not really hitting him.
EP.
I think Vic has an idea that he might be posted up on this angle though.
Okay, they lose mid control and reaction. They
Mitch still has the
insta
stun,
drone
and
over
you can
towards
use
A.
it to clear that at the beginning of the round.
Salvo's TP.
Heavy utility invested to take control of vents. Now Leviathan, they like to do a lot of reclearing.
So
of
I'm watching
utility of
Vic be
themselves. It's gonna
incredibly
be
patient over towards B main.
focus towards ramp right now. And that allows Rossi to pivot and
Okay,
hold that vent.
after losing middle,
close eye
they
on the
drones,
TP that King
and
just
now they
dropped.
double push A.
It's not going to get him super far, but it will help some of the early rotations if it's a scurry back A. Now, Cloud9 are in a position where they can still flip the map. If they don't like what they see A, they have enough mid control that they
Goes
could
over
end B.
towards heaven. He can stick this. What a weird round.
But they're
Demon
doubling
wants to
down,
kill
they're taking
everyone.
the heels, and they want to end A. And so far, so good for Cloud9. Great response from Rossi, though, on the Vic. Flashed by a little bit of time, and he's going to connect on another.
Rossi did
Falls at the ends of
really
Oxy.
good.
But now a 2v2
Really,
at the
really
spike, or
good.
excuse me, the op arriving at the scene. And
Do they
it's quiet
flash
on
swing
the
this
way
or
out,
something?
not taking the bait of the tap now. The second time is confirmed. The op,
Oh, the
excuse me,
comms
the
are
ult pulled
crazy
instantly.
fast
King in a
for that.
brutal spot. How do you win this
Hey,
out? You can't.
That is insanely
Sean
fast
was
reaction
talking
from
about
Zeppa.
off-season form
No,
from
that's not even
Zeppa.
comms. That's
the
him looking at the
reaction
minimap
time right
when
there to be
planning.
able to get off the spike and
Yeah,
actually
that's
commit
what
to
I
that
was
flick
impressed by.
and hit it is so impressive. That is a testament to what Sean was saying. The mechanical skill, the form that Zeppa is in right now. It's part of Cloud9's recipe for success. I mean, he was such
Oh,
an
that
important,
is-
yeah, I mean, look at how quick that is, right?
That is so fast.
Tex had the one up there too. I mean, he crept all the way out. Just not quick enough. It will be a tie game now, as B main control is the main focus for the pack of Cloud9. You don't
I
have to worry
loved
about
how
that operator
patient.
anymore.
The two on the sides, Net and Vic,
This is something that we see
just both so
King do quite
patient
a
on
bit.
in that whole
He'll go
entire
push
default.
towards
Is
A,
cool.
TP all the way back to B. And I think it's something
I'm
that
just
can be
gonna
punished
highlight
by the
this.
side of Cloud9 if they do
It's
their
hard to
prep
see on the
correctly.
minimap where he's actually putting the smoke.
Every single time King started A with the Yoru in this 3-2 default.
At
TP
one
back
point,
to
LEV
B.
are going to have to punish over towards middle, right? They
And MIBR played into
C9
that
into
Cloud9.
taking mid for free.
Having that footage.
Smoke, salvos,
understand
that's
that
it.
this
We've
A
got
side is gonna be
recharge
weak.
util and we're
Yeah,
taking
you imagine
middle.
they're leaning into it. It's
And
at
some
least it
Viper
seems to be
Omen
the
comp.
case. A TP already through, but it's a fake.
Cloud9 are taking a little bit too long. The delay from the Tejo missiles of the side of Leviathan was enough.
I mean,
but the
are they
rotates
though?
still
But
aren't here, so
it says they're taking too
Leviathan aren't
long,
really
but they're about
favored
to
in
get
this
the
round
recharge
unless
util.
Cloud9 decide to pivot for no reason.
I think it's
deep
so fun
smoke.
for C9
There's
to
no one
take
there to
long,
see it.
like a long time.
And now Calm is feeling all of the pressure, but it's a fake. Look at the rotation.
Oh god, it's a fake over towards B, and they got 3+ on B. They might have overcooked this.
Quietly try to slip the net.
It's an overcook.
No info on B
Members of
main as
Leviathan are
well.
here. They don't have the
5+ on
weaponry,
Heaven
though.
against
They
an
may not
eco. They
have
got no
enough
map
time to
control.
let
Just
this one settle. You
straight up
mentioned the lighter
duels.
guns. Demon wants the first to fall. Tex tries to check the smoke, and he's dispatched. There's just not enough bite behind this bark.
Yeah, 103.
Sheriff just just not hitting quite yet. The spacing of Cloud9 on that pivot was the key factor of getting the spike planted so far. And now you're just left in a 2v5 scenario. Damage being the only good thing that could come out of this. There's no way you win this round.
No, I think you cut Rossi loose there. He's one
The
off
stinger
of
is just killing everyone.
Secure it into the next, yeah.
Nice though. Mitch has ult. Zeppa has ult for the big buy round.
2 kills found.
It's gonna be a crazy round.
But
This
that
one.
does take him out.
A lot of ults. I wonder if Lev are gonna time out or if Rossi on his own is gonna call for a punish middle.
For Leviathan, this was a big
it's either a
problem
punish
that
middle
they
or I
had
want to see the
against
Viper smoke
MIBR.
middle.
They have really good reads on the rounds. They oftentimes have the number advantage, but they just cannot finish. For Cloud9, now they are taking the lead and they have a couple of initiator ultimates themselves. Some
Okay, good
ultimates
change
to
up from
answer
Lev.
back from the side of Lev.
Viper smoke goes over towards middle.
The Rolling Thunder, King's ult too. Vic with the aggro TP across.
Yeah, he's been doing this every single round.
Yeah. I mean, if Lev don't do something to deny some of the space early on, Cloud9 are going to continue to take it for free.
Is the smoke here?
And that one fault line gets the paranoia out, so you do not have to worry about that if you decide to re-hit the B site. And you're definitely going to get your fault line back.
Okay,
for
this
the
time they
actual
beat
hit.
default into taking this here, but the smoke
So
isn't
far,
over
slight
towards middle,
advantage
so
Cloud9,
another round
at
where
least as far as
C9
utility
just
goes.
Just great
take
macro
middle
so
for
far,
free,
faking
really.
the TP in the event as well. That's going to keep all the A players there. But there's still 3 for Lev at B.
Okay, we're going to
Mentioned
see
in the last
the...
round, I mean,
We're
I
going to
guess
see
they
the
guessed
salvos to
wrong
back
a
a
lot of
site,
the
or we're
defense
going to see
was
ult to back
B,
a
but
site
this
with
time they have
salvos on
guns.
site.
It was not a
Either way,
luxury they
Lev
had
might
previously.
get wrecked by the util here.
That paranoia isn't in play though. And
Bro.
Demon 1.
Yeah, he's going to try to get out. Rolling Thunder at the ready. Traded back. Rossi doubling down on the swing. The utility's good, but the kills do not connect. Texas the first to fall.
Guys, this was not great.
Somehow they've managed to avoid the majority of the brunt of this hit.
They somehow, they
pushed all the way
breach
through
always. And the salvos didn't even clear anywhere back the site.
Horrific whiff.
But that's info gathered, and that's a little bit of time delayed. You've got 20 seconds left. The spike is just
Ooh,
now
just
making
saw
its
the
way out
timing of
towards
the
A.
Omen TP, so you can call your teammate back.
Back again,
Big
yeah.
Jewel
Look at
coming up
Zeppa
right
now.
here.
Do you have time
And
for
Rossi
this?
is not expecting it for
Big
sure
kill out
god
from
time.
Zeppa to try to hold the flood back, to be the dam they need.
10 seconds left.
Net
And
hits
as the
so
spike
many on
settles into
heaven.
the site,
Does expect
Net
middle.
patiently waiting, looking to identify the right target.
Wait, Com goes
A
B
3v3,
main.
members battered and beaten on both sides. Zeppa at the ready though, holding
Yeah,
the
little
line.
one
Demon
too.
on
Really
the
comes
trade.
down to this duel from
Again,
Mitch.
5
Both kind of
HP
similar
for the initiator.
HPs.
19 in between both of them.
Look at this flank, Doug.
Tom's in a really good
Shot.
position. Maybe doesn't connect early in the round, but hits when it matters. Zeppa's been in off-season form,
10
NRG form,
seconds.
some might say,
for
but
salvos.
this is a borderline unwinnable 1v2. I don't know how he gets his way through this. He's going to do his damnage, so Demon
I
1
think he can
getting it
just
to half.
fill it.
The missiles will buy some time. He's going to
just
take it
wouldn't
all
come
the
in
way
time and do
there.
the damage.
Very well
Um,
done by Lev.
Rossi was talking about the
I
experience that this
hated
roster
the
has.
C9
Calm,
hit.
having the intuition to push all the
With
way
the
through
ults
A
they
there.
have,
Yeah,
I
he does
hated
that
this
with
lane
that
hit.
first, but still applying that pressure on the flank, double dipping. It allows this retake to be so easy. You limit all the spots that Cloud9 can play, and Zeppa, although he's been fantastic, like you said, it's just not enough. And this back and forth will
Especially when you have a
continue to
tail
just
ult,
give and give. Demon 1
or you can do the
is
tail
shutting
ult
up all
like
the haters that
this,
he's been
so that you take the
uncomfortable on this
spacing.
controller role.
Or if
He's
you're going to use the
currently
breach ult, you
8-3
should
sitting
double
at the
salvo
top of the
here.
scoreboard
And
for
then
Lev.
wait for it, and then take the TP,
And
then
it's the way
flash,
that
then
he's been
swing.
playing, even the Omen TP's on the actual B site that he was doing, that makes me believe that all the work he's been
It was a
putting
really
in is
rough round.
showing.
Rough round for C9. Lev get a
fact that he
huge
survived as
win
long as
though,
he did
right?
back
1-2.
In the face of the onslaught
Did
of
Oxy use his
utility
ult? I
and
don't think
ults
so.
and
Two
everything
big
that was
ults.
thrown his way.
And Lev on their own now.
But he's going to have to continue that success. I think
Fighting towards middle a bit
a lot of
heavier.
people would agree that for Leviathan to be as strong as they can be, as strong as they should be, he's a key part of that. He's integral to it.
Him and King both, right?
Yeah.
The two players that played the worst for the side of Leviathan.
Yeah.
And I think that that's a good sign for a team like this when you know your heavy hitters are just having an off day.
Okay, similar thing though,
'Cause once
smoke
they're
into
online,
drone.
Now you're contenders once
That
more.
was so fun to give
A
the
lot of
middle.
good presence and a
Oh
lot of good
my
control from
god.
Cloud9. Oxy connecting on
Oh god, he
Rossi,
nearly got
almost
another.
hitting another.
Great stun.
And he does.
Yeah, this
It's all
punish from
left to
Lev.
Demon 1
Honestly, it
and
wasn't too
Tex
bad.
here at the B
Salvos
site.
into stun,
So far
into
removed from the play.
Viper molly. This is
Flash
the
is
fact that
gonna buy a
Oxy's
little bit of
killing
time.
everyone through
Paranoia gonna
smoke.
connect, an aggro
Great from
swing out from
Mitch.
Tex.
Really, really nice.
But one was left unchecked.
Yeah, the pinch was too much to deal with. I like the idea of getting proactive, wanting to double up. pushing B main so you don't get split on. But after Tex loses that head-to-head against Mitch, it's just over.
Mitch halfway. I mean,
Demon1,
honestly,
just stuck
Mitch
in
used his
between.
ult into the
Not a
last
year
round,
left
and
to
now
save.
he's 5.
Yeah, the money's not great.
So much time left, though, and Cloud9, you would imagine at least Vic would go hunting. He's sitting at $3,000 in the bank.
Yeah, saying they have like really good team play in a lot of situations.
Oxy will have his ult online in the next round because of that kill.
Would you consider that a Yoru difference?
I feel like their comms are nice.
That's tough.
That's a stretch. That's a stretch.
Yeah,
not yet.
Don't stop. Not yet.
Not yet.
How this plays out, though. I mean, who
Let's
knows?
start talking about money.
It's been a good back and forth so far. I
No,
think
it has. It's been some nice rounds.
from the side of Cloud9.
The most annoying
Just
round was the
understanding
round
that a
before
lot of
because
MIBR success
it
were
just
these
wasn't
crunches
smart,
and overwhelming the B side of the map. And it's a great start for them because, like the desk was
Person
saying,
saving will get
Leviathan had a
1K.
great
So
defensive side. For Cloud9 to be in the driver's seat right now,
it's very
after
rough.
losing the pistol,
LEV
and
now
getting,
they can buy one
only saving
extra
one
hero
gun
gun
and
with this.
bonus.
Really,
they've really crawled back into this round and won a lot of gun rounds.
and they should be punishing the B main
crunch, yeah,
TP.
Everyone
I
has nowhere to
think
go
they
in
need
this
to hold
moment.
middle. That would be my main
a lot
focus
of the
more
reason
than the
why
B
they've
stuff
been
right
so
now.
successful in that crunch B
You
is
could,
because
you
of
could
the
just
mid-control
leave
they've
middle
had.
and in
So
reaction
you
take
wonder
heavy
at
B
what
main for
point if you're
sure.
Lev, yeah, there's
But
going to be a timeout. So you imagine this is going to be
C9
part
have
of the
just
conversation.
walked
You're
into
losing B main
middle
for free.
every single
right?
round.
Because Vic is just TPing across. There's nothing that you've been doing to condition and deny that space at the beginning.
Yeah, they
And they've
definitely
been
have
using
options at
mid-space
the moment.
beginning too. And
And
that's where Cloud9
I would
have
love
been able
C9 to just do the
feint
A
A,
hit.
crunch B,
Really.
get through garage, and that's where
Like
all
right now,
that
the A
pressure's
hit
been
would be
coming
an
from. So
awesome call
you
because
imagine, Dre,
for
is
sure
that
Lev are
where a
talking
lot of
about
those
middle
adjustments
B
will be?
main.
I think so for sure, especially in
So
the
if
mid round,
C9 just
right?
want to
Like,
go for the
you
A
can
hit,
give
have
the
the
extremity
wall, have
control,
the
keep
smoke,
acting
TP
like
into
you're,
the
you know,
smoke,
you're
just
throwing
do
the
that
omen
side
smoke
hit
there and
again.
you're giving that space, but
think it would be
I
pretty
think we
strong.
will see at the other end of this timeout a mid-trap play. It's something that Leviathan did quite a bit against MIBR, especially when they had a thrifty type buy. They relied on the trap utility, whether that's going to be trying to punish Oxy in
What's
the
in the
actual
LEV
vent
jersey?
itself, or
See,
maybe
anything
a
looks okay
mid-walk.
now because I've seen the EG
It's
jersey.
something that they started with
But I
in their
don't
last
really like,
series. They
collar.
got punished really heavily early on, and that's why you saw this game plan change for Leviathan of kind of playing more passive across the board. Now it opens up an opportunity to do some trap plays, some set plays around that mid area, or maybe even an A push that.
Okay, so the extra gun they can buy with this is a Stinger.
And for Cloud9 at the other end of this timeout, I think you're just going to freeze. You're going to hold. You don't want this one to slip
Yeah,
away.
it's
Wait
just
for some
it's just an
aggression.
eco. So I expect, honestly, I expect next round C9 to do the A hit on the big
But it
buy
doesn't
round
seem
when they're
like
trying to
Lev
fix this and this.
Doing any early aggression at the beginning of the round.
Opting to just do a silent A stack here. Fake TP from Oxy onto A, but this stealth drone reclearing the
Oh,
info.
what a shot that is!
And the
Did they take
proactivity
down
from
smokes?
Leviathan is painting the picture that it's a lean towards B.
Oh, now the play is
pick
this
on
because
Vic
you don't
early.
need smokes.
Yeah, that's massive.
Tax
He's
is
finally
nice.
getting punished. You were talking about it.
Yeah.
He's kind of just taking B main for free.
But I mean, yeah, I'd love to see it again. Lot here, B.
No paranoia online, by the way.
Nope.
TP to
It's already
the
dropped.
back
Tax is
without
flushed
any
out.
util.
Demon1 will
Oh
join
my
him,
goodness.
unfortunately.
Really
and it's
scary.
all Cloud9.
These tail into Nico.
Just completely overwhelmed, and the tail ultimate was used as well. Sometimes when you get that first blood, it makes you believe that you have a chance.
Yeah.
You're gonna wish that you had that one in the future rounds, Doug.
Yeah. That's a heavy investment. You're right.
You have a flank coming in here from King. He does have the only Vandal, but you imagine he's
King
gonna get
could
traded
do a
out here.
madness.
There's no way he gets more than one.
We saw Pancata 1v4 just a moment ago. Not going to be the case this time.
There
You
was
got his one
potential.
that you promised.
That was about it.
Rossi in a brutal spot.
Okay,
He's going to
very,
get
very
cleaned up at the
nice.
hands of Zeppa. Cloud9 get to 5.
Am I expecting the A with a
You wonder
Euro
here
ult?
some
Who
of the
knows?
conversation around the timeout
Most people with a
was
Euro ult will go over
for
towards
this
here, but
round
I
that we
think they'll
just
stick
saw,
to
or
the
if this
coach's
is where
plan.
it is. But as you were mentioning,
Emmy's
the
been
investment
very.
of Tom's ult,
That's rough.
that's heavy.
Oh, okay. The flash.
Huge investment.
The
We
flash
saw him
TP.
put so much work
Emmy's.
in using that
Emmy
ultimate on
once
the
in an
retakes.
interview said they're not listening to my
To not
timeouts.
have that on an important
I
gun
think it
round
was
like
in
this
kickoff.
to stop
So I'm pretty sure he said to hit over towards A.
the
So
snowball.
even though they have Euro ult, it would be
It's
tempting
gonna
to do
be
something
rough.
else. So I think they're gonna just go with
Now,
A.
I
Yeah.
think this is going to be a full
This
hit
makes a
for
lot of
Cloud9
sense
onto A,
because you
using
know
that
that
Euro
Lev are
ultimate
just
to get
focused
all the
on this
info,
and
and
this.
it's only Tex here right now. Double initiators are going
Your
to be
ult
flooding in
goes
to try
in.
to help
Yoru
him out.
has-
But if this Viper pit goes down
Yoru
on the
has the
actual
spike.
site,
That is
What a mess.
the
What did I
spike
just
traded over
witness?
towards site though.
Fully stunned up. Oxy still getting the kill, and yeah, traded back.
but he had the spike, Doug.
Is there any way to help them out? They have a little bit of this heaven control. Zeppa settles the shots on the comm, claims the kill.
Very nice that.
Rossi
low HP, they know he's here.
This a few times, and Rossi's on an island. Demon One is still on the other side of the map.
It's so messy.
Very nice.
And now it's
kind of fine with a Viper ult here.
Viper's pit was used. The spike not being planted inside of that pit, though.
I mean, it's a nice timeout, to be honest, from C9.
Spike not being planted at all. Now Demon
It's
One.
good thought process from
a little bit of time to work with.
Imi to work out what they're talking about.
Spike.
He's got time. I don't know that he has space. He's going to have to manage the green goo. And that's difficult to do.
Pretty winnable.
Viper's pit as well.
Don't know about this smoke. This smoke gives him a little bit of space.
He's got to play this perfectly.
I mean, he's done it before.
They've slipped in
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Oh.
I think it would have been better off going for the one way.
Not allowing Demon One.
This is nice from
to
C9.
have the time of day
I liked what I saw.
to take the fight to them, take the peaks that
The
he
pit,
wants.
I think he thought he was close and they called to play
Although
together.
it was very chaotic, very hard to break down. Cloud9, they bring it back. The spike was stuck in back sight, Doug.
Yeah, situation that you look on the minimap and think it's unwinnable.
It
or
was
should
so
be unwinnable.
awkward. It was so awkward. But the firepower is prevailing right now from the side of Cloud9. Zeppa, again, sitting at the top, 9 and 6. He has his own
Force
tail
him down
ultimate
to another
available,
eco.
and Leviathan are on
Little
an
tech
eco, and
boss.
oh,
I will say right now, LEV have only won one
Oh,
Byron.
man, you hate to see
And the
it.
only Byron they won was,
Do you have
in
a
my
quick tech
opinion,
pause? As
from
soon as we
C9
figure out what's
messing
going
up,
on, we will
right?
keep you good people informed.
Because they
I am being told it's audio, which is really
they
important
did the
in a
ults
game
wrong.
like Valorant.
You would think.
So you can't let that one go by the wayside, and it seems like we're seeing who the culprit is on the screen. Again, once we get it
Giving
figured
up
out,
middle at the moment.
we'll do so as expeditiously as possible and get back into the game.
Yeah.
You were talking about Zeppo. Where are you
Especially
seeing
against a
him net
solo
this
Euro,
success?
it's very hard to do straight up
just
side
following
hits.
up, getting the
The
trades that he
game
needs
plan
for
from
his
LEV
team.
was
He's
so
just been that
focused
anchor
about
for
trying
the
to
side
make
of
sure they
Cloud9.
can't TP back a
And
B.
someone that I want to point out that
They
although he's not doing that great
got
in
a
terms
little
of
wrecked.
score, you know, Mitch sitting at 4 and 8. Doug, last year, Cloud9 were 1 and 4 on split. You want to know who one of those teams was that beat him? Oxygen, 13-1 with Mitch being the IGL against the old Cloud9 roster. I think this is why we saw Split come back in to play for Cloud9. The confidence that this guy can bring. He's like, don't worry. I know what you guys were doing wrong. I experienced it firsthand. I'm going to fix it for you.
His calling has been exceptional. So you got to give him his credit where it's due, but it feels like just in these
Changing
last
up the
couple of rounds,
NS.
Cloud9 have managed to pull away, or at least create a little bit of separation between the two.
I think we've
The
seen some good
C9
things
roster
from
is
the
so
side of Leviathan
likable.
as well.
Oh, I agree.
They definitely got a lot
when the
of
chaos ensues
I would
on
say
some
they
of
get
these
quite a
site
lot of hate,
hits,
to be honest.
the trades just aren't quite there on the defensive side.
It is.
I don't know if it's just because of org decisions
might
in
not
the
be the right
past.
word. It is
more than it is the
maybe it is a
players.
little bit concerning. We've played 9 rounds, and the 3 that LEV have, two of them are because of the pistol that was won.
Yeah.
And so you kind of strip those away and go, okay, well, how was the rest of the half
One
looked?
gun round.
Apparently
Hasn't
PXS was
been
up
great.
until
Yes.
2 a.m.
And
last night learning lineups because he
It's
hadn't
kind
played
of a testament
Initiator
to what
even
Rossi
in a
was
ranked
talking
game.
about, right? It's like we need to polish our
Oh, in
gameplay
ranked
still.
much.
I feel like they have
I mean,
really
it's probably
good
true.
ideas of
I think
where
Dasper
they
saying
want to
that he
be. I
was
think there's a
a
lot to look
duelist,
forward to from Leviathan.
duelist Sentinel.
But they just have to iron out some of those fundamentals, some of that synergy. And that's
You got
tough
thrown
to
in
do,
the deep end, no doubt.
you know, week by week. By no means is this match over so far, but it clearly feels like Cloud9 are in the driver's seat to take this half away. We spoke about it earlier. It is going to be an eco round for Leviathan. So Cloud9, you know, Bear, stuff not getting a little bit crazy, not a hand from Leviathan. They should be put at 7.
Seems like ears have been reattached, and we're getting back into the action again. A 6-3 lead. The way of Cloud9, the eco for LEV, as you mentioned.
Like this from C9. No one committing too heavy. Just fake TP. Makes him worry about B. And every single time they're taking over towards middle. This time they don't smoke it in triple duel. Dude,
and 2 free kills.
they're like C9 are doing some
Absolutely,
lovely
that fault line
stuff.
can't get out in time. And now you can really
Yeah,
go
the
anywhere
only thing I've been
layer
angry
your
about for
utility if you're
C9 is
Cloud9.
that B hit. Everything else
Make
has
sure
been
you safely
awesome.
get into side. They want to lean A. Look at the
Ooh.
mini-map.
That was
Yeah.
that was an ambitious way to approach that kill. But
yeah.
traded back, all good.
I've never seen that. Rossi does get one. How does he do that? It's not going to matter, though.
No, we're seeing a lot of eco frags, and we're seeing a lot of those, like, I would argue, pointless kills. And those are coming through for LEV, but Cloud9 in firm control.
Yeah, I have to point out again the silent approach in mid. If you make any steps, if you use utility like the gate crash to get into vent, that fault line comes through. Maybe you don't get those kills. So another great call from Mitch to just silent walk up mid, catch those players off guards that are
hit as
trying to
hard
pounce
next
on the
time around
trap
because you
if
kind of know
there's
what
any
they're doing with
sign.
their smokes. My only worry is when you do this stuff with
Now
like
for Lev, you
the
don't have to worry,
wall
even in the gun rounds. Are they going to
smokes,
do a mid walk again?
you end up being a little bit readable because like.
Demon
Right,
will
if you
upgrade
kind
to
of
a
count the
Vandal
amount of
here.
times that the smoke goes here or here and they
Trying
hit
to
a
get some
site,
exits.
I think it's 100% at the moment. So
It does feel like there are a lot of gaps in the defense for LEV.
it would be a
I
lot
think
down
you're
to
absolutely right.
how C9. Nice shots,
Oh, man.
Jesus.
That's a nice
it'd
one
be a
for
lot
the
down to how
highlight
C9
reel,
managed
but
to mix it up. Like you could also
doesn't
play
convert to
against
a
that,
round
right?
win. Does get the Omen ult
Like all
online, though,
C9
so
would have
now
to do
you
is
have
just
two
like fake
characters
an
that can
A
do a
once
quick
against
rotate
them and then
wherever Cloud9
it
decide to
throws a
hit.
lot of stuff off. Whirly face with the prime, thank you.
Here's that replay of the peak.
But the split
in
looks
vent,
nice.
Yeah, it's just too many bodies to look at.
I don't know if you caught the chat there.
I didn't see what it said. What did it say?
I didn't catch all of it, so I'm gonna let it go. I was hoping you'd seen the rest of it. Either way, Cloud9 up 4.
Okay, another big
3
buy
ults
runs and they
for
want
the
an A
attack.
default over towards heaven.
And a different look.
This is
not
the
the Omen
Sentinel's
presence towards
default,
B.
right? Wait.
A commitment.
It's heavy A.
No, it's not.
Big kill traded right back. Spike sitting on the ground as they've been able to deal, or at least weather some of the early storm from the attack.
Finally, Leviathan getting the 1-up in the trades.
Yeah, it's one of the first times that they actually
being
had a man
heard
advantage.
Makes it so Cloud9 have to go back and push back that A line even further. Otherwise, it's going to be an obvious lean towards B, but Mitch gets taken out because of it.
Big from King. That's going to try to alleviate some of the pressure on the other side of the map. And he will succeed against Demon 1.
That's such a huge 1v1.
Yeah, but you still have the pit, and you've got to flush Tex out of here. You can't leave him here. Where are you headed? Committing to getting the spike down.
And maybe a plant for spawn here. You flip the map a little bit, go CT. He's going to hear these
Yeah,
footsteps in
and
vent,
that's
I
going to
believe,
hear
or-
them go double vent.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, you see the pings on the minimap. A really good idea that Ned has gone exploring.
I mean, this is such a late flank.
He's really far
for
away.
so long
Vic
here.
has to
And
do
he's
a
on his
lot.
own.
It's a great smoke
They
to
know
be
where
able to
he
cover
is.
himself,
Tex
though.
has to stay in the pit, though, concerned about where the rest of the members might be.
Agent's so
Great tail
stupid.
missiles used.
Flushed out and killed, and that's going to arrive at the party, but he's going to be a bit late.
Yeah, but they're not sticking it, Doug. He has a chance here.
I mean, you're holding 3. Maybe you stop the
Oh.
defuse, but Calm winning out that duel should secure things. He's going to have his ult
All
online
right,
for the next round as
double.
well.
They double their buy rounds
Good
in terms
trades.
of
Calm
lev.
getting that kill onto A ramp.
Yeah, managed to shut
Putting
down A.
numbers in
I
favor
thought
of
C9 were going to go
Leviathan,
for
Just
the
making it easy.
Sentinel's default, where they use
It's
the
a Viper play
drone.
that we saw
And
previously as
then,
well from the
then
side
you
of
know if you have
Leviathan.
to flash stun or
The punish on
if
that
you can
type
just
of
take
play
a
would
free
be a B
TP.
split, but
I would much prefer that with what went on, but
Cloud9, Mitch opting to go towards that A site, getting completely stuffed back to back.
Teo OP right now,
It's
yeah.
another heavy lean A. And they have 2 really explosive ults to hit the site with.
Last time it was a double approach on A ramp. I wonder if they decide to just run it down site.
I think they have a good idea. Both teams were lighting up the minimap with
Should
pings
have
on
used the
A.
drone this time.
There's the stun, the double TP, stealth drone to answer back.
Okay, this is the calling
Alright, so
theory
they gained
of
a little
last
bit of
round
space
failed
here.
so
They've
bad
gotten up ramps.
that they won't be
There's a
heavy
lot on
punish
the other
over
side of
towards
this. There's that
A7.
First ult invested, trying to flush
Oh
him out, but
my
Oxy's
god,
behind it. He
Oxy,
lines.
what a
Getting
crazy
2.
play with the Omen
Gone
flash.
unchecked, undetected. Now Rossi's going to trade back with a bit of his own.
Oh, for all, we definitely got to
rolling
keep an eye
thunders.
on Tex pushing all the
Dropped.
way behind here.
And now
We can see a
silence
pivot to
across
B
the
is
map.
incredible, but they have no
Look at
idea
Tex,
about
he pushed
Tex.
all the way through. He has the flank, but if Cloud9 decide to pivot to B now, it's an open site.
Yeah, they're going to flush out. The conversation then becomes what's left. Demon 1 has his ult. He can quick get back to B.
But with the way that Leviathan have been approaching some of these retakes, they want to be grouped up. It looks like Demon 1 will
Yeah, they find the gap.
slowly
Demon
shifting
1's
towards
been
B. If
called
he can
over,
get a pick on
maybe
the
from
cross
Tex, to be
here.
honest.
He still
Maybe
has
from
full
someone
utility, by
instead.
the way. Still has his flash, still has smokes, TPs, everything.
And same with Rossi as well.
Mitch with the stun back up. Gonna find
Yeah,
a
he might
vacant
get one
site.
here.
Demon 1 smoked off. all of a sudden, the prospect of that is gone.
Spike planted.
Rossi's so worried about a lurk from the minimap.
He invested the flash.
It's a speed up.
And now Tex dies. They don't have a paranoia to play around anymore, and Rossi's still halfway across the map. Second smoke to use. Mitch tucking, finding a little bit of corner to play around. A crispy shot out from Demon One. Still a 2v2 to play around, though. TP invested.
Good reaction from Net to tuck in over towards default.
Divide the attention
Double swing.
Of the attack.
Really
That's
nice double
snappy,
swing.
leaving things in a 1v1. Captains
Oh my God,
clashing
what a TP.
on the site. The last round of the half. Footsteps aplenty, and Rossi has no options to play around. Vic has played
very,
this
very smart.
beautifully. Cloud9 get to 8.
Lev one pistol.
Vic has been a rising
And
star
they got
for Cloud9.
8 rounds. It was a really, really nice attack from C9.
Being a part of this roster, he has so much talent. We saw him devastate the tier 2 scene, and to see him clutch like that is amazing.
This was Oxy playing spoiler. Again, managing to get behind them, getting 2 free kills. And yeah, Rossi did his best to respond, gets a couple of kills of his own, gets down to the 1v1, but
Vic?
just does
Yeah,
not
Vic,
go.
dude, Vic's really good.
Way,
They also played this, they also handled this Omen
for
ult
Cloud9. We're gonna
really
take a
well.
quick break.
Because even the Lev idea was like pretty good, right? Omen ult with towards B, gonna flash into swing. Just the fact that double swing came in as well.
Come on, Charlie, use your new door.
Do you like the T1 Icebox comp?
I said go.
I don't mind a Reyna if it's on like
I'm gonna trade you for a cat.
one of the top 10 players in the world. Meteor's definitely that, so it's okay. It's just similar to their forward of the double duelist, right? Where you just have to rely on individuals. It's just the fact that the individuals being Buzz and Meteor are just crazy consistent. So yeah, I don't mind it. It's just a confidence comp. 8 with no pistols is insane, dude. C9 look really good. This was what I was trying to say about when C9 played NRG. It's like I don't think that everyone focused a lot on like NRG, but honestly, I came out of that looking at this how C9 played Pearl, thinking, damn, that was one of like the top 5 defense of Pearls I've seen. Really, like I thought it was really good. Demon One looks nice on smokes. Yeah, I think. I mean, because we only saw one game with him on Omen, so I can understand why people overreact from it as well. Even I was involved in that a little bit. But I mean, he's played smoke before, and double duelist doesn't suit him, so it makes sense to put him on this role.
Number for that entire half. Again, it's an 8-4 score at halftime. 2 of those rounds were because Lev won that pistol. So it really has been all Cloud9 here, Dre.
Yeah, I think it's
he's good at Braymaster, yeah.
A countering, and that's the benefit of not showing a map like this and then busting it out. You get to see Leviathan's entire defensive
And if anything, the Omen you can make more plays
on.
on.
Chose to go on attack.
Now it's Lev who are going to test their metal on that side of the ball.
Yeah, it's really interesting because usually when Leviathan go for the 1-3-1
used to play on Poe
like
and
this, it's Rossi
yeah, used to play
using
Jet.
a fault line that
They
hits
used
all
to
of male and vent.
They used to Yoru.
Yeah.
Wait, did he play Jet on that, or did he play Astra?
There's a lot on the other side of that smoke. They have to be careful. If you face check this,
I think he played Jet.
they try.
They double duelist with
Vic's there
Yoru
to get it
Jet.
first, but calm. A great response, ultimately falling into the missiles. And it's Bedlam.
Uh-oh.
As the round slows down, the spike is scooped up.
Nice shot.
And Rossi immediately falls, putting it right back down. Demon One had an incredible pistol to open the map, but he's going to have to do it again with the classic.
Yeah, he does have paranoia online as well. If he could find the 1v1 against Mitch, maybe you can
And do
argue
you think
he has a
Wayley would
chance
have to
into
be
this,
set
but
up for it
today
to
that
work?
Cloud9 have been playing doubled up.
Look at like G2,
that's
majority of the
difference. Feels like he's gonna
G2
get traded
rounds
instantly.
are
He's
really
taking the
good,
long route around. I feel like he made a
especially when
step
it's
right
like
there.
ult based. I think the Waylon looks
things on
good,
the
obviously.
minimap. It doesn't seem like they
And
know.
then you got like 3 rounds from Heretics as well that are kind of
I
nice.
actually thought that he was going to go from bottom
So,
mid. I think with those tail missiles being used.
There's a
Well, the fact
little
that
bit, but
the smoke went.
a lot of the times teams
rogue,
just try and use
I
it
would
like a
suggest
jet,
he was
and it
coming
doesn't
up
look
mid.
great.
He has found a window.
He's done it.
He's found a window, but he's got to hurry up now. He doesn't realize the trap is in the smoke.
To see Mitch get out of there. Okay, 1-1 for the Pistols.
He definitely confused Cloud9, but
yeah,
there's just not enough
LEV
time.
need to try and force this, I think.
The trade's going in favor.
And
I
they
got
didn't
to
get a
point out
plant,
Oxy
so
there, peeking
really good at
A
goodbye.
main into Tex and just taking him out right away as this mid flurry was coming. It allows him to pivot, not have to worry about his back anymore, and that's why Rossi just gets taken out for free.
The waylay, oh, you don't like it?
Calm
And that's one of the better
so
bits
well.
of the kit.
Getting those 2 kills mid, but
The initiate ult on a Jules is interesting.
Yeah, it really came down to that 50-50 of Tex. If Tex can get
Like
that
most
kill
of the
against
teams that I
Oxy,
watch when they have
maybe
ult,
you have an opening to go
they have
back
good
towards
idea.
A site, but no. Leviathan trying to get quick B main information. Instead, King gets taken out quickly. Orb was gathered though, so at least Leviathan.
Okay, they don't go for the don't go for the force bite.
And Net is in mid with a judge.
Yeah, Net's doing the
keeping
Zelsus.
them apart.
Just aggro behind the smoke at middle.
4 players of LEV at the other end of this mid. Stealth drone. Only sees one there. And the never-ending cycle of smokes on mid split.
I'm so
Yeah,
glad they're
there
rotating
goes the
away.
almond smoke.
I thought we were going to see something that wasn't family friendly there.
Yeah. The thing is look at what you're rotating into.
Yeah, it
Come
doesn't
from
get
a
much
close
better,
game
does
to a
it?
one-sided game
Paranoia
real
fault
fast.
line.
Yeah, C9 just way better on the buy runs.
All off a contact of a jiggle. Here we go. What an opener.
It's Tex. He's usually good for it.
They get over towards
Stuns and
site.
missiles delivered. Payload not connecting.
The judge savior, dude, your molly's
And
gonna
the
be
judge has
giant
arrived.
here. Didn't go deep
That
enough,
spin's
but
going to cause some problems. Flush him out of the corner. Force him into the
really,
fights.
really nice.
And it's fights
The
that
thing with
Cloud9 will
C9, man, I always
gladly
feel like
take.
someone's got some kind of backup to save them.
Yeah,
I feel like
think
I'm glazing
there was
C9
a
the
lot
whole
of
time, but they do
conversation. We
look
talked
good.
about it at the beginning of the show, Dre, about who really are this LEV team, right? Because you look at their losses, and again, 2 losses, I believe, against MIBR. Yeah, 2 losses against MIBR, and then a loss to G2, who just came in 2nd place at Bangkok. So you look at that and you go, okay, they've lost, yes, but it's against really good teams. So we don't really know how good they are. I know it's only split, and I know it's Cloud9's map pick, but it seems like they're well ahead of the curve here.
Yeah, I mean, Cloud9 are that underdog team, the dark horse, some would say, in this tournament. They've looked really good. I don't think this team gets enough praise because of all, you know, the drama behind roster moves and whatnot in the offseason.
Outlaw, let's go!
But they've clearly figured something out.
Yeah,
and
it's
this
the busted
team
gun as well.
just works together so well. Oxy is finally having that breakout moment that we know him for last year. He really hasn't had to pop off. This time he's sitting at 16 and 10.
Wise with her money.
Great stun.
Big swing out
Wait.
from King, though.
I thought that guy
Again,
got hit by the
that
stun.
tit for tat, that 1-for-1. Not really adding up for Cloud9 here.
Okay, it's just a bonus. The
bonus,
Outlaw
though,
can
and-
now one-shot.
Leviathan decide to cut noise right now after getting the better of that exchange. Tex still sitting so far back at A. I feel like if he was a little bit more confident, maybe he would creep up a little bit more, but he's just going to wait for his team.
Oh, I think that makes a ton of sense. Given all the noise and pressure that was B, oftentimes that's a timing that a lurk will take, right? So Tex
They
is
got
just
incredible
waiting, and
timing. Imagine they two-person push
for
down
him, that
middle
gift will
here.
never come. No, quick through all of that. Mitch did manage to upgrade a weapon, so now he has a Bulldog to play around.
They gamble with the push behind B. Yeah, it's a 50-50.
So there should be
Unlucky.
a free spike planted for Leviathan.
Look at the
Cloud9,
ults.
they're
Who
so
should be
far
who should
away
be getting
that
the
by the time
plant?
they get
Or
here,
who's
the-
going to get the plant?
The spike is already
Demon
going to
want
be
to spike
halfway
at the moment.
to blowing up. I say that as Leviathan are still just going towards A ramp. They're a little bit scared to walk into the A site.
What happened to Louds?
That's all 3 weapons
They got
upgraded.
owned, man.
That was a Ghost, and I
It was
believe
a
2 Buckies
dude.
that have been exchanged.
The
for
poll was
2
really fun
Bulldogs
to
and a
watch.
Phantom. And all this time that you were just talking about, Dre, is running out because the space that they had previously created amongst each other is now gone.
Yeah.
The spike is going to go down, and they're here.
And without any information being gathered towards spawn and A heaven.
This could be a mess.
Yeah, the flank could come in and actually...
King's close by, but Rossi's looking the wrong way. It's a lot on his shoulders. The paranoia in his face. Tries to spam and connect. 3 found for King. Disaster averted. Leviathan get their 5th.
He wasn't shooting against
LEV,
MIBR, but he's
only
showed
one
up
person
today.
going down, so their money's pretty good. If they can win this, they
kills
might be able to
apiece
get a game
IGL,
here.
Demon 1 and King. Tech's the one struggling this time around, but it doesn't matter.
I think 2G is better than Furia. I
He got that kill fully flashed.
No.
Yeah.
The first one was easy, but yeah.
Full commit on the spray. He would have gotten traded anyway from Rossi in A Heaven.
It's still close though.
But
It'd
you're
be like a
starting to
60-40
see
game.
The Leviathan players get a little bit more comfortable the second time around on this composition.
I still think that 2G will get like a lot
That
of
was their
confidence
bonus.
after that and have
They were supposed to win that one.
a like super productive week of practice.
If there is going to be reason
Platchat,
for
yeah,
hope,
I'm on Platchat tomorrow.
if there's going to be a glimmer, it has to start here for Lev.
So much utility used on the site. Vic avoiding all of it.
You've got Mitch close by though.
No way, what a flash that was.
What? And now Vic fills on the space that he was previously flushed
Yeah, I'm
out
surprised
of.
that C9 came out on top there.
Got away with a quick one there. I mean, if King could have settled the spray right there, surely net dies. He was full flash. Bit of a caster's curse, huh? Gets a 3K into a whiff like that. And Oxy, he's pushed all the way up at A here. How many can he get though? Is he going to get traded out quickly?
He does have a TP set up. He can get his one and then get out.
Very nice.
Beautifully done.
I wonder if he ults at
So
one point there,
sick.
if he just accepts it.
Still
he could
3
clone
members
flash play. He can
of
also
Cloud9
just
so
get a
far
kill
away,
for his
the
team.
Omen ult to rotate in though.
Oh, it's a great. Oh, it's a
They have
great.
the advantage.
It's a
Oxy,
good
if he
stun
gets
as
any,
well.
was icing on the cake. Ultimately cannot. But Vic does.
Oops.
A 4v2 reinforcement starting to arrive. The
It's
spike
just
still not
wrecked
planted
Vic.
in time, running
Nice
out.
shot.
They
Really
all
good
crumble
Omen ult.
as Cloud9
Yeah,
get
they're
to
just
11.
better on buy rounds.
All
This
those
is maybe
kills
a different round if
accumulated from
King hits the
pistol,
shot
from the bonus
though.
from Vic. Pays out to that
He'd
Omen
probably get
ultimate, and he's able to
traded.
quick rotate onto the A site.
It might have
So
been
although
the
there was
same
3
round.
members stacked here in the beginning of the round for Cloud9, the forward aggression from Oxy TPing back into spawn allows for Vic to get there, and Zeppa just cleans up house.
I'll go for 100 Thieves on that
It's
game.
just
I would say.
good team play and fundamentals from the side of Cloud9.
It'd be close though.
Leviathan now, their last time out. Keep in mind, Cloud9 still have 2 in the chamber. They haven't used a single one. They've had no need to. They've been in control. They've been in the driver's seat of this match.
They've been in the driver's seat. Emmy's been hands off the wheel. And it's just been cruise control through all the split.
Vic, no, he had a really good round here. Omen flash was
Again,
good.
Lev
Omen ult
have
was
5
good.
rounds, and 2 of them are courtesy of the pistol.
And they struggled so much last time on their attacking side as well. I think that Cloud9, what lead that they were able to gather just makes it so oppressive for Lev. It just feels like, yeah, you've won 3 out of the last 4. Or sorry, you've lost 3 out of the last 4. It just feels like you're just choked right now.
Yeah.
You're scared to make a move. You're scared to make a round-winning play. You don't want to make any mistakes because you have to play near perfect
Hey,
to make
C9.
this comeback.
Yeah,
Him to take over towards B main. Maybe set
well, we're down by
Vic up
a
and then
ton.
rotate Mitch.
Roll the die a little bit and maybe take an aggro peek and try to do something to be a spark.
Yeah, TP for TP,
Vic
but
denying
Vic comes
all
out
of
on
that
top.
B garage space already.
Means that Mitch can go over
Back to
towards
his
mid to
A6
help
from
the
the first
punish.
half.
Ned again, just kind of looking
thrown
similar
deep
to
there.
Azalsis
Launches
in
in
terms of
towards
just
A ramp.
freely rotating with the smoke up.
Or the side of Leviathan, but it's the 1-3-1 with the breach.
Drone went over towards
Which
A,
I'm surprised,
so
given on the
with
other
the
side of
wall
the
up,
timeout.
C9 insta-clearing this question mark.
That the approach is the same.
Drone goes out, they clear this early,
Either way, they're trying to
and
fly their way into B heaven.
wait, Mitch is in trouble. He just got
Armageddon
out of
drop.
there, just
Mitch
tanked a
will
little bit of
manage
damage.
to get out and immediately fell back in behind it. He's ahead of this time.
Do they have a
The
lot of
smoke is
people
gonna
here?
keep him
Does
back,
Oxy
but
go heaven and
he's
they
in
flash
position
through?
to make a play. Pops out, gets his one.
Bro, they
falls,
don't even flash.
But Ned is way more
Oh my
successful.
god, they didn't even flash 2 of them to
It's a
send it.
slaughter again.
But again, they're just a unit. C9 played this well
left
though.
alone
Like
in a
even the LEV
1v4.
strat here is like not bad
And
at all.
Vic
It's
was
just the
playing
fact
so
that
far back
C9
from
are
the
just
start
so
of the round.
proactive with numbers.
Leviathan thought
Everyone
they had
reacted
all
well
the
in terms of
corners
the
checked.
2 weak
They used
side.
so much utility to gather
And
that
then when
space.
they all get here,
weren't
everyone just
expecting the
confidently
complete
sends it through.
disruption of
Could have been
Cloud9.
better in terms of
The
flash.
pace in which they just
but
decided to take the fight to you.
They just
I
didn't
loved it.
expect
And
them
you
to all
saw it
send
on
it.
the mini-map. As soon as that tick of the Armageddon passed, Mitch filled right back in behind it. I mean, he was
Demon
chasing
1 lost
the thing
alive
down
again, yeah, but it's
just to
not
get
his
into an
fault.
aggressive position
It's
so he can get
a
a timing on that
4-1
fight.
split and he's going late
That
B
was
main.
gorgeous by Cloud9.
And it's plays that you look at
It's
it and
more
you're
the
like,
fact
well,
that two people
work.
shouldn't
He
be able
just
to
ran
run
through
for a
smoke
smoke
against 4
here
players.
without a
But
flash
this
and get as much as
has
they
been a huge
got.
success for Cloud9. You look at that NRG matchup, they didn't let NRG breathe, Doug. They were flooding on retakes
Great
this
shot.
time. They don't even have to
That's the
flood
flash that I wanted for them
when
to
the
send
actual
it,
tap
but-
of the spike is going through. They're just going to go right after those Teo missiles are there and completely disrupt you.
A little bit of frustration there from Ito,
but
for good reason.
Yeah, but this is something
Okay,
that
seven-
Leviathan need to be aware of, though. In the
7
future maps, too, if
chances,
they want to make a
and
comeback.
man, they
Cloud9
look
love
good.
to flood through smokes. You need to be dialed in those moments, and now King using that Yoru ultimate, getting all of B Heaven control.
They used a drone through B main as well, so all attention drawn this way.
That's so much
Investments
util.
aplenty.
Oh my god.
He ulted on the other side of this. You should be able to find 2 stun members. Yeah, the spam through the smoke connects onto Mitch. And finally, a little bit of breathing room for Lev.
Still, Oxy can one.
King getting a second to the round as well, sitting down the operator
down.
of Oxy. And I would imagine this is going to be a hard save. At least one person getting that operator, bringing it into the next round. But wait a second.
I don't know that you save. You all have over 4,000 credits. Go
It's
take
not a
the
double
fight.
cast, surely.
It's all falling apart right now.
Let Vic be the dagger. Zeppa and Net still stand.
Oh guys.
And they're starting to creep forward. King will fall. Assassination Sal Tex on the trade.
Oh
a
guys.
1v2 from Zeppa to close out the map.
He's done it so many times this year alone.
Time is short though. He's gonna have to deal with the smoke. Tex waiting on the other side, and as the spike ticks away,
Oh my god,
options
he
run
still got
out.
the
Is
kill.
he gonna have enough time for the defuse?
Incredible
No.
damage from C9 on this
Heroics.
one.
But Lev stay
6
alive.
chances,
Yes, but
and
the
this
implications
one
of the
should
damage
be
that Zappa
pretty
and the
good.
rest of Cloud9 just
Oxy,
did.
I didn't see
They're
how much
putting
money.
themselves in
I
such
think
a
they
good
can
spot
drop
to close
right.
this map out. The buy is going to be scrappy, and you have no choice. You have to full commit. Here's some of the highlights of King getting those kills. But you're right, the economy was so good for Cloud9. Why not do as much damage as possible? And this opens up what you're about to see on your screen right now. Oxy with an outlaw in his hands. Look at the armor right now, Doug, from the side of Leviathan.
It's not great.
Learn to stop cursing players.
That being
I
said,
just wanted to say that he could one-shot some
pack of
people, but
Leviathan are towards this B in mid-area.
he didn't get
and
a chance
Tex,
to
he's been playing
finish.
so far back.
He's been playing really far back, and I know I've
Speaking of
mentioned it a few
one-shotting
times, but I
people,
love the way
1,
Vic
2,
is
3,
using his
4,
utility
5.
to play mind games through
Outlaw
control of
is
B-Main.
the one.
Yeah, it basically forces you to use extra utility, and now you
Right.
don't have that for the
C9,
Yeah,
probably one of the
fake
better teams at
TPs
the
that he was
moment
doing
for
on the
using
first half,
Outlaw.
now doing it on the second half to suggest that he's taken it. Meanwhile, King is taking the fight to Zeppa's doorstep. It's a lot of pressure for Net. Somehow staying alive.
Too much utility used right there. Zeppa. Stuns are real this time around.
Yeah, in reaction in the
It's a
4v5 to
freeze
lose
the
the middle,
round, but
double push,
proactivity from the side of
but
Cloud9, wanting to
you
even
imagine
numbers.
Rossi's on top of
Rossi,
this.
be careful, buddy.
Crispy shots on the first.
Good trade.
Nicely done, but traded back.
This should just be
Still the advantage,
instant running
though,
over towards B
for
Heaven,
Lev.
in my opinion, but
They're going to rotate back towards B, and there's no info that they have there. I mean, you can maybe assume that Mitch is given the space back, but he just got a kill onto Rossi here.
Yeah, you just have to play the numbers game at this point. That's what Leviathan are going for. Mitch, he's going to have to come up huge for Cloud9, but Demon 1 absolutely drops him. Free B-side.
Salvo's back sight, the TP through, and you're right, it's
yeah,
free.
we're taking no risks though. I'll give
They
him
should
that.
be able to get the spike down, and Oxy and Net gonna have a lot to do.
I think now is when you consider maybe not going
Envin's
for it.
about to
Vic
get away. Yeah, we've
has
been seeing
literally
a
$0
lot of
in
teams
the
get
bank.
punished here
He's
with
used
the Teo
all
breach
his money.
Yoru.
I mean, maybe you send Oxy because he's got an outlaw.
We
but,
even spoke that like you can't really
imagine
play
Net's
this
gonna wanna
box
keep
if
his
you're up
gun.
against a Teo on attack.
Oxy picks up Zeppa's gun from the punishment that was
This
happening.
takes two.
again
Like if
from
they
left.
do
That was
a,
a nice default
they
into
do a
mid.
right to left ult,
Fault line hitting.
you're just dead. You got to
Zeppa, he
push
wasn't
through
really
middle
able
where
to settle
people will be
that.
holding you.
So a little bit of life
This
from
is
the
the thing
side
with
of
the
Leviathan.
Teo.
I like how they
It's not
played the
just the
numbers game. I like how they
salvos.
waited
The
for
ult's
some re-aggression from
incredible.
the side of Cloud9. And then, you know, having pack mentality, making sure that they don't get 3K sprayed down or anything like that.
Yeah, the problem is the little bit of life that we're seeing out from Lev. It's fake. It's fake
That will
life.
kill about a stun,
Take a
yeah.
look at Mitch's. He's what, 2 pips off of his ult. Net is a pip off
You
of
just
his
can't
ult.
get out in time.
And I want to say the Deho is pretty close by as well. So even if they manage to get a couple of these rounds together, once you get to the point where all of those ults are hitting at once, that's really hard to navigate around.
And I think you're absolutely correct. I think Cloud9 are definitely saving up all these ultimates to just use at the right opportunity. just close this map out.
Okay, from 7 chances to 5
It's
chances.
a cheeky little stat from Vic. He's leading in assists
That
per
gets the
round
judge out. If he gets a
for
kill, he gets
VCT
his ult.
Americas. But he's also been having a banger of a map so far. He's 18-3. He's doing it all today.
Oh.
Finally, Tex has been tested
Salvo,
towards that A
swing,
main side of the map.
flash.
The reaction from Leviathan
Done.
is a little bit more of the B main pressure.
Okay, they invest a lot,
Which
and
is
if
really
I'm Lev
what
right
Texas
now,
are to do,
I'm
right? If
honestly
you feel a lot
thinking
of the
there's
aggression
a
from A main,
Yoru
you play
holding.
the push
Well,
and pull game and you
no,
go
I'm
elsewhere.
not. The Omen faced.
But
I'm
they
thinking
didn't
one's
really
holding
invest
here in
much.
front of the
And so
wall.
Cloud9 are still in a spot where they can take a step back. They still have utility to play around this net in a really big spot. That's a flash on the other side. He still gets a kill.
Oh my god, he's full
Dinks onto
blind,
the second.
and he so nearly took down
Damage dealt.
Oh, actually, honestly, I thought he was way lower than this,
Ones, though,
just because of the
usually tend to
Viper
favor the
smoke.
attacking side.
Okay, so they for sure think that someone is
TP from
close
Oxy,
here,
it's
so how do they deal with
not
that?
even close to the A
Early
site
drone.
where all 4 members, or all 3 members of Leviathan are at right now.
they
Demon
just
1,
swing
he
it.
has that Omen ultimate online.
Okay, that's
TP
great
back
pressure
site,
over towards
regroup with his
B.
team if he wants to.
A little bit of damage dealt.
Paladin
The Demon One
8
showing his
with the
presence was
prime.
not
Thank you, the
enough for
5
Cloud9
months,
to
mate.
take
Thank
the
you,
bait and
thank you.
rotate B.
It's a really good bait in heaven, by the way. Vic
There's
takes
that
the
Omen I was
first
talking about to
duel,
regroup with the squad,
and then
but
in theory they
Leviathan,
don't
the
check
time
Mitch.
is running low, Doug. They need to be careful.
There are only
Nice,
2
though.
members here, though, and one of them just got flushed out.
Hey, that was
Vic
nice
will
from
join him.
Lev.
And now this side is theirs.
Wow. What a great call from
Yeah,
whoever
that
was on
was.
side Lev, whether it was
That really
Rossi
was.
or Calm, to flush out that little corner, get a free kill of utility. It's something that Leviathan do really well, is chaining their abilities together and punishing players caught out like that. So to see that this deep into this map, it's buying them a chance.
Yeah, again, this feels all
Still
good.
a lot of ults. Still a lot of ults.
Yeah, I was gonna say
This feels all
C9.
good and fine and dandy for
You're
Lev.
gonna have to eco this next one.
There's a little bit of hope,
but
and so maybe there's a chance.
It'll be
but
the round.
you take a look at the right side of your screen.
What'll it be 12-9?
And that is
12-9
ominous.
when they have all 5 ults.
The scariest part about it is whenever Cloud9 decided to take this time out, maybe it's after this round, and Imi just says, hey,
it's time.
Leviathan have been doing a 1-3-1 mid almost every single round that they've won. Let's initiate the trap. It might just be enough to take Cloud9 over the edge and close out this map win.
There's that little combo of utility that you mentioned to flush out the kill.
It's something that Leviathan do really well. He just knew they were there. Here's that timeout though that I was talking about. So maybe now opportunity for Imi
We're
to
probably talking about the other
settle,
rounds.
come up with a game plan for some of these ultimates.
I mean, he could give him a good idea on the
use
eco,
in some
how
following rounds.
what he wants him to do.
Bro, you imagine this is where the ticking time bomb goes off. Right? This is where they draw up that
I'd be
breach
so
ult,
down
they
for a
hold mid,
mid punisher.
slaughter.
Just
I mean, you could do a mid punish with a
it's
couple of
gonna be
buckies
an
if you
absolute
really wanted
fiesta
to.
on our monitors.
I mean, I think the one maybe saving grace is Cloud9 might not have enough money to fully buy, if I'm not mistaken, and so, you know, maybe it's delayed a round longer or 2 potentially, but
Pulling an NRG.
I think until they get past all of those ults, I have
I'm pretty
a
sure
hard
it's
time
in
believing
control.
they're going to be able to pull this off.
Yeah. Gotta take it one round at a time right now if you are Lev, though.
Yeah, agreed.
Try to contact, try to bait out some of these ultimates as well. That
It's
is
not
your
about
win
this
condition
round,
if
it's
you're
about the
Leviathan.
next round.
Can I bait out these
Unless
ults and not get
unless
punished
obviously
at the
they get
same
like
time?
first 2 kills or
But
something.
look at the mini-map. Look at where everyone is gearing up towards. There's 3 members, a fighting squad for Cloud9 here at A, and all 5 members of Leviathan are about to face it.
Watch him mess up the ults. I mean, maybe there's a possibility that like that round goes wrong.
At, during the timeout,
we'll
the
see.
money's funny.
Dude, after the
You wonder
timeout,
if you're Cloud9,
C9
how much are you
have kind
willing
of
to
got good
invest?
reads.
If you're given an inch,
We
do
had
you
that
take the whole
A
damn
hit on
round?
the buy round once level
That's the
focusing on
double-edged
here and
sword,
here,
though.
and we see a
Sometimes when you
full
get that
person
pick, it's what
stack
we
over
saw
towards
Leviathan
A.
do when they got
Oh
a
god,
kill
they put ults into
right
it.
away, wasting that tail
Oh
ultimate was
boy.
calm, right?
Yep.
Is this the round?
Gotta be careful here.
Not sure about that.
A lot of noise made, eh?
So much utility.
There's one ult.
Missiles, fakes, TPs, paranoias.
Okay, now they can't
and
get
that
through
might
the
be
choke
cue.
though, and
Mitch
Lev
getting the
need
opener
to
on a king.
cancel. Oxy had to TP into the open,
back from
but they're gonna
combo.
force it. Tail ult goes in. Deppa could really
How much more
own
can they
this.
get here? Tex is gonna fall. They forget about the ults. They're just gonna frag their way through this. Zeppa holding the line from heaven. Falls to Rossi, who's now gonna have to figure out a 1v3 to keep this map alive.
Oh.
And again, Mitch still has this
Yeah, his
ult.
teammates would
They
comment
saw
for him.
as well. They know he's in heaven right now. All members of Cloud9 grouping up here. Net from that vent with a stinger. Upgrades from the side of Vic and Mitch, like you said. And they have the Breach ultimate. You definitely invest it here. You have this one in the bag.
Yeah, he doesn't have Spike. He doesn't have a ton of time.
But it is Rossi, the old IGL of Cloud9, up against 3. If he wins this,
that's a big if.
But how crazy would it be?
He's about to get
Getting
breach-joyed.
the spike down. He might get the plan off. He will.
And then stunned.
The stun
Oh.
to buy a little bit of time. Shut.
Oh my god, it was such a good try. Dude, the stun was sick from him. I thought Mitch was going to stun on top of it.
Cloud9 take map 1, 13-8.
It's a nice little comeback
and
from
again, for as
from
much as
here,
LEV
but
put together
it felt like
a
Cena
lot
in
of
control.
exciting stuff
I
towards
love
the end
the
of that
two
map,
timeouts from
it really felt like it was
Emi there.
Cloud9's from the beginning.
Yeah, that attacking side, you could clearly see
So their
there's a
attack
lot
is
of thought
really
into
strong.
it, counter-stratting. That's the benefit of being able to watch a team play a map and you concealing yours. And we didn't know what to expect from the side of Cloud9. Like I said, last year they were 1-4 on the map of Split. But Mitch joining this team, giving them a new look on this map, giving them new life on Split, furthering the map pool. Cloud9 are shaping up to be such a dark horse in this tournament.
Yeah, they've got a lot of things
nice
clicking
on you.
for them.
Thank you,
Again,
thank
it was
you,
their
as
map
always.
pick, and I think if there were any questions that are yet to be answered, they are going to be answered on Ascent. Right? You would think Cloud9 will have the advantage. That's exactly how Split played out. We'll see if map 2 holds a bit of the same. We'll see you guys on the other side of this break.
Okay, back in a little bit, chat. Back in a little bit. Demon 1 Jet on Ascent. Nah, I think they stick to normal roles. I don't really know. See what happens. They might just go for like a Yoru comp, to be honest, with a Teo. Be right back.
King que responde junto con Rossi. Castigo de Kingler. El 3K para el Rey. Panchito que la logra el 4K.
That's great out of net. The entry falls and another out of net. C9 hold the line flawlessly.
I am here with Emi before map 2, a solid game 1 in control most of the time. Is there anything even you want the team to clean up as you head into map 2?
No, just keep playing confidently. That's it.
Easy, short and sweet. Emi, thanks. Good luck in the game.
Welcome back, everyone. Zoe here, joined by Wyatt and Sean. As you can see, we have a special guest here on our desk as well. Lee from G2 is joining us for a quick chat about the match we just got to see. Also, a rare occurrence of an IMI post-map 1 interview.
Yeah, I don't think he even knew what to say. It's like, what do I do out here? I can't
The
be
answer
mad.
sounded exactly the same as a loser's interview with him would have said. Sounded like.
He doesn't really give us much anymore.
It's like, we need to get our confidence back. Okay, we'll just
Start
add it
winning
today. That's cool.
pistols. the whole spiel.
He's happy underneath, though.
I'm sure.
Yeah, he has to be
I'm
so
sure.
happy that they started that way.
You know what? I am very happy right now because we're going to leave here and I'm going to pick your brain talking about the homies on the server. How does it feel for you to see friends pop off on the server? Like Zeppa had a lifetime performance in kickoff already. He did it again yesterday. Yesterday, last week? I don't know. What is time?
Yeah, last week.
It was last week. It feels like yesterday.
I mean, I think this meta suits Zeppa especially. Like, I think Teo is just an insane agent for him. In all, like, their roles right now are very good, and like Mitch obviously fits in pretty well too with the roles and stuff like that. So, like, I think they're playing great. Their comps are really good. They're up to date, so they're looking good.
Let's talk about this map specifically that we got to see them being pretty much in the driver's seat for all of it. Leviathan, obviously a bit unlucky with so many changes and then also having role swaps. Do you feel like they looked more competent this time around?
To be honest, not really. I feel like they have still a lot to work on, and like obviously, like you said, like changing so much around is hard, but there just comes like certain like individual moments that I feel like they need to just get better at, and they just aren't. And I don't know if that's roles, team, like comfort, anything. Like it could be anything, but they just probably just need more time.
Yeah, we were talking about the roles a lot before we were getting into this game, and the fact that they have so many players that can play a number of roles kind of makes it, I think to some extent, hard to pick necessarily because they have so many options. Do you like this King duelist era that he's in right now?
Yeah, because I feel like the only person on their team that can play like the Yoru is him. Like obviously if they choose to play like a Jet or a Waylay, I feel like Demon 1 would be more suited for that. But if you're gonna play like Raze or Yoru, he's definitely the person to do it. I mean, he's played that, you know, years ago. In terms of like the other stuff, like I'm not like too, I don't like Demon 1 on some of these agents. Like I feel like Astra is more suited for how he plays and stuff like that, where it's very like plug and play. Like you can just kind of guide him around, and there's not, he just focuses on his crosshair. Like that's kind of what he's good at. And yeah, like I just feel like in all, they're like just missing something.
It's hard. His team always just thinks util first, but watching Lev, it's just not ingrained in some of them yet, right? Like
yeah.
Once Demon 1 gets comfortable in that realm, you know, maybe it'll look better. And same thing goes for King, but the roles are too all over the place right now.
Yeah.
Let's actually check in with the opposition. Itopata had a quick chat with Riv ahead of this next map.
I am here with Itopata before their next matchup. Looking at the team, all S-tier players, everybody's amazing at their role. What is missing, though, to unlock that potential we know from the squad?
Right now, in this game and last official as well, the way that we played is very different from what we showed in scrims. And I feel like right now we're just a little bit scared of losing, and we're more like playing to not lose instead of winning. So, you know, this is what we were talking. We want to be way more aggressive. We want to be way more fluid on the map. We just want to be kind of flowing, you know? And this is going to come when we kind of like drop this fear, get over it.
Itopata, thanks for the insight. Good luck in map 2.
When you hear coaches say stuff like that, is it more about, because I'm thinking like, okay, they're not aggressing in like the micro plays. Like C9 takes A heaven on split. What's our play to take it back in the next 10 seconds? And it just doesn't come. They just are like reacting way too late.
Yeah, I mean, hesitation is probably like the biggest difference from like scrims to matches. Like I'd say even we suffer from that sometimes, you know, depending on the situation. But I mean, that just felt like a very basic answer to me.
Yeah.
Like you don't want to say too much,
true,
but you don't want to say like too little. But I mean, obviously, like if he's probably not happy because he watches, you know, the practice every day.
Yeah.
And that's probably not at all how they play on split.
When it happens to you guys, does it happen from a place of like, we don't know what to do because we're playing this crazy double duelist comp, this new agent came in, we don't know how to counter it? Or is it because, oh my God, this guy just hit like a 4K and we don't know how to isolate?
I would just say like, it doesn't really come from not knowing what to do. It's more so just like mental block, I guess.
Yeah.
Like I don't think like there's too many scenarios, at least for us, that like we're like too surprised by.
Sure.
It's more so just like pressure of the game, or just like pressure of the match and stuff like that. So not too much so like, oh my God, this guy just aced. Like, I don't know what to do.
Hey, that's nice to know.
So getting that insight here on the desk. LEV, thank you so much for joining us for a quick chat. We're heading into Ascent. Let's see if LEV can bring this one back and perhaps take us to a map 3. We'll find out after this.
Right, what Ascent comps do we get? That's the question right now. What's the Fast Pacific game tomorrow as well? Which one starts us off?
Ascent is on the cards, and we've seen as the meta has developed that the compositions of old are no longer the case. I can't imagine that will be any different here. I'm Doug. With me on the call is Dre. We saw a lot from Leviathan. We were able to hear LEV talk a little bit about it as well. He mentioned that he didn't necessarily love how some of these players looked on certain agents. Are you expecting a change here?
I don't think we're expecting too much.
I think I went with
Talon,
Talon, right?
Want to keep things
but RRQ going to win Ascent.
The same, to make sure that they have the same look. But that being said, I have to keep in mind that Rossi was an he was an APAC player for a whole year. Maybe he's going to bring over some of those compositions on a map like Ascent that aren't so common.
They don't have anything to combo with the Deadlock.
Yeah, what is this?
That's my only worry. I probably would have changed.
Whoa! It looks like we're getting the
everyone's playing Deadlock
as well.
Yeah. By the way, this year Cloud9 have been the only team
solo Deadlock.
Yeah, it's on Lotus normally, but now bringing that over to the Ascent.
Both of these comps
I mean, that paired with the Vice is very interesting. And look at this from the side of
Shock Dart. Yeah, but you don't get
it's
like
a double.
You just get a bit of chip damage
as well.
It's not like
this
that
time
insta kill.
Deadlock.
Damn, bro, slug sign. Love that.
Wow.
Shout out to that
what
guy.
A wild time to see this on Ascent. Two very off meta comps.
I mean, the
meta deadlocks.
The meta for
Ascent
double
is
deadlock. Now there is no meta.
Yeah, there is no meta now.
It is constantly changing. The days of the standard combo
double
of
deadlock.
And this is the dawn of a new era. And so
not even
far,
sure what comp I prefer. I would have loved this to be a Teo. I really would have. C9 on defense, LEV on attack. That goes for both sides, to be honest. But again, the Sov is just incredible on this map, and the confidence doesn't stop from the first map. Mitch is in trouble though.
Talk about aggression. Mitch, he does get seen by Calm here.
Doubling down, he's going to try to flush out. Someone's waiting on the other side.
I much would have preferred Oxy to just because they knew Mitch was here to play off his contact flash and then double swing.
I mean, they are persistent in this, aren't they?
Yeah, Mitch avoids
reaction to losing over towards middle and double push off short.
For his team that there's two players in market here, and look at backside B right now, Doug.
Yeah, and he's got the flash to play off back of sight as well.
He has one Thorn and one flash to work with, so very comfortable here.
This is very, very nice for C9.
The double walk
they might get incredible timing on this. Smoke goes down. Do they just get through the choke?
There's no way you let your guard down, and that's exactly what happens. Vic, a
couple
in the back of the head, puts one between Texas eyes. They know where Zep is,
very nice.
And he's glad to take that fight.
I think it's 2-1 on pistols. Yeah, it is 2-1 on pistols.
Talking so much about not being afraid.
Really like the double push off short once they lost middle.
Oxy walked all the way down mid and wide swung before that drone to get any value.
Yeah, the timing that he found there was perfect.
Yeah, Rossi just gets caught with no util. And the discipline, the trigger discipline from Vic, I cannot state it enough. He's shaping out to be such a superstar for Cloud9.
He looks good.
It was always a question of when is he going to be able to show that mechanical talent that we saw in Tier 2 Valorant. Experience is all that he needed.
Nice and easy. Wonder how many
Oxy waiting for the second swing.
Wonder how many outlaw kills
he lets
Oxy
the Sova
gets.
Dart scan him in full, and he doesn't move.
Yeah, it doesn't greed it or anything as well. Just TP's out of there.
That's criminal.
He's just bullying Leviathan right now.
I think for Cloud9, this is, you know, in a lot of ways, a similar recipe that we saw against an RG
the setup
Week 1
for
that we
C9?
saw
Wall
against
over
LEV
towards
on map
middle.
1. And for them, it seems like it's either you swing or be swung.
This one's
And
interesting.
Cloud9 are pushing at a pace that we have not seen for a little while.
I feel like they would always hear this. I think the one on the lights is better than this.
To take these fights, take these gun duels. And if you're not stepping up to the challenge,
But maybe they don't hear
it's
it.
going to get messy for you.
And even if you don't necessarily
Grafnet
do
goes
that
in,
every
hits
round,
one.
what you've done is you've instilled fear. And so now if you are going to get hit a late hit through mid to B, guess what? There's going to be someone looking over their shoulder the entire time.
Yes.
The moment for Classic.
Utility, because right now you even heard Itupata talk about
30
it.
seconds left. One enemy
They're
remaining.
scared.
Okay.
are scared.
Made it look real easy on that. One
scared enough
armory
on that
buy.
pistol.
That is it for C9.
But a clean round
And
out
they
from
know that the
Cloud9
judge is in
in
place,
the
so
anti-eco.
going to be a
Didn't drop
little bit
anything.
rough
Maybe a
in
couple
terms of
members
trying
are
to
gonna have
find
buy
that. They're
some
definitely
armor,
going to buy
but
the heavy
they
armor
don't
because
have
they know
to
the
invest
Outlaws
much.
in play as well.
Yeah. Something I want to talk about, Doug, is the utility on this defensive side so far and how spread it's been. You really have the Deadlock and the Vice utility on both sides of the map.
Which is what you would expect from a double Senti comp.
But it's so sick because they can both anchor B and still have some utility
Love.
at A for their teammates
Whoa,
and
look
whoever's
at
playing
that
there. This
setup.
time around, look, full Deadlock
Forms.
utility with
I
the
mean,
solo
look
Vice.
at that.
At
A is just a nightmare.
It's so much that you have to deal with, so much you have to bait out. And when you're running a double Senti comp yourself on the attacking side,
Yeah,
it's
drone
super
goes
difficult
in.
to do that.
So Omen needs to smoke this.
A fully fortified site. Zepa, I mean, he doesn't
This
have
is
to
this is
do
the best
much
thing
with all
about
that
it as
utility
well.
that's
It's
there.
like,
One
wait,
pop
what the hell is
of
that
the thorns,
recon?
and it thwarts the entire attack.
How's he
and
done that
default
from
of
here?
Leviathan.
And look at the aggression from Cloud9 on the other side of the map.
Yeah, look who has the judge now. It's Oxy pushed up.
Is that
in
clear
B
A main?
Now more of a heavy lean towards the A site for the group of Cloud9.
Oh boy.
But Tax,
Hugs the back wall though, because he
got so
knows.
much to deal
Dude, the
with. He
outlaw
doesn't
into the
know
judge.
What's behind B main right now?
I feel sick.
Giving away some of the aggression. Oxy swings back around to finish it up. And if they try to go in through tree, which is what it seems like LEV are going to try to do,
Dude,
you still
everywhere
have
they
all
go,
this
they go
utility
into
to
a
deal with.
Flauns.
So much delay, and you're getting wrapped by Oxy and Spawn right now.
They play at a different speed. They play at a different pace. And so far, it seems like it's too much for LEV to deal with.
Then Omen
They still
flash.
haven't made it out.
And then
Now
they walled
finally,
over
Zepa's gonna
towards
get to
A
get
main.
involved in the play.
Like we're starting to see.
We're
starting to see the Deadlock Vice.
There.
One
Net
of the
throws
strongest
the wall
combos in the
out
game
A
right now.
main to block
Really
him
pay off.
completely. And Leviathan run into a blender in CAC.
Dude, this is the kind of stuff I was expecting from EDG when they
It
played the comp,
just
or like a
feels
similar comp.
So oppressive if you're Leviathan right now in the server. And also the awareness of Oxy to know, like, okay, no one's behind Tex here. I feel like I feel like it's a hard tell right now that Cloud9 have, that they understand that Leviathan are going to favor doing like a 4-1 approach if Tex is the solo site.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, for him to just knife out and grab that Vandal, not worried about anyone behind that threat, just goes to show that they have a real good understanding of how LEV like to approach attack sides.
Yeah, maybe this one's so far away that they don't hear it. But if they get into this corner, they hear it.
Anti-eco B main
Good, because
control
once
was
this one gets
gathered.
shot, you can pretty much replicate the exact
was
same
able to
one
grab
on
that orb.
the light here.
Kind of gathered.
You
You
could even
got
just have a
Tex on
protocol
line,
after
but
that's been
I mean,
found out
listen,
to have
when you're
one
on
that does the
eco
exact
round,
same
you
thing
gotta
as
make-
this.
You gotta get something going, and getting
All over
both
towards
orbs, I
middle
think, is a
again,
good
so
start, right?
for sure
Yeah, take what you can get.
Lev
Yeah,
need to
that's fair.
start
Cloud9 are willing
exploring
to
over
give
towards
both
middle. Problem was C9
Just
punched
play
them
far
on the
back, use
pistol
the
a
guns
little
to their
bit, so maybe
advantage.
they're a little bit scared.
This is the benefit of running the double
Yeah, this is
sentinel
gonna
comp,
work well,
There's
though.
just so much that you can work
They're gonna
with. There's a
find the
wall
wall,
in A
that's
main
gonna
that
help
allows you
them.
to just full focus forward on Cat.
Yep.
I mean, the deadlock stun in B main.
And so once they've
Vice wall
done
in mid, that
this,
does get
we
triggered,
definitely
so
need to keep an
good
eye on what
methodical bait of
C9 want
utility
to
from the
do.
side of
If they're going
Leviathan,
to change
but
up
they
the
are
wall,
gonna
or if they're
run
going to
in
have a punish
to the
over towards
Paranoid, they're
middle.
gonna run into Vic,
Got a
they're
lot
gonna
of
run into
options.
Net.
Speaking of wall, Deadlock
No,
all
that
over
it's much
towards
of
A.
a
They're
fake
going to try to
Zephyr's
wait
line
that one
from there,
out.
so he knows that mid threat is not
And
there.
we still have the grab net from Net, so I imagine he's going to throw that.
Dart cleared.
Lock him in.
Calm
Omen
from
flash
Net.
into swings.
On the swing.
Yeah.
Yep.
He
looks
did
so
net
easy.
Vic, but doesn't matter.
Part of the issue here for LEV is I don't know how they solve dealing with all this utility.
Have to
honestly,
try to bait out more.
this
They
is
did
a
good
pleasure
job
to
of
watch
baiting
at
the
the
Vice wall
moment.
out in mid. I think that is a
I was
good
really
start.
worried when EDG used
But
the
you
comp and
kinda
it didn't
have to
look
use
good,
the
but like this
Yoru
has
to
got
be the forefront of
10
baiting out
times
that
already the
utility
amount
on
of
Cat
fault thought that comp did.
One enemy remaining.
I mean, you definitely got to break the utility in Garden. There's no doubt in my mind about that. The only character that can do it safely is Yoru because of the fact that he has a TP, right? If you can bait out that grab net that Net has been throwing,
Timeout. Yeah.
That's great.
So,
but
those
it's
are
one
hard
kill at
numbers
the
to look
moment.
at, man.
Yeah, super early timeout. They really haven't had a chance.
Looks impossible to
you
play
think about
against.
the-
Yeah,
the
it's
first
too
couple
strong,
of-
man.
the
This is
first
what I was
round,
talking
even the
about,
pistol
like
of Cloud9 taking the
the
fight to them.
deadlock,
And
the
then how quickly
Teo,
they change
the
the pace and just
Vice,
play off of
the
utility.
ISO,
They're showing
the
a lot of depth
Yoru.
in their
They're
gameplay
all
right
busted
now.
at the moment.
It's very, very
And if
impressive.
you
if
use
you're a
some of them
Cloud9
comboed
fan.
together, you
This
have
is
some
the- this
crazy,
is the
crazy
best
stuff.
Cloud9 we've seen
And the
in-
deadlock
in
Vice
quite
at the
some
moment
time.
is looking real
I think
rough.
if I may be allowed
And
to
on
inject a
attack,
little
it's
bit
really
of
strong.
hope
On attack, it's so good. You win after
is
plant
this.
every single
Tell me if
time,
I'm wrong here. Tell me if you
which
disagree.
means you have to heavy
This
hold over
comp
towards middle.
should succeed
So
on
the weakness of this
defensive side
comp
of the
is
map.
middle.
And so,
The Lev after finding the wall
I mean,
should be going over
let's
towards
pretend
middle.
that Lev are able to get the ball rolling.
Like they
a little
found
bit
the
here. What
wall,
feels like enough
they need to do
as they
something
go
here.
on the
But I'm also
attacking side?
expecting
Is it
C9 to
4
do a
rounds?
punish
Is
on
4
middle
rounds
at
feel
one
enough
point.
because you assume that the double senti is going to be good on the other side.
9-3 curse. I'd say I think you need a 9-3 curse if you're Lev right now. I think you're gunning for that. And this is something that's very interesting is that
And Astra is
King
more viable.
invest in an
Yeah,
attack side operator.
Astra will be so fine on this as well. It's just the fact
He
that
is
the Omen
towards
flash,
B-main with
like
it. I don't know
they
if he's
don't
gonna
have the
take a
most
pop shot
combos
towards
with their
Cat
net,
first.
so a lot of it
I
is
feel like
like
B-main is where you'll
net
find
into
success
Omen
with that
flash
op,
or
but
net
it's a set play
into
from Cloud9.
shock
And
dart
there's no
or just
room for the
punish.
op to get any
Love this from
space to flash
C9.
on the other
Level
side of the cage,
focus
and
so
they
heavy on the
continue to
new
push the
strat
matter.
from the timeout, and they just do some kind of vision strikers
Finding a
aggro
tiny little sliver
esque play,
to
and like
play
what you
around,
meant to
but
do, react into A against Sonic
yeah.
Sensor double Thorns
If you
flash.
can't walk out there, they heard the
You can't
deadlock
do
traps.
anything. Like you can't
They're
even
so
fast
scared
react
to
to
walk
this.
out A for good reason. Look at the blender setup there, and also the TP from Oxy. He just fought somebody in B main. He's at A site already. King not hitting that shot. He does bait
Yeah,
out
wall goes
the
in,
deadlock
and it's like
wall.
a wall that's relatively shallow, so you have to like commit over towards here. And the problem is, I know that the net's been used, but you use this wall all the time, and then you can like net over towards here because you know they have to commit to break the wall, and then you can have some kind of combo with like shock darts, or again if you had a Teo comp. It's just a really busted map for this. Lev is starting to learn a little bit. Apart from this, they haven't
So
gone
now
middle
there's
for
a
this
little
wall.
bit of
Like they
reason to
haven't
think that
exploited
they
the
might
comp
be
yet.
going up tree.
30 seconds left.
This is the right call so far from Leviathan. This is the best chance that they've had so
Yeah,
far.
this
in
is the
first
best chance
map.
they've had.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
King still has the
20
attack off his
seconds.
hands, though.
Smoke
got
goes in. They
31
got to force
HP.
through it.
And they have
They
to
got
use
no
so
more
much utility to
flashes.
clear out what they think is on the other side. That's a telltale sign
Really nice
of where
shots.
they're headed.
Really nice shots.
And
This
Net
is
the greeting party.
bit of a masterclass at the moment for C9. They're doing everything really well. They're changing it up. This aggro
Net
strat
looks like
after
he's
the
just playing
timeout
in the
again
training
was
range,
another
man.
good call from Imi.
14
I feel like he's 3 out of 3 of just winning the timeouts.
Vic and Net.
Yeah, I mean, and Vic has 9 assists. Something that was very micro that we didn't get to catch.
they
in
just
this
can't get
replay was
kills.
His Omen smoke in the front of the
They
B
gotta
main
go
choke
middle.
to get his
Yeah.
teammates out.
Yep.
It's something that's so micro, but allows them to get out unscathed, allows them not to get traded, and sets them up for success. It's 5-0, a complete stuffing so far of Leviathan. And more aggression outside of B. They're trying to bully Tex here on the extremity.
Oh, they go
And they
aggro
will
again against the
succeed.
eco.
I think there's been
Damn,
much-
dudes. Maybe a little bit too bold for my liking, but doesn't look like it's gonna.
Feels it to play around, but
Whoa.
a couple more eco frags cleaned
Yeah,
up.
nice. At least everyone's dueling together.
I do think you're right. As Demon
Everyone
1
is
gets 2
dueling
of them,
together
Vic
here.
gets the last, another round for Cloud9.
Revenge
All
of the
Sentinel
Beefsteak
utility is
Tomatoes in
really
the
strong
YouTube
and
chat.
really
Thank
good.
you for
But
doing
then
that, bro.
you add
Holy.
Vic's utility on top of it.
Oh my goodness. And you
So
add
they're
him
doing
being
well.
10-0
I'm
and 10.
surprised that none as many teams
I
are
mean, the
building
guy's
into
doing it
T1's
all.
double duelist style. That
This
is
is
true.
a different form.
That is true. I think there's a couple of teams that could maybe lean more into
always
that.
knew he had it in
The
him.
meta's so open at the
It
moment.
hasn't
That's the
really
issue as
shown.
well.
This double Senti comp is enabling him to be a pseudo
Bunnies
duelist, I
are
would
good.
say. It just
Bunnies are
taking
good.
these aggressive
They're
fights.
hitting us less and
with
less
his
every day, which is
paranoia,
great.
with Oxy being behind him.
They,
You heard Oxy firing him up as
they're
well
actually
when he
like
started
getting
popping off on split.
they're actually getting on pretty well.
This This is tough. It is a desperately
Yeah,
needed
they go
round
for
for
something
Lev.
a little bit faster on
Attack
this
already
one.
falls.
This is a big reaction from
They're gonna try to
C9,
slam the
but
head into the door. There's a little bit of control across
yeah,
the middle
okay,
of
they
the
get
map.
they
King's able to
catch out
alleviate
Com
some
as
of
he's
that pressure
ulting.
and clean up
This is
Mitch.
one of their better chances here. It's a
Rossi
great
joins
ult.
in on the fun, but there's a lot of presence on the other side. Net playing from behind the wall. Trying to connect onto both, but they're both flashed up. They can't see a thing.
Dude, they're so proactive as well, though. Like, they keep pushing. There's 3 rounds in a row where, like, they pushed over towards B main ×2, and then in reaction to the fast thing here, they push off short again. They catch Com
straggler outside of B, getting that flank. So much chaos was ensued there, and Net with the stall was too much of a threat. I mean, look at this.
Reaps 0405 with the prime. Dude, I can't wait to talk about this in Cloud Chat. It's so nice.
And take him out.
So nice.
And then
so much good stuff going on.
Net delays. Yeah, he doesn't get a kill with his deadlock ult, but he did enough.
Well, let me ask you another philosophical question as Leviathan have burned their second
Look at the kills, though. 3, 2, 1, 1. You just don't get a chance to play.
By how much success Cloud9 have found on flanks, given that LEV are also running a double senti comp?
I just feel like at this point of the game,
Cloud Chat narrative is going to be dunking on LEV now. It's fine.
Spiraling out of control, and you could just tell in their gameplay. You said it from the start of the round. It looks like it's desperation, using the Yoru ultimate, nothing to follow up behind it. You can't really just run it down on this comp against the double control.
C9 will get the praise this week.
You have to meticulously work the utility, bait it out, break it. So I'm not surprised that it's happening.
What happened to Gecko? It's just better agents at the moment.
Kind of do this bait of util, trying to use the Yoru to
way
take
better
out
agents to
the
use.
A util on Cat Garden, whatever it may be. Not even the Vice Wall in mid. They've gotten to the point of the game where they're just all trying to 5-man, and it's not going to work against this composition. It's not going to work against the protocols that Cloud9 have.
For as much as comps change, you still have to play the map the same way. You go
Wait,
all
the
the way back and you talk
next
about
week
the
is
need to clear
C9
utility.
against MIBR. Is that the matchup?
That still seems to be the calling
That's
card
a
that
hard
the
one
attacking side
to
need to figure out.
Yeah, I think the best round that they had was when they baited out that mid Vice Wall and kind of worked through
Dude, that's going to be a sick game.
Cat Garden area. There just needs to be an extra layer there.
C9 stuff won't hit as hard because there's demos out there now.
Yeah, Rossi the only one.
Okay, hold up. Taking them 2 timeouts, but they found the weakness.
The wall is there.
This is 2 times that they found this over towards middle.
But again, B main is taken away. Tex is wise too. It knows it's there, but can't win the fight.
They are losing a couple of jewels as well. It's not like they're getting full util dumped. Kind of are, but
I remember on Split,
they're
so far back on their
struggling to win aim jewels.
Those fights.
Dude, and look at how aggro this wall is.
Yeah.
I mean, they are moving the line of scrimmage.
The cool thing is you break the B wall, you bait out the mid wall.
Yeah, but they still got
Now's a good opportunity for
Forms,
Demon 1
Sonic
to get
Sensor,
activated and try to find alert timing.
and they just
But
walled
he's
off their own
by his
teammate.
own teammate, and I just don't know what he's going to do. TP past it, I guess?
Yeah, and you still have to deal with some of the rest of the utility that's here.
It's so out of sync. They do a freeze, but
It's unlucky. He's trying to get it on the box. It goes around the corner.
On top of the box, Com is crouched.
Still tries to get out. Really nice flash.
He tagged Zephyr's flash, but Zephyr's absolutely bailed him out.
He was walled
Okay,
off
very,
at the start
very
of that hit. It doesn't really make much sense.
All right, now we found out middle. They found it out twice.
I guess maybe Demon 1 could have went
Do
spawn
they
there,
punish
but
middle in terms of
this is
C9,
both
or do
timeouts
they
burned,
just
this-
wait for them to
This is
exploit
a stomping.
the wall?
We have to point out how well Cloud.
I think
Cloud9
C9 punished
are
middle here,
looking
personally.
and dealing with this.
I got flashed 3 times.
It's weird. People don't normally laugh when they're flashed 3
No,
times.
they keep it up.
The vibes are obviously really good in the Cloud9 camp. I think this has to be so frustrating to call from on the attacking side because nothing works.
Nothing has worked. And it's like, okay, yeah,
Gafito, thank you so much for the tier 1. Appreciate the 23 months.
The double senti
You just came back and it's your comp
But
with
what
the
do you do
server
when you're
instead
just
of the
getting,
Teo? Yeah,
like,
it's very
just
similar.
beat
They're doing
down?
really
You're
nice
getting
stuff.
peeked into even on the defensive side.
Look at this. They have a lot of space that they've taken towards B, but a TP from Vic has already joined the fray, and they still have all
Dude,
the utility.
5-person over rotate. Recon's nice, but we want to push over towards spawn, and this might be the one. They get this next kill to go B.
You expect Mitch there, spamming through the smoke. Now they connect.
This is crazy. How is there a 6-person duel in this CT
Vic
smoke?
on the swing. Tex requires 4.
Okay, they're on the
as
board.
Lev finally get on the board.
At this time, pushing into spawn, understanding that there's so much utility on lane. And the Omen ultimate kind of makes it a little bit more obvious, too, that the back of B is very fortified. So that quick call to take the fight on the players in spawn was the correct one. But can you rely on stuff like this? Cloud9 now have a chance to adapt to that as well.
Nice, King. Nice!
Hold a little bit
Not 13,
more
no.
back. that is a good relief. Sigh of relief from the Leviathan boys.
Okay,
huh?
Oxy gets the op out. And again, there's loads of combos that you can do with this with the op as well, right? Say that you do that wall that I was talking about earlier. A lot of times when they go hunting for it, you can just be opping in front of it as well. So you can like protect the deadlock wall. This is very nice for LEV. This is what they need to be doing. Take that free space over towards middle.
Where the pressure's coming from.
Break the wall or just set off the wall. And then the whole setup becomes a bit of a nightmare. Yeah, here we go. This is much better now. They also know once they've done this wall, there's been a reaction over towards B main or over towards short. So they're ready for the push off short. They're ready for the push over towards B.
You've got Zeppa close by.
Dude, Zeppa is kind of playing sick though.
Gets his one, but a 3v2 now for the attack that's instantly equalized. Net gets his, tries to get away. It's all on to Vic now. They have no idea where he is.
Yeah, they have no idea.
10, 1, and 14.
Oh god, they go B here.
1v2 would feel like a death blow to Leviathan.
Oh god.
He gets the audio cue of the Omen
teleport.
No. He hears the footsteps.
He's in the right place. Still has utility. Has his 2 smokes. Wants to take the fight, so he's gonna get ones. He's gonna get one.
No, god.
A Red Bull clutch and
catch a
heartbreak
break, man.
for LEV.
Can't catch a break.
Heartbreak for LEV, but a breakout performance from Vic. The best series he's played so far in VCT Americas, Doug. He played that perfectly on audio cues. Full confidence holding his spot on B. Now he's popping off.
We said 9, well, you said 9-3 might be enough. I think even that, Dre, given how this half has gone,
9-3, I don't think it will
even
be
that
enough.
seems like a reach.
I think this comp's too good on attack. Yeah. But then again, this will be a nightmare to play against.
The mechanics are really shining through from the side of Cloud9. This synergy has looked great. Utility has been on point. It truly feels
so
like
funny. Every single round, LEV must be like me, being like, this time they're going to punish middle, but they're just not.
And that was
I do think that the majority of the rounds as a
honest,
default, like LEV should probably just be sending their clone out.
King has a rifle, and it's a
I'm excited to see what
C9
C9 have for default, like on the attack. There's so much good stuff that, like the combos of this comp is just through the roof, because honestly these two combo really well in terms of like the info of where you can TP to.
The spike's waiting on the other side of the wall.
3-person over towards side now, and this is still one of the better rounds for LEV, is the fact they don't have guns.
Not in this position. There's 3 members here from the side of Cloud9. A dart is going to be shot. Will there be spam
Perfect
kills?
timing of the dart.
The flash is out. Vic gets his 2. He's already got 13,000 kills on the half, and he just continues to light it up.
Look at him. Flawless round win from Cloud9. 10-1 on the defensive side of Ascent.
I think they just want more informatics.
I don't know.
I think they just think it's too golden this map.
This comp. I really don't.
Leviathan have tried. They've tried different looks.
They have.
This time trying to disrespect that mid-vice wall, but it's just not enough. It's too late, honestly, in the half.
His mouse died.
He's plugging the mouse in. He doesn't care. He knows he has it in the bag. Is he trying to nerf himself to make it like fair or something? What's going on right now?
Already started the next round.
Can't you?
Or picked up and rotate back.
The side-by-side of the coaches, yeah, I love that shot. It's so good. The happiness into
trampled their
just
way
despair.
back towards B. A lot of the, I mean, really all of the Sentinel utility set up A. Net still has a net. And a wall.
Yeah. A new look as well.
Looking like LEV might win
this time a little bit more of a heavy focus on mid. Yoru ultimate
Ooh,
used to get some
change up.
info out of
All
B,
over towards here. They want to do their
operator.
punish over towards mid on the last round.
Does he have a TP?
Yoru
He does, all
goes
the way back B
in.
main.
They find the wall over towards middle. He hasn't found the 2 in the smoke over towards market yet. And Rossi jumps through the smoke to throw the wall, and he sees his head.
And you've still got Vic, who's alive, and that has been a problem.
No wall for the first time. Yeah, they went for a punish on the
For
last
LEV.
round.
Spike picked up. Oh,
That
Vic
is-
too far, too aggressive.
He thought they were heavy B main.
Little too crazy. Now, Neural Theft making it known that B site is free for the taking.
Note that Calm has his ult.
Still doable.
Zeppa
Because you can
also
buy
has his
or
ult,
send
though.
it.
Yeah, and they're all funneled in. Oh, but it's only going to connect onto one, I believe. It's only hitting Tex. He pushes forward into his death. Remember, the guns are still up on the other side, so it's going to be a straight up 2v2. Calm with 2 shocks to play with. Demon 1 with his paranoia, but no health to speak of.
Oh my, the
Zeppa gets the last, and
2v3
that's
from
another round for
C9.
Cloud9.
What a
11-1 half
masterclass.
on the defensive side. I guess for
What a
Leviathan.
masterclass.
Calm is right.
Dude,
At least
first
it's not
time
a
you come
13-0,
and
Doug.
play up against this comp,
They
it's
are on the
just
double
going to own
sentinel,
you.
though,
It has
going into
way
the
too much
defensive
fort behind
side.
it. The combos are too
We've seen
strong,
magic
and it has
happen
too much
before,
fort.
and they would really have to dig deep here.
I was saying about the
They
EDG
have the
comp, like I
experience
could
to
tell
do
it
so,
didn't
though,
have much
Doug.
fort
We
behind
do
it
have
because the
to keep
combo
that
is
in
so
mind.
strong that it should
They've got
just
the experience. They've
always
got the
win you
comp,
the
but
first map, or like the
is
first time you show
runway
it.
just too short. It's a massive lead for Cloud9
Fred,
at halftime.
thank you so much for the
see
tier
if-
1. Thank you for
we'll see if
thank
they
you,
can
thank
pull
you.
off the miracle. We'll
Appreciate
see you
the
guys
18
shortly.
months. Boo, yeah, it is a little bit like that. It is a little bit like that. This is why I not that I flamed you guys too much, but this is why I'm like looking at some of these other comps and wondering why people are forcing a waylay, because I just think there's so much stronger stuff at the moment, especially on Ascent. I think you gotta use some of these combos. Deadlock is too good on this map. I'm going to fall off hard once playoff starts. For sure, their stuff won't be as good after a demo's out there, but Mini Boo on Deadlock next time? May. Wait, what's the rest of your comp? You play normal comp though. Give me someone on Teo as well. Honestly, I think you'll I think you'll get 12 rounds on defense. I think if you play a proper comp and you got good fort, I don't know, man. Get that 12-0 on defense. Just try and scrape out a round on attack with no duelist. Pray to the gods that you win
Both
pistol.
Sentinels, courtesy of Vic, going 16-2 and 15.
C9 and Saner is
and
LEV just bad.
smoking LEV
Nah,
out of
C9
the
have too
server.
much
We'll
fort
see
behind this comp.
if LEV can do the same on their defensive side, because Dre, they have a couple of Sentinels of
They
their
do
own.
have a couple of Sentinels, so you would
This has been
imagine that
said
they got
so
some
many
good
times
stuff,
before,
but the
but you
Vice
have
is
to
just
win
way
this pistol
better than
round. It's a
the
must-win
Cypher
pistol
for this
round
stuff at the
for
moment.
Leviathan. And a must-win bonus on top of it. If you want to come
remember
back into
10 on
this,
defense wasn't
everything
enough.
has to be going for
Yeah.
you in favor of the way it was
Yeah,
going
yeah,
for
it's true.
Cloud9.
Sometimes it's like that.
It's just going to be a very passive, defensive side right now from the side of Leviathan.
Dude, I'm super happy though for
Which you
C9
would
because I've been
expect.
talking about a similar
Again,
comp
if
for a
they're gonna
while.
lean into the strength of this
So
comp,
it's just nice to
it's this.
see
It's weight back, play
solid
around your
fort
util.
process behind it.
Net lineup.
Very cool set pieces.
Yeah, no, we got some good stuff.
Not
Yeah.
having to worry about any mid vice wall. Break of a cam to see if there's a little bit of a trap.
I mean, they've already been more methodical about clearing util in the pistol.
Two-person hold over towards here. Might get overwhelmed. Demon 1 goes down. Rossi has to kill like 2.
Cat is too much.
I mean, he was trying to alleviate some of that with
That's
the
a run
flash,
done.
but as you were saying, overwhelmed.
Oh, what?
That's okay. That's clean up
Okay.
from King.
You're giving me some belief with that kill.
A 3v3, and we're seeing the A site for the first time all game.
And we're seeing Vic wrap all the way around Cat as well. A lot of stall utility here for the side of Cloud9 and its post plant. There's still a dart online. This 1v1 may be the decider.
Oops, Vic.
Oh, Vic's human.
He's
Who would've
human.
thought? Good pressure though. It delays
17 to
Tex
2, by
from
the way.
getting
He's
into
still
the
got a
A site.
recon on this
Delays
one.
a ton of time. And that spike has been taken for a little bit here. Zappa playing on the other side of the smoke, waiting for the right time to swing, and he
Incredible
finds
timing.
it.
4 bullets.
Drops Kong, never
Oops.
had a chance to fight back.
Damn, bro.
And that was the desperately
11
needed pistol
chances.
for LEV, going the way of Cloud9. Is that's 3 out of 4 pistols for
Revenge
Cloud9,
of the Beefsteak
isn't it?
Tomatoes.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yes,
Thank you. Yeah, it's
listen,
3-1
Lev,
in terms of pistols.
They won 1 pistol in this series.
Besides
It's something that
Jorgamo
they couldn't
and
do it all
Aspas,
in
who
the
has made the
previous. So we're
Waylay
seeing a
look
little
good.
bit of we're seeing a little bit of
Heretics, not
advancement,
just
but
because
this
Boo's
map
here,
has
but
just
Heretics
been
did have
brutal.
some
Both teams
cool
playing it for
set
the
stuff.
first time.
They had like 3 rounds
Their
that like really nice.
VCT debut 2025, and so far Cloud9 have just looked so much better. And
3-4.
to talk about strength of schedule for Cloud9 specifically,
But a lot
keep
of
in
other
mind,
teams don't
last
have
year
much
in
full
stage one,
processing.
They went 5-1, right?
Chat, don't type other
They have to
names.
play against MIBR next.
It looked awful
a
on other
chance at
teams.
redemption. Losing to them in kickoff, right?
Cloud9 looking to put the finishing
shots.
touches on this Slaughter. Demon 1 punching back though, as the rest of LEV does.
Time to jump.
And you blink and you miss it. Oxy's on the site by himself, tries to get to the spike, runs right at Com.
God.
Okay. And he's gotten it down to
No
1v2.
reload on this one. Doesn't want to give
would
away
be
the
a brutal
position.
way
12
for
bullets.
this to end.
No, wait.
Oxy
He
gives
grabbed
some
netted
space
himself.
up. Spots one, swings
God,
onto the other,
imagine if he
and
won
Rossi
it.
gets the
4
kill.
HP. That was so funny. Okay, 10
Thank God
chances.
he got that kill. He grabbed netted himself. That would have
But
been.
it bounced weird off the
if
wall,
they
I'm
would've
pretty
lost
sure.
that round, that would have been just nightmares.
I don't know what it hit on the
for the
wall, but it
ex-Cloud9
bounced like
player.
backwards on him.
Viaton
I'm
not
pretty
out of this
sure.
one quite yet. Demon 1 had some nice share shots connecting in this round. But it was sloppy, it was messy. Oxy almost did it too.
Oh!
Yeah, he's looking at the HP like damn. Only thing I'd say for C9 there is I would do the deeper molly
Meanwhile, LEV with much stronger weaponry.
because they can disrespect that molly
They're
they
gonna
do.
push into this. They've got the Cypher Cam
All-
and
all
they
I've
have
got
2
is a
sensors here.
all I've got to criticize is a
Shocks out from
micro
Dom, too.
lineup.
Rossi
Disgusting,
playing towards
man.
stairs,
The stuff's
and
been
a
so
judge
nice.
on the other side. One sound sensor has been tripped, and again, I think Cloud9 are doing a really good job of using trips and baiting out util and using their bodies sometimes to open up some of the map.
I mean, when you have an 11-1 buffer to do so, it gives
sure.
you a little bit more confidence to, try to bait out some of that utility.
Would you make a C9's map pool?
Look at the
Really
start
strong,
difference in
right?
the defensive
Where is the
setups, though,
weakness
with
at
the
the
trips
moment?
and whatnot.
We
Towards
haven't
the A
seen
side
one.
specifically, they're so far back.
Demon 1 trying to turn the flash, will succeed, gets a kill onto Oxy, but they're just there to trade.
Very nice.
And the pistols go down with a whimper.
Right here.
Net being seen as well. He's going to get faced by multiple players pushing out a cat and a main. But this trip setup towards the A site specifically for Leviathan, if they use setups like this on an actual gun round and Cloud9 decide to face them there, it might be dangerous.
Yeah, I think, and this is, I'm sure this is obvious for everyone
11 chances to
watching at
9,
home
but this one
and here in
is
the
their
studio,
first big
but
buy round.
The fact that
And they do have the ult
lead is
advantage.
so massive isn't even
Your
the real
ult
issue.
against the Omen ult.
The big issue here is that Cloud9 are at map point. They're at series point. And so even if it was a massive lead, but they had a couple of rounds they could give up, maybe there's a chance to really believe this. But LEV have to play perfect.
Absolute perfect Valorant. And when we saw Cloud9 on that last map of Split just, starting to let LEV crawl back in just a little bit, all they did was save all their ultimates, and look at the ults right now from the side of Cloud9. Almost every single ult is going to be online in the next round.
Sees the wall, decides to hold on to the ult for now.
But again, no other set
Grab
of
net over
utility
towards
here.
short.
From the
Doesn't
side
get
of
anyone.
Leviathan, their A is so weak.
Yoru,
Stark contrast
1.
to Cloud9.
Didn't
They
spot.
know two players
Did
are in
spot
the
him.
same main.
Couple of kills found for LEV, but of course traded right back. The paranoia through, and Demon 1's gonna try to TP away. Succeeds. But that leaves A open.
And are you ready for Oxy pushed all the way up into
Yeah,
heaven?
and Oxy's here. And Oxy has a double kill.
No, they're not.
Oh.
They have no idea. He spots his one, but they maybe did see Demon 1 right at the end there. King's going to be rotating from so far back.
He's so far away, and Demon 1, he knows that he wants to even the score before King gets here.
But he's got 19 HP.
He's so low.
I mean, what are you sending him out to do?
The double hell setup. Zeppa being the guarantee on catwalk.
The safety valve, if you will. King will fall.
And that's the high HP
Demon
that
1,
goes
of
down.
course, on his own,
Okay,
spam through the
very,
smoke,
very
and it's
nice.
Vic.
It's
Who
a
else
fast
but
day,
Vic
2-0
to
to
get the last kill
2-0
of the half,
C9
bookended an
with
outrageous
a really
series
nice
by
ascent.
him as Cloud9.
Really nice
I mean,
ascent. So much
you gotta
thought went
call
into
it
this
what
one.
it is. Obliterate.
Great
LEV.
setups.
Yeah, Vic was just a sleeper
Vic,
agent
I mean,
in his
yeah, he was like
previous
20.
matches.
We
This
were
was
saying
a
24,
standout
20.
performance from the rookie.
Wow.
24 and 20.
Get some good sleep. Yeah, that's good. We got Platchat tomorrow as well, so we don't get to nap in a day.
Hyping him up. Honestly,
Shout out to Imi. I thought his free timeouts were really good. Even when they called the timeouts, his plans were good, and I feel like this was yeah, this was one of those. This was one of those comps that no matter who C9 played here, first time they show it, they win, just because it's a good comp and they got good thought behind it.
I mean, he did everything right, and again, a lot of it was heavily benefited from that double Senti comp and the fact that Leviathan were not able to find a single inch to play around on the attack side, but holy smokes, what a performance from that kid.
Shout out to Googly as well, that's true.
Ridiculous. I mean,
my boy.
A lot of players had their moments here. We can't forget the IGLing of Mitch. He looked great.
Yeah, he called an exceptional series, really. I mean, to go back to the attack side on Split and how effortless it looked and how Leviathan were just constantly on the back foot and
clearly countering. Clearly countering. Like
Talon plays in the morning. We should raid Jovi, the Amethyst. Yeah, sounds good.
Which Lev looked so good on the defensive
side
raid. In their last matchup against MIBR. It was very impressive to see how C9 were able to break them down methodically. And then on this last map, Leviathan stood no chance. The util combos, the synergy from the defense, it was way too fortified.
I mean, Vic could put together a frag movie just with this last map.
Yeah.
And it was, I mean, it should have been...
Vic is insane now. Vic had a really nice one. He had a really nice one, but I'm telling you, when you play this comp, like, it feels nice.
All the way up until the end.
Like, if you play passive on this comp, they're kind of running into your util at 20 seconds left. Like, you...
So it's like, you don't
like
know what to expect running up against Cloud9's defense.
He's got 20... to 4. Okay, but the main thing is here, he's got 20 assists. And this is all because the time gets so low. We'll do another 20 up here because they're normally execing because they got past the util at 20 seconds and they got to force for a smoke. Like the 20 there is because they have to force for a smoke because there's so much delay around the map.
I'm not gonna lie to you, at least not on Ascent. I
like
think
it's he's obviously fragging heavy, but I'm telling you, it's a lot down to the comp itself.
Any of that utility. You mentioned it. Imi and the rest of the team had a flawless game plan to take care of Lev 2-0. We're going to throw it down to Riv at the stage for the Verizon
one of my favorite comps so far.
With Mitch.
I am down here on stage with Cloud9's Mitch. It is lit up blue because of the Cloud9 victory they take home today. A great series against Lev. You had a great series against NRG last week. What's been the key to unlocking this Cloud9 to start the stage?
Honestly, just trusting the system, doing, everything we need to do in practice, always like saying 100%, in it, dedicated in practice, taking it seriously. Like it's honestly paying off.
Awesome. I keep hearing the system. Is the system the collaborative? Is the system kind of like Imi saying, here's the system, we should follow it? Or is the system everyone?
It's a collaboration between everybody, basically. Me, Googly, Imi, even the managers, we all have a great system. So
it seems like everybody's hand in the pie. Feeling pretty good here. Was there any pressure going against the old IGL, going against Rossi on this one?
No, not at all. I mean, we knew everyone would think this is like a grudge match for Rossi, but we just came in playing our game. We didn't really care what the people were saying. So.
And you played your game on Ascent. What was the plan there? What was the idea? I mean, we saw the deadlock again come out for both of you, but what were you guys loving so much about it?
I mean, starting defense on double Senti is always insane. So that's what we trusted.
All right, and you yourself, since what, 2020, you've been grinding C9, then you want Oxygen in your back, but you have played so much. I can still remember you sometimes on Killjoy with an operator back a Split B.
Yeah.
Like, you've shrunk the agent pool a bit now just to the initiators somewhat. Have you been able to hone anything else? Does it feel better? Are you focusing on some more of your craft?
Oh, I mean, yeah, I'm able to play like any agent, honestly. Like,
yeah, you are.
I try to flex to everything I can. I play, in ranked and whatever, but yeah, honestly, it feels good playing all the initiators for me right now. I could play, maybe a duelist in the future. Who knows?
All right. It's all there. What are your goals for the Split besides playing duelist in the future, Imi?
What
was your goals for the stage? Yeah.
I mean, honestly, we want to win every match. That's goal number one. Get to playoffs and do well in playoffs. We want to qualify to Toronto.
Heck yeah! And you got MIBR next. They're looking absolutely fantastic.
Yep.
Is it focus on C9 there, or are you gonna have to check that MIBR reel?
I mean, we focus a little bit on the other team, but yeah, we're gonna go back and redraw up some plays and bring our game.
Hell yeah. Watching Vic play, watching everything, what's it like kind of watching everybody grow as a teammate and whatnot on Cloud9 now since you're back?
I mean, it's amazing to work with, you know, Oxy and Vic, the young guys, and watching them grow and helping them out, just like I did for Redux and Verno on Oxygen. So, I mean, they're taking everything in like a sponge, so it feels great.
Sick. Mitch, thank you for the insight. Congratulations on the win. Another one for Cloud9 coming in. They
nice
start
interview.
off the stage very strong.
Despers, Jovi's still streaming,
Cloud9
yeah?
brains to pick. It's going to be Zeppa and Oxy over at Match Point. Take it away.
Jovi GG. Okay, chat. Okay.
Hey, thanks, Riv. I'm here.
This is done for Americas for a little bit. If people are up in 6 hours, people up in 6 hours. That's a long sleep. People up in 6 hours. We got Pacific. We got Plat Chat a little bit after as well. Any EMEA game, any Pacific game, any Americas game will be live. So I appreciate you watching. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for all the support. Tragic, if you're still here, thank you for all of the gifted as well.
Okay, so this is actually your guys' B push.
There you go, Tragic. Thank you so much for today, bro.
I'm gonna draw attention to like.
Shout out to the mods as always as well. Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, and just appreciate everyone watching.
It must feel pretty
I will
good to
see
be that
you
biased.
all in.
Yeah, especially when you have a flash for yourself. You just pop
Well,
in,
either
just
when
wing.
Americas is on or
We
the
get
Pacific
the net
later.
coming in on the B main push.
Alright, peace everyone.
You get
Peace, peace,
Omen
peace.
blind coming from Vic, cutting through.
Thank you so much, bro.
And then
Thank you,
Oxy, you're just running it down. Yep. And their cage actually helps you out. So this is crazy. And the Omen blind
YouTube chat.
allows
Thank you so
the
much as well, guys.
start
If you
from the
could
Sova over
subscribe,
here
that would really
to
help
get
me
a
out.
ping
And
right
yeah,
next
just
to
appreciate you
King
guys
right
watching as
there.
well. Hope you have a good
So
rest of your day.
It's really sick. And if you rush A, you are cooked.